Now, today, we're going to see, what if you was bored and trained to become the ultimate wizard in Harry Potter? OpUX Harry Potter. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Lucy Christopher. Once upon a time, there was a prince and princess. The prince was beloved by his peers, the princess a fair and beautiful woman. They lived in a magical island kingdom where noble birth and cultured upbringing held sway throughout the land. Theirs was a proud lot in life. They were to be the scions of their respective fortunes and unite two powerful houses in wealth, standing, and lineage. Even if the two did not hold great passion for each other, they certainly cared for their soon-to-be spouse. After they were wed, the princess gave birth to a son, then a daughter. The prince was proud to have a young heir and glad at heart to see his wife, so smitten with their youngest. But all was not right with the world, for the low-born masses had risen up in rebellion against their rightful lords and ladies. Many years ago, the peasantry of the land had sought to degrade the rights of their betters, attempting to force themselves above the station that nature had placed them at. Fortunately, a brave and forthright young lord stood to right the world back to its proper order. The prince, noble-born that he was, rode to be at this young lord's side. As the gathered pride of the kingdom easily trounced the rabble of the land, even the mighty old keeper of the great castle was unable to best him in fair combat. Finally, when the battle was nearly won, the unthinkable happened. The young lord was struck down by a wicked trap laid by nefarious and twisted minds who used their own son as bait. That young boy's name was Harry James Potter. Some say history is written by the winners. I say history is written in the hearts and minds of children. This fanciful story was the tale written for me as a child. I was raised and reared in a pure-blood household, born to wealth and privilege, sired to a world that lay open for me like a banquet. This was a world where my kindly, loving parents, the only one I should have ever known, were cast as villains by an uncaring and callous public when they should have been the prince and princess of wizarding society, as was their birthright. My name is Desdemona Galatea Malfoy, and this is my story. I was born the 17th of May, 1981. By all accounts, it was an easy birth. The midwife who served as my nursemaid in my early years often recounted the ease by which it all transpired. I was likewise an easy infant to care for in contrast to my elder brother, whom I recall being quite fussy and irritable. Looking back, it is hard to call those memories anything but a portent of things to come. Of course, it's odd that I can personally attest to all of this. It's strange that I was more or less fully cognizant during my infancy. Still, the truly bizarre item is that I remember far more than my own fairly brief existence. I remember what came before Desdemona Malfoy, before witches and wizards and dragons, oh my, before dementors and magic and all the rest. I remember books, movies, video games, websites, and a thousand stories of all kinds and stripes about a world millions loved and derided with equal measure, a world that I now found myself in. A fictional world. Imagine my surprise. But that wasn't the first thing on my mind. No, those first sensations were simple things. Intense things that my newly born infantile brain could only interpret in the broadest of strokes. Thinking was hard, cognition beyond me, as I floated in a haze of emotion and sensation. I was just warm. It was a sensation which suffused my very being, seeming to come from within and without at the same time. In the sudden darkness, completely withdrawn from any real stimuli, I suppose I should have been afraid. Despite these facts, I was so utterly comfortable in this place. Time? Space? Void? I was so at home that I drifted off to sleep almost immediately and awoke to screaming. It took me a moment of startled alarm to realize it was my own. I have to admit that realization scared me more than anything else that comes to mind, even now. To explain why that ice is difficult, I'll admit. To put the situation in proper perspective, imagine the situation as I've explained it. You are encapsulated in an all, encompassing warmth that promises safety, security, and protection. Then, you are ripped from that warmth and pushed, roughly, into a cold and unforgiving world of harsh lights and blurry images mixed with ill-defined sounds. And you can't control the fact that you are screaming. Throughout my life, control of my body had been sacrosanct, something inviolate and unalienable. To realize, rather abruptly, that you can no longer do something so basic as to stop yourself from crying out, that thought rips the last remnant of self-control from you. And then I wanted to cry. Months passed. Embarrassing months. Humiliating months. Messy, terrifying, painful, melancholy, exciting, depressing, and unreal months. I was an infant, for all intents and purposes, and there was nothing I could do to speed the flow of time. So I was confined to a crib and playpen or an adult's arms while the achingly slow flow of time passed. But as my eyes developed, I watched. As my ears developed, I listened. And I learned. My name was perhaps the most amusing and alarming of my early lessons. The language my new parents spoke was English, thankfully, though a bit more proper and stuffy than I was familiar with. There were odd turns of phrase that eventually led me to the conclusion I was now British and female. My name was also a big clue that I wasn't exactly in Kansas anymore. Desdemona, Galatea, Malfoy. I cried a lot after hearing that little nugget, believe me. By the time I'd learned my new name, though, I had long since decided to go with the flow. There was no sense in disbelieving what my senses were telling me. I could be insane. Even now the thought crosses my mind sometimes. I could be in a coma and this entire world could be a massive delusion designed to allow my subconscious to deal with some horrible trauma. There are other possibilities, but there's also the chance that this is all real. So, while I fancy myself a logical person, there came a time probably about 3 months into my tenure as an infant, where I decided that I was far better off dealing with my new life as if it were real rather than a delusion. If none of this turned out to be real, I reasoned, then there was nothing to lose by playing along and joining in the fun. If this life was real, though well, I had everything to lose. If everything was real, then this was a second chance at life, a life that promised both danger and opportunities in equal measure. If I acted as though everything was a dream and disregarded any pretense of acting like a child, there was the chance I'd be thought possessed or strange and likely have no chance at a normal life. Normal. That word has undergone serious revision for me over the years. Desdemona Malfoy's normal was far different from my previous normal. It took a lengthy amount of time for me to accept that name, as well the things it implied. Pure blood, prejudice, bigotry, female. I will admit that, as much as I sometimes hoped I would wake up back in my own bed or in a hospital room, those instances have become fewer and fewer as I've spent more time in my new world, with my new family, although there is the occasional sting of betrayal when I think of Narcissa and Lucius as mom and dad. Well, mother and father. The style of my new family, the manner in which we cared for each other, though, was not the only difference I've slowly acclimatized myself to. The sheer excess of my early days was probably one of the more jarring facts I'd eventually come to accept through the year. I've already mentioned the Malfoys' midwife. Her name was Esmeralda, and she was nominally in charge of my upbringing for the first 3 years of my life. That's not to say that Lucius and Narcissa were not there, were not extant in my life, just not as much as I'd come to expect from a parental figure. Lucius, in those early days, was a somewhat haggard and drawn figure who came and went at odd hours of the day and night, seldom appearing for 2 meals in a row. Narcissa, by contrast, was home almost overmuch and given to staring at portraits and albums with a melancholy and wistful expression in her eyes. And then there was Draco, my older brother, as galling as that is to admit. My new sibling was all the more difficult to accept because, well, I'd never exactly liked Draco Malfoy. I generally tolerated him and enjoyed a few of his portrayals in fanfiction as a supporting character, but had always been an annoying little snot, to quote someone. Maybe Ron? But really, there are worse choices for a potential family. I know the Malfoys as well as is possible. I understand the pratfalls and pitfalls in this family. I understand, at least a little, the people themselves. I won't say they're likable, exactly, or they're in many ways good people. but they're certainly not the demons so many make them out to be. At least, not all the time. Case in point, Draco was nearly a full year older than me, and very much a needy and clingy baby. In that respect, at least, I was probably a relief for my parents. It was easy to see the budding start of selfishness and arrogance in the small child. Though I tried to turn a blind eye to his grabbing hands and temper tantrums, it wasn't like I was in any position to apply discipline, anyway. Still, at the first sign of distemper, Narcissa Mother would shower the child in almost anything to get him to quiet. Given the harried and panicked look in her eyes, the slightly frayed ends of her normally immaculate hair, and the nervous tics that she usually suppressed, it was easy to see these were the actions of a first-time mother rather than someone trying to willfully distort and deform a child's ability to interact with other children. Yes, Mom was very much the picture of a scheming, evil matron of an ancient and noble house during those years. These scenes were actually the greatest source of amusement for me during the early years of my second childhood, especially because they usually presaged magic. Magic, if anything, is worth the insanity of my new life, the trauma of realizing I had died, and the terror of realizing who my parents were. I was magic. It was a bit of a letdown that my mother inched her wand out of the way every time I made a clumsy and fat-fingered grab for it, smiling as she admonished me. Now, Desi, that's not for you. That's Mommy's wand. You'll get your own later." Her voice was musical, lilting, and happy in a way I had never imagined it could be. Normally, that would have probably garnered a tantrum from a child my age. However, I graciously allowed myself to be soothed with a song and a bottle of milk. To this day, I thank whatever incarnation of the Abrahamic god or pagan deity was involved in Narcissa's decision not to breastfeed her children. I think that would have probably broken my mind. And yes, my childhood nickname was Desi. I'll wait for your laughter to subside. Narcissa would often levitate various colorful baby toys around either Draco or myself, and I have never before been so enthralled by anything. I suppose this was the first time I thought about doing magic myself, as well as the possibility that I might not be able to do magic at all. And that was the greatest scare I'd gotten since I died. Given the majority of stories I'd read tended to demonize the Malfoys, the idea that I might, and considering my origins, I considered this a probability rather than a possibility, not be able to do magic, that I was a squib, terrified me beyond rational thought. The more lurid and grimdark tales I'd looked at tended towards blood sacrifice and slavery as an eventuality in the Malfoy family. And it was that momentary burst of fear, not entirely irrational, that probably had something to do with what happened next. All of the windows in the west wing of Malfoy Manor exploded outwards. Between my fear, my surprise, and the ensuing, not entirely voluntary on my part, temper tantrum, it took several days for me to realize that I had caused the micro-disaster. In fact, it was my parents who actually pointed it out, and even then it took several hours to penetrate my sometimes thick skull that I had superpowers. Yes, laugh it up, I don't care. I call magic a consolation for this life. Thuff at times, this life is a consolation for magic. As great and terrible as it is to possess such a powerful gift, it's also frightening in its own way. In my life, my first life, I had been raised to see power as an obligation to use it to do good works and great things. In the life I live now, that very much was not the case. My parents used magic for trivial things, inane things which I wouldn't have batted an eye at doing by hand. Even Esmeralda, my nursemaid, used magic to move about furniture, clean my diapers, set my room to rights, and all manner of little chores that were so second nature that I never would have conceived of using a wand on them. For that, if anything, I may love my parents. They taught me that magic was not some grave and tedious responsibility, but something which I could use as I wished, something to make my life easier. While not particularly cold towards mother and father, I had to intentionally remind myself to occasionally reach out for hugs and affection. Not the least of reasons was because I tended to get lost in my own little world. If I had to pick a single word to describe my second childhood, it would probably be intent. I was always studying my surroundings, gazing at things with such focus. I think my parents must have noticed something was a little off with me. I was very quiet as a child, forgoing much of the babbling and cooing common to newborns in favor of silent observation, especially after I figured out exactly who my new parents were. Given that I already understood their language, barring a few colloquialisms which were unfamiliar. Honestly, who uses Biggie to mean poo? And I don't think anything else quite shattered my image of Narcissa as a stuck-up pureblood wife than the realization that she indulged in baby talk. It was fairly easy to analyze their conversations and pick up interesting tidbits. As I'd mentioned, for the first few years of my life, Lucius was a distant father figure, and I only saw him when at the dinner table or a few scattered instances of tucking me in at night. I have no doubt that many people think of my father, of Lucius, as an arrogant and cold person, beyond merely human emotions and sensibilities. Much like my infant years with my mother, my first impressions of Lucius shattered that image. In retrospect, I shouldn't have been surprised. Lucius, for all the fact that he was a murderous monster, was also a human being. Even if that cold mask of indifference was a real aspect of his personality, it wasn't all there was to him. It would be nice if monsters were so simple. It would be nice if I could forget the bone-tired weariness that I remember seeing in my father's eyes those first few years. It would be nice if I could forget the moment I realized why he always looked so tired, so utterly exhausted. But this isn't a nice, simple world with wicked witches and handsome princes ripped from a Disney-esque fairy tale. No, this world is more like the older, dark, and meaner fairy tales. I suppose that was my wake-up call. Well, one of them anyway. In bad faith, as young children, my brother and I didn't play with each other very much. Draco was always a more physical child, whereas I was always curled up in a corner with a wizarding book of fairy tales or children fiction. That isn't to say Draco developed faster than I did, though. Despite being almost a year younger than him, I was up and walking around the same time he was, much to the surprise of both my parents. Similarly, I spoke my first word only days after Draco had, demanding with an imperious stare that my mother hand me Beetle the Bard with a single utterance, story. For those of you who are curious, Draco's first word was, no. Can any of you honestly say you're surprised? Draco's first love was the word no. He used that word so much it eventually became one of the few things that could make me fake a crying fit just to get away from the little snot. Still, for all the fact that there were moments in which I despised Draco's very existence, there were also moments I was deeply thankful for having an older sibling. For most of my early days, I used Draco as my measuring stick for my behavior. When do I take my first steps? My first word? Read my first books? I'd grown extraordinarily disenchanted with the whole infancy thing long ago and was desperate to retake even a shred of my independence. It didn't matter if it was running, reading, or crawling. The ability to do something under your own power is a gift you don't appreciate until you've lost it. So, Draco was older. I let him crawl first. I let him speak the first word. I spent an eternity waiting for him to take his first steps. That isn't to say I wasn't without my own failures. I would stumble or fall a bit, just far less than I imagine other children did. Thankfully, Mother had decided to put up cushioning charms throughout most of the children's wing of the house. Two things here. First, as you might have understood, magic is awesome. I had my diapers changed by magic, thankfully. I had a potion put on my gums to relieve the pain from teething, mercifully. If I ever got filthy or dirty, magic and then a bath. What can I say? The Malfoys were neat freaks. Second, yes, children's wing. Draco and I had an entire wing of the house exclusively for ourselves. If that doesn't explain adequately how well off my new family was, I'm not sure I can illustrate the point further. We actually had separate rooms when we were just babies, which was a little jarring to realize coming from my upper middle-class background and a fairly frugal lifestyle. Most of my first experiences with Draco, at least until I could get up and move around, were in the playroom where we would socialize with each other. Yes, Mother actually used that word. I won't lie. It was hard waiting for Draco to do what I was certain I could already. But if I wanted to maintain the image of being anything close to a normal child, then I desperately needed this initial impression to sink in. Even putting aside the fact that I had demonstrated accidental magic, and therefore could not be considered a squib, taking too many steps too fast would force too much attention my way. I was probably being overly cautious, But this was a world which had numerous skilled mind readers on record, which was obviously on my to-do list. Occlumency, legacies, magical history, politics, etchies was a whole new world for me, one that I needed to hit the ground running in. Given that I'd read hundreds, if not thousands, of variations on this story, knew all the dirty little secrets, and knew all the major powers and players, I needed to be able to protect that knowledge and move on it quickly when the time called. And speaking of major powers and players, there was Voldemort and Dumbledore I knew. And then there was Harry Potter, who was, despite so many fan stories, would be Dumbledore's man until either died unless I changed something. Of course, that was disregarding the possibility that I was in a non-standard setting. Who knows? Maybe Dumbledore was evil in this world. Maybe the Knights of Walpurgis had a point behind their whole ethnic cleansing campaign of pure evil. Heck, maybe the Ministry of Magic was actually competent in this world and was, in fact, playing Voldemort and Dumbledore against each other in some insane Machiavellian plan for a new totalitarian regime. I began laughing, which was most decidedly not childish giggling, at the thought of a competent ministry. Yeah, right? And the Dursleys might actually be a good foster family. Even if there was something I could do before I got to Hogwarts, which would be during the Chamber of Secrets year, it was unlikely to be worth the risk of revealing myself. That meant Harry would stay with the odious individuals he had never called family. Sirius would stay in Azkaban, and Voldemort's Horcruxes would stay where they were for at least another decade. I could rationalize this all I wanted, but ultimately it came down to one thing. I was afraid. I was terrified. In my prior life, no one had depended on me. Not really. I didn't have kids. I wasn't in charge of any younger siblings. Not as a provider, anyway. And I didn't have any older relatives who would live or die by my hand. In this world, knowing what I did, it was quite possible that a single mistake could doom hundreds? Thousands? If Voldemort attained his goal and established a hereditary magiocracy fascist government, then the English magical world, and possibly the whole of Europe, was doomed to a permanent future as a totalitarian slave state that would make Orwell blush. If I did absolutely nothing, was careful to make no impact on the story at all, then my effect on this world just might be negligible enough that Harry would walk in his own footsteps and win in exactly the same way his fate had foretold. Those were the two extremes. Do anything and fail, do nothing and watch it play out in front of me. Talk about performance anxiety. Talk about temptation. I won't lie and say I wasn't tempted. Almost anyone would be, if they entertained the notion for even a moment. I was a pureblood elite, part of the family that bankrolled Lord Voldemort himself. Short of replacing the Dark Lord himself, I couldn't climb any higher. If Voldemort established himself as dictator of the magical world, my father would be his left hand, the political face of the regime. As a result, I could expect a life of leisure, barring the possibility of a politically motivated marriage, in the style and form of the obscenely rich. Theoretically, my family would have its future permanently secured. Theoretically, at least, there were a few things that stopped me from making this choice. One was my own, personal, estimation of Voldemort. He was batshit insane. That's a technical term, in case you didn't know. Looking over the decisions which he makes during the book series, there is a large but debatable amount of evidence that Voldemort is actually insane. I'm not referring to his kill all muggles obsession, either. I'm referring to his operational doctrine. Voldemort is so classically evil that when you consider him as a real person, not as a character in a book series, but as an actual person, you have a hard time believing that kind of unreasonable, questionably sane mentality is possible. Granted, he's still an amateur when compared with the industrialized slaughter Hitler and Stalin implemented, but the average person never expects to confront that type of evil in their everyday existence. I gurgled slightly, a young child's approximation of a sigh. It was so damned easy to think of this as a story. Input action A within plot B. Get result C. I was a writer. Things like that came naturally to me. I expected a plot and characters to bend to my will through sheer force of effort. In a way, I was used to being a god among superhumans. There were dozens of stories which painted a semi-plausible story of child heroes. And it was easy, so ridiculously easy, to forget that this wasn't a story that I could control the outcome of. If I wanted a happy ending, I'd have to work for it. And that meant I'd have to stop thinking like a manipulative, omnipotent god and start thinking like a one-year-old behind enemies' lines. I didn't have an invincible screen between myself and my actions. I had done a good job restraining myself up to this point, but I needed to continue. The absolute earliest I could make a move was during my first year at Hogwarts. Anything else was too risky. I needed to establish myself as the youngest child of the Malfoy family. I needed habits, hobbies, interests, all the trappings of a life lived as normally as possible. I needed to stop being a 25-year-old male American graduate student and start being Desdemona Malfoy. With that thought, I put all scheming behind me, or tried to, at least, and set my mind on the present. I was in Narmother's arms, a sensation which had, at some point without my knowing, become synonymous with safe in my mind. And wasn't that a shock? But, at any rate, Mother had decided that either I was fit for socialization or that other babies besides Draco were now fit to socialize with me. I was unsure of the real reason as to why it had taken this long for my parents to introduce me to even a select group of friends, but well, given some of their names, I could make a few educated guesses. After all, it was easy to forget that I was born only months before the Dark Lord's fall, given that my birthday was May 17th, 1981. On a side note, birthday parties for a one-year-old? Especially one that is effectively 26? No, they are messy, horrible, traumatizing experiences that I may have purged from my mind one day. But anyway, my point is that my first social experience happened a year and a half after Lord Voldemort was defeated. Given the guest list for my first birthday party, I imagined that many of the families had better things to do than play with children, like bribe government officials and commit perjury. Speaking with complete honesty, the individuals involved in my first exposure to proper pureblood society were a who's who of Death Eaters. Note that I don't tag the word former onto that appellation. Lucius Malfoy, my father, was still a Death Eater, or at least so close ideologically that it didn't make any difference. I've said it before, and I'll probably say it again, the man is a monster that talked about muggle baiting the same way many normal people talk of an afternoon at the cinema. But he's my father. Keeping him alive might actually be the hardest thing I ever do. And you've already met Draco, but I don't think I've introduced the newest addition to our family. This is Desdemona Malfoy. She's just darling Narcissa. Look, Amicus. She has Lucius eyes, just like little Draco. A smiling brunette woman said as she looked over me from where I was being held in my mother's arms, and it took a moment to place both the name and face. She didn't look exactly like her movie counterpart, the hair being a slightly different color and her facial structure slightly off in a way that I can't adequately describe. Ultimately, though, I could vaguely recognize the giant of a woman that stood before me. The vaguely disinterested face of Amicus Caro moved into my scope of vision, and he too looked slightly different from the actor who'd played him in the last few Harry Potter movies. Yes, dear, absolutely darling, though I've yet to see this spark of genius Lucius gushed over so. Oh dear, this is worrisome on so many levels. Mother laughed lightly. I find it hard to believe my husband gushes over anything, Amicus. If you really must know, though, she's been developing awfully fast. She's already speaking, in fact. Yes, that's me, the amazing parrot. I take payment in peanuts and degrading childish compliments. Really? Amicus asked, his eyes as sharp as a bird of prey. Yes, here. Mother leveraged me up to where I could more easily look at the strangers, rather than merely look up at them. Look, Desi, this is Amicus Caro and his wife Electo. Can you say their names? I take it back. I'm not a parrot. I'm a monkey. A preforming monkey. I looked up at my mother, twisting my head to show her an irritated pout. Narcissa blinked, looking wonderingly at me before smiling sweetly. Please, honey, just this once, and then you can go read. My irritation subsided as I looked back to the expectant couple. Amicus looked, if possible, even more curious now. Well, little one? I swallowed and focused. Talking wasn't exactly something I was good at yet, not quite having the fully developed vocal cords or the motor skills to properly move my tongue and lips to pronounce complex words. But this I could do. I thought about disappointing my mother for a moment, but decided otherwise. Something told me that this was important. Besides, what was the harm in being thought of as an exceptionally bright child? I have a feeling I'm going to regret this. Hey, my cuz, I said carefully. His eyes widened as I pointed a stubby baby fat finger at him, then at his wife. Alec2. Their open mouths almost made my little performance worth it. My laughter, again, not childish giggling, brought an embarrassed flush to Amika's face. If you're through amusing my daughter, my cuz, Lucius drawled, his tone somewhere between his vicious sneer and an honest smile. Crabbe and Goyle are in the drawing room. Okay, I had to admit, that was a pretty good one. Indeed, Amicus nodded, visibly swallowing a barbed insult. About my proposal, by the way, have you considered it? My father's and Amicus Caro voices drifted off as they walked away. Indeed, I think we can come to an adequate agreement. Let's leave our wives to the children, and we can talk more over a glass of wine. Lucius replied. Distantly, I heard the shutting of a door, and the conversation was cut off. Very good, Desi. Such a good girl. Mother cooed at me. A part of me wanted to giggle and smile at the affection, another part of me wanted to treat it with disdain. As Narcissa's fingers ghosted over my stomach, tickling and teasing, the battle was lost. While I laughed myself into oblivion under my mother's twinkling eyes and Electo Caro grinning visage, I wondered at my own dichotomy. Even as I was writhing in amusement, a part of me was still capable of rational thought. At times like this, I wondered if I was really two different people. Part of me was definitely a child. Desdemona Malfoy was a laughing, happy baby that carried a large amount of affection towards her mother and father. I might even call it love in an abstract sense. She was interested in making her parents proud, making them smile, and smiling back, and I'm not exactly sure how to describe it. Even today, maybe this was an example of was a Cartesian dualism? The mind and brain being two separate entities? My mind, the insubstantial ephemeral sense of self, personality, and memory that I had accrued over the course of 25 years, had carried over between lives. It should be obvious that my brain, the actual physical organ of thought, emotion, and memory storage, did not. There is no stranger sensation than the realization that I might not be me, if that makes any sense at all. Finally, Mother stopped tickling me and set me down on a large, soft cloth covered in colorful designs, stuffed animals that were enchanted to play and cuddle like they were alive, a stack of children's books, and most surprisingly, two young children. They had matching brown hair and looked so similar I knew they had to be twins. Okay, if the Caros are hero, these must be their kids. Let's see, I remember two minor characters in the movies, but did they have names? Maybe they were named in the books? Ugh, here you are, honey. Why don't you play with Flora and Hestia? I'm sure they'd like to be your friends. Mother smiled encouragingly, setting me halfway between the pile of books and the stuffed animals. I looked up at her uncomprehendingly, trying as best I could to broadcast my thoughts, which mainly consisted of, "You're joking, right? You want me to play with two snot-nosed brats?" I deliberately ignored how arrogant that thought made me sound. It was a very Malfoyish thought. Narcissa kept smiling, though it was a bit strained. "Please, honey, I'll read you the Hallows story tonight. Your favorite, right?" Mere bribery is accepted, reluctantly. With all the grim determination of a convict walking to his death, I leveraged myself up and began to toddle towards the two other children. As I had guessed, they were twins, and though they didn't look much like their movie counterparts, I could see both their parents in them. They were cute in the way all young children were. Belatedly, I realized that Draco was not here, and my father had mentioned Crabbe and Goyle, which meant my heart jumped into my throat with realization. For some reason, I hadn't expected father and mother to treat me like Draco. I hadn't expected them to go to the same lengths they had with my brother. I'd seen Vincent Crabbe and Greg Goyle around the house once or twice, with their parents, but they'd always been fleeting glimpses as the two were brought in on play dates with my older brother, and it had seemed common sense that Lucius and Narcissa had attempted to foster the two under Draco's guidance. It was probably a combination of molding the two into perfect minions when they were young and honestly needing somewhere to leave their children during the day while they went to work doing whatever they did. Probably wiping my father's ass, just like the two little ones will wipe Draco's when they get older. But obviously, my birth had already changed something rather significant. I had heard my father talking about a business deal with the Caros. With a sinking feeling, I realized that this was probably part of their payment. Hestia and Flora would probably be in my year at Hogwarts, which meant they were the perfect candidates for my minions. In all probability, it was more complex than that, with a lot of backroom deals and family alliances and political BS, but it amounted to one thing. I had my very own Crabbe and Goyle. Joy. In bad faith, there is an expectation that children get into things they shouldn't. I'm fairly sure you've heard the horror stories about young kids who wandered off and drowned, or got into a cabinet full of drain cleaner, or something like that. Even first-time parents know that you can't let a little kid have too much freedom, or they'll papier-mâché a noose around their necks. I'm happy to say that I wasn't stupid enough to go looking for magical artifacts in Malfoy Manor, because, well, I'd read plenty of stories of tomes of black magic eating the minds of the unwary. I really didn't want to think about the space under the house, where Riddle's journal was hidden. Besides, Mother was a black, and the books had shown they possessed a fairly casual attitude towards leaving dark artifacts out like candy dishes. Given that I had nothing to contradict that knowledge yet, I was extra careful about picking things up outside my own room. There was one area in which my stringent self-discipline failed me, though. It was ironically books. Make no mistake, I'm not Hermione Granger. I can't sit down and read a dense physics text and get anything out of it. I can't read an entire volume and answer a dozen questions by rote, but, well, I was going for a graduate degree in my past life that made me very nearly a professional student. So, while I couldn't memorize some obscure treatise on magical theory, I was very, very good at parsing the meaning of any given book. It came from a short lifetime of reading anything and everything that caught my attention, going to school for 2 solid decades, and writing several hundred pages worth of academic papers. All of this love of books carried over to my new life, which was why it came as a shock for my mother to find me drawing with a seldom-used art kit, outside, under the bright morning light of a warm spring day. The nursemaid, Esmeralda, had been given leave once I proved both independent enough to cater to my own needs and quiet enough not to demand attention. It was only 6 months since she and Father had introduced my 2 friends, the Caro sisters. Flora and Hestia came over with their mother regularly, but I had seen them only yesterday, which meant they wouldn't be around for several days more. Oh, what a pretty picture, Mother said carefully as I traced the outline of one of the hedgerows. Desi, what are you doing out here? I thought you were in the playroom reading. I didn't look up, instead choosing to play the slightly obstinate child. Besides, the sun was warm, and I'd given up art back in middle school last time around. It felt good to, well, get in touch with my inner child. Sounds a little corny, doesn't it? Done, I replied, looking back up at the tree I was scratching out with a crayon. Well, it was less a crayon than a colored wax stick, but same difference. Done, sweetie? What do you mean, Desdemona? How did you get outside, child? Mother asked, a hint of sternness entering her voice. Done reading, I elaborated with care. My diction was slowly increasing as my mastery of the spoken word improved, but I was still hesitant about full sentences and big words. No more books, got bored. Understanding dawned on my mother's face, intertwined as it was with surprise. Oh my, Desi, you read all of those books? MMHM, I nodded, and because I felt like distracting her, Daddy came in to see Draco, left the door open. A sudden fire danced behind my mother's eyes, and I worked hard to swallow a grin. Oh, Lucius, you really need to watch out for stuffed animals. There's not telling when one could just happen to block a door. Oops. I hadn't done it just to be a smartass or indulge in a little juvenile rebellion. In some ways, I really needed a break from my parents. I had always been the kind of person to value their time alone, and I'd had barely any of that in over a year, always under the watchful eye of my nursemaid, mother, father, or most recently, the Caros. Just sitting out here drawing with the sun on my back, that was a kind of balm to my wounds that no one who hasn't lived through captivity would understand. Dobby, Narcissa barked. My mother's eyes narrowed to slits of anger. I blinked, sitting up as I turned to see a small figure, dressed in a grimy pillowcase. He wasn't exactly like the movie version of his house elf counterpart, but everything seemed to be slightly off, just a shade or a hair different from what I remembered. It was probably nothing, but my inner paranoia begged to differ. Watch Desdemona, Narcissa ordered. She's not to leave the veranda, bring her lunch and juice, and take her back inside of the playroom in time for her nap. Yes, Mrs. Sissy, Dobby nodded. his head flapping so rapidly I'd have mistaken him for a bobblehead. The house elf disappeared in a pop and reappeared only moments later with an assortment of finger foods and soft, non-chewable things. It was an all-too poignant reminder that most of my baby teeth hadn't come in yet, and I was still on a restricted diet. What I wouldn't give for a nice, greasy cheeseburger. Regardless, I smiled up at Narcissa. "Thank you, Mommy." "Thank you, Dobby." Narcissa's anger guttered out under my weaponized cuteness. Then she sighed. "Honey, don't thank the house elves. It makes them think above their station." I blinked, faux confusion in my eyes. Like train station? There was a book in the playroom, which detailed an assortment of funny childish stories on a remarkable facsimile of the Hogwarts Express. Notably, there were no books emphasizing the respective social classes and stations of non-humans. Well, except for the ones that painted centaurs, mere-people, goblins, and the like as inhuman monsters out to steal your magic. Narcissa shook her head, opening her mouth to explain, but evidently thought better of it. "No, dear, not like train station. I'll explain when you're older. Only say thank you to wizards and witches, not house elves. I'm gonna go talk to your father. Behave yourself." "Okay, Mommy." I watched as my mother left, heading back inside and down the hall. After waiting for a solid minute with no sign of her coming back, I turned to Dobby. Very deliberately, I looked the house elf in the eyes and spoke. "Thank you for bringing me lunch, Dobby." His large eyes got even wider. "Oh no, Miss Desi, Dobby is not needing thank yous. Mrs. Sissy told you not to be saying thank yous to elveses." "Don't care," I said with finality. "Mommy said say thank you to everyone. Dobby isn't everyone. Maybe when Mommy is around, can't say thank you. But when Mommy and Daddy leave, say, thank you, Dobby." There was something resembling a heartbreaking happiness in the elf's eyes as he opened his mouth to object again. I beat him to it, holding up a pudgy finger to my lips and shushing the elf. "Secret between Desi and Dobby, don't tell Mommy and Daddy." He opened his mouth, denial in his eyes. "Please," I asked desperately. I could see the magic word break him. It was probably the first time anyone had ever asked him to do something instead of ordering him to do it. I smiled at him and looked back down the hall, from whence I could vaguely hear my mother's raised voice. Grinning, I turned back to Dobby and held out one of the soft cookies from my lunch. "Dobby, want a cookie?" The elf reverently took the small pastry, tears in his eyes. Very softly he smiled. "Thank you, Miss Desi." "You're welcome, Mr. Dobby." I smiled, breaking out in laughter at his horrified look and stream of objections that Dobby is not a Mr. Miss Desi. Please don't be calling him one. Dobby will get in so much trouble. As I laughed at his antics, I chalked 1 point up for me in my crusade to be, if not good, then at least better than my family. Besides, Lucius has no idea how to treat underlings. Dobby took a knife for Harry without any prompting. That's a brand of loyalty. You can't buy that kind of loyalty. It's a two-way street. Besides, I like the idea of having a desperately loyal little minion that can bypass the Hogwarts wards and the Privet Drive blood wards at my beck and call. Yeah, like I said, I'm not aiming for good, but you don't have to be good to at least be nice. In bad faith. It was later revealed to me that Electo Caro had been appointed my godmother as a part of tying the Malfoys and the Caros closer together. I managed to piece together that their family owned a rather large interest in potion ingredients and had been making a bid to supply the Malfoy family's apothecaries. As I thought, the entire arrangement was a bit more complicated than it first appeared, and things were still being worked out, even as I spent more time in the company of the young twins, attempting to stomach their behavior, lack of conversational skills, and complete absence of the concept of personal space. In the meantime, Pureblood society was slowly cranking back up as the months ticked by with neither hide nor hair of the Dark Lord being seen. I frowned. "Voldemort," I whispered lowly to myself. "His name is Voldemort, not the Dark Lord or any other brown-nosing BS. Just Voldemort." That had become something to watch, I noted as I flipped over the last page of Hogwarts, a history. More and more I was absorbing certain aspects of my environment. When I spoke now, I had to fight the habit of being overly formal, picking up words that I was learning had egregious connotations, and other little gifts of my upbringing. I shook myself, and went back to my previous train of thought. Without Voldemort, most of the poor or less politically savvy Death Eaters had been tried, jailed, and forgotten. My father, a handful of others, and a small cadre of unmarked supporters had escaped largely unscathed. I beat back that thought when my father entered the playroom and picked up Draco, who stuck his tongue out at me once Lucius couldn't see, even as my mother came in to leverage me into her arms. Both were in some of their greatest finery for the night's events, wearing robes which had been decorated with gold thread and deep burnt amber hues to celebrate the season. I wonder what they would say if I pointed out those are dangerously close to Gryffindor colors. At any rate, with the coming of the Pureblood Society, also came the traditional festivals and parties of that same crowd. Last year I had been too young for my family to attend, and the wounds of the Wizarding War had been too fresh to really party. But this year, the great front gardens of the Malfoy estate, which very oddly looked nothing like either the books or movies' descriptions, and gave me something else to worry over, had been decked out in all manner of colors and decorations. All very traditional. Samhain was in full swing, with a guest list encompassing ministry officials, friends of the family, and business associates. Many, but not all, wore costumes that varied between the actually frightening. Magic can make someone do a very good headless impression, to the plainly ridiculous, a drunk I glimpsed who looked like a Pippi Longstocking reject-a-male drunk, I should add. Mother had explained that they were just costumes and that I shouldn't be scared. They were worn to disguise individuals and prevent fairies or demon spirits from recognizing them. Mother and father had settled for dignified masks, allowing us the same decorative garb. They certainly didn't look anything like gold and blue-dyed Death Eater masks, and you should be ashamed for thinking so. I was honestly more interested in the festival itself. 2 great bonfires had been set up, and if I remembered correctly, represented a kind of ritual purification of those who passed through it, which seemed to be accurate as music kicked up and couples began to cycle through the 2 gigantic blazes. The music itself was not, as some might believe, the dignified tunes of classical violins, cellos, and others, but rather something more akin to Welsh, Scottish, English, and Irish folk music. I wish I knew a bit more about musical history. The presence or absence of a given group's music would tell me a lot about whether or not the traditional British Isles rivalries carry over to their magical counterparts. As it is, I can't tell one from the other. I shook my head, clearing my thoughts as I decided to enjoy the festivities, and oh, what's that? Something in the back of my mind tickled my awareness. It was a large cow's skull, stripped bare to the bone and decorated with designs and colors that danced across the chalk-white surface. The skull itself was being paraded around by a group of wizards underneath an enormous white cloth. This was Mari Lwyd, wasn't it? The name had taken me a moment to place, my medieval history not being quite as good as I would like it sometimes. Translated roughly to gray horse, some regions maintained a white horse or mare. This was in addition to some festivals in and around the British Isles. If memory served, the figurine was carried around on a pole and represented a god? Or was it goddess something to do with horses? What I wouldn't give for Google. Anyway, the totem was accompanied by a group of celebrants who came along and played various roles. I think the most common were Punch and Judy archetypes, sometimes in blackface, that would carouse around and bully people for food and drink. Traditionally, it was carried from house to house, but in a wizarding community, the houses were likely so strewn about that they couldn't hold a proper wizarding celebration due to distance, muggles, or a combination of the 2. There I go again, non-magical sat, at least I'm not calling them mudbloods. I giggled. Yes, I'll admit it this time, as they came closer, even as Draco started whimpering in terror. My mother could barely hold me back as I reached out to touch the large skull, entranced by the witch-fire blue eyes that had been conjured. I was beyond caring about maintaining my status as Desdemona Malfoy, and it was all I could do to not start babbling questions. Draco was bawling with fright. Father shot a glare at the leader of the procession, the man holding the pole which the cow's skull was attached, and the look in his eyes promised murder. Not in any way figurative, if they didn't back off. As the group of revelers moved off, Father foisted the crying child into my mother's arms. "Narcissa, hush the child," Lucius practically hissed, looking deeply uncomfortable with the bawling toddler. Mother adopted a put-upon expression and accepted my brother, then leveraged me into my father's arms. Hold Desdemona, then dear. She seems to be enjoying the celebration, at least, so she shouldn't be a bother. Disagreement plain on his face. Lucius swallowed the expression before taking me with an uncommon amount of grace and care. Silently, despite the noise of the party around us, Lucius and I regarded each other with a mutual amount of distaste, caution, wariness. Whatever it was not the natural reaction to holding your own flesh and blood in your arms. Or in all fairness, being held by that same flesh and blood. Really feeling the love here, Dad. Lucius managed to swallow his whatever it was and moved on through the crowd as Narcissa took my older brother to an area set up with toys, games, and a magical boundary that was clearly for kids. For all the fact that my father wasn't enthusiastic about toting me around, he did make the effort of showing the baby off, since this was the first public function or party beyond the infantile birthday celebration I'd been in attendance at. So, as the man carried me around, we schmoozed. Lucius, father, was in his glory. The man was the kind of old-style, born-and-bred politician that the modern world barely ever sees anymore. His silver tongue had silver tongues. He slid effortlessly between arguments and conversations alike, saying hello to old friends and being introduced to naive newcomers. At various points, he would introduce his daughter, me, to the most recent assemblage of bootlickers and toadies he found himself in. The women would coo and baby talk. The men would, depending on how drunk they were, gently compliment me or make funny faces. For those of you who are curious, I made a funny face back. My best impersonation of Queen Victoria's "we are not amused" expression. Wonder of wonders. Father actually cracked a grin at my unimpressed and haughty visage. And this is why I don't go to parties, especially to mingle. Too much noise, too many people that I should know, but don't have any idea who they are. And I get so foul-tempered that I can't even enjoy myself. I better be getting candy or presents out of this later. Or at least a new book. Severus, father purred, weaving around a political supplicant to meet up with his old friend. Thankfully, Lucius didn't notice the way I froze spectacularly at the name. I had not thought to see you here tonight. You've been distant lately. The bird-nosed man, looking younger, maybe that was why things were slightly off, less sallow, and much more tense, turned towards my father with a good poker face on. My apologies, Lucius. I have been busy. You have heard about Maya? Career change? Meanwhile, I tried to contain my fear and loathing of the man in general. I had no way of knowing if he could read surface thoughts, like Fanon liked to suppose, or if it would be at all effective in this atmosphere. Damn it, no, don't curse, he might hear. Wait. He's not looking at me like I'm a bomb about to go off. Maybe you can't read minds except by eye contact? Oh, please be true. Yes, taken under the wing of such a forgiving and compassionate man as Dumbledore, I can imagine you'd be very busy talking about all kinds of things. Lucius insinuated carefully. What was he? Father wants to know if dear old Sevi is a backstabbing traitor who went tattling certain secrets. Dad, if you kill him, it would be an awesome late birthday present. Just saying. Indeed. Severus nodded, and father tensed at the admission. More the fool he, that Dumbledore thought I would trade all of my chips for shelter. As father calmed marginally, I translated. Yes, I ratted on a bunch of people, but don't be mad, dude, 'cause you know, brothers before hoes and all that. You'll always be my one true love, Lucy. Have I mentioned that parties make me really irritable and grouchy? By the way, there was more to the conversation, and some of it was probably important, but for the life of me, I was getting past my ability to give a shit about things at the moment. I did catch snippets, such as Avery nearly going bankrupt, keeping himself out of Azkaban, McNair actually having to get a job to support himself, which was worse than going bankrupt because it meant you weren't behaving according to your station, I gathered. Because all proper purebloods actually do is sit around dark rooms plotting nefarious plots. And then suddenly I was being handed off to the potions master. I don't believe you've been formally introduced, Severus. This is your second godchild, Desdemona Malfoy. If you'll excuse me, I think I see not going too deeply at the drink again. Lucius frowned, his cloak rippling behind him as he moved off to confront someone I couldn't properly see. And I was left in the arms of Severus Snape. The man whom I generally considered the most disagreeable, bitter, and needlessly hateful character in this entire world. Well, I don't suppose you'd like to start crying and regurgitate your last meal on my like your brother did when we were first introduced? Snape asked warily, his dark eyes scanning my form. I gave him my best baby glare, directed firmly at his humongous schnoz instead of his eyes. I would like to blame my next action on the idea that, as a child of only 1.5, I could not be blamed for something I just blurted out, but really I just didn't like Snape and wanted to insult him. I decided to settle on something suitably childish, yet still biting enough to give me that warm glow of satisfaction. "Bird knows," I announced with all the grace and dignity befitting my station. Snape blinked, honest shock flashing across his face before settling into a tug-of-war between amusement, disbelief, and anger. I chalked it up as a win, and thus any doubt lingering within me as to your honest parentage vanishes like dust in the wind, Snape snarked. Deciding to push my luck, I giggled. "Boo-hoo, hurt Bird knows his feelings, boo-hoo." Snape blinked, surprised again as suspicion dawned in his eyes. "Are you mocking me?" "No," I said, smiling innocently. Or fiendishly, it could have been either. Something deep in my reptilian hindbrain recognized that noise, fear, and loathing rushing up within me. It took my conscious mind a few seconds to catch up with my instincts, but it clicked soon enough. "Oh dear sweet God, no. No, please, anything but that." The pink thing which entered my scope of vision was every bit as horrible as I had imagined, only more so. Although the next decade and a half had obviously not been as kind to the pink thing as my own parents. Instead of looking younger, it merely looked as though its skin was too tight, her eyes fever-bright with madness, and a smile that belonged on a shark, not a human. The abomination was wreathed in so many florid, nauseating shades of a single color that she looked like some terrible kind of inverted rainbow. And I knew fear. I knew hatred. I knew disgust. "Severus, good to see you. And who is it you have there?" The thing in pink asked, her mouth twisting in a mockery of human speech. I did the only thing I could. "This is the Malfoys' youngest, Desdemona," Snape said, his voice betraying some undercurrent of illness and displeasure. I began to cry. "And," Severus said, visibly hiding a smile, even to my young eyes, "I think I should get her to her mother. It seems she's been worn out by the party." "A shame," the thing in pink sighed, looking away for a moment and then bouncing in some horrible imitation of giddiness. "Oh my, I must be away. Undersecretary Crouch is calling me." And then the thing in pink was gone. Snape directed a careful gaze my way. "You can stop crying now, child, she's gone." My tears evaporated almost immediately as I quivered. "Not she, Bird knows." "Pink thing. Something fascinating happened to Severus Snape's mouth then. It twisted and spindled, stretching before it resembled a smile. I must concede to wisdom beyond my years. "Still, I think it best I get you back to Narcissa, at any rate. Don't tell Mommy about Pink Thing?" I asked. "I could have her attend your every birthday, if that is what you really want," Snape asked, deliberately misunderstanding my question. I pursed my lips. "Touché, sir. Touché. Very well, then. If it is a choice of lesser evils, I am still convinced you are a terrible, bitter shell of a human being that doesn't deserve to be within a mile of a classroom. But the thing in pink is a crime against nature. No contest. No bordnosa. Ikunsada. Severus Goddaddy, not Bird knows." Severus frowned in mock contemplation. "Could spit up like Dre. I scowled, which on a baby's face translates to a cute pout. "Deal," Severus said quickly. "Now, let's find you mother before the pink thing comes back." I sighed in relief. Maybe Snape wasn't quite as horrible a human being as I thought. Maybe. Okay. Rewrite time. This is a compilation of the first 3 chapters of In Bad Faith with a number of changes to the structure of the writing and stylistic errors, but no major plot changes yet. The next few chapters will have more changes as I go through them. Feel free to reread this part or not. There are a few interesting tidbits I've thrown in here and there, but it's overall the same. I was 3 years old before my parents allowed me into the Malfoy library alone. Draco would not be allowed into the space, unsupervised, until he was 5 years old. There were several reasons for both of these facts, but mostly it boiled down to maturity. Draco was not, and would not be for some time, able to understand the inherent danger of magical knowledge. In my past life, I understood that knowledge was power. Any student of history does. In this life, that analogy was more literal, especially when there were several books that wouldn't let you put them down after you picked them up. Mother and father were also likely tired of carting books to and from my room on a regular basis. I was a voracious reader, after all. Even wizarding fairy tales were terribly interesting given my complete lack of exposure to real magic. Given that I probably cycles through a dozen books a week, Lucius and Narcissa likely granting me access to such a large store of books would halt any further requests for new reading material. And boy, were there books. And boy, was I irritated that I could only read a small fraction of them. Here's the thing that no one thinks about when they're writing a story about Harry Potter getting access to an awesome library with esoteric magical tomes of immense power. Pureblood family libraries are old. How old, you may ask? The Malfoy estate predates the United Kingdom of Great Britain. The Malfoy family library predates William the Conqueror. Now modern English, that is, English as we know it, only dates back to the late 1400s. Before that, people spoke Middle English. Middle English bears some passing familiarity with our modern tongue and written word. If you don't think about what you're reading or care about spelling much, you can parse most of the meaning without too much trouble off the words that you can recognize, which might be about half. If you were reading a text that you'd already known the details of, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch, but dissecting something you'd never even encountered before, like magical theory, for all of its close kinship, Middle English is still a different language. If you go back further, to before the time of William the Conqueror, you run into the gem of a language known as Old English and its dialects. A disproportionate number of books in the Malfoy library were looted from various families at the time of the Norman conquest of Britain. Therefore, roughly a third of the books in the library were completely unreadable due to their being written in a language nearly a millennium old. When you factored in those written in the older variants of Middle English, those which had been carried over from France at the time of our family's infancy, which were written in medieval French, those which had been inherited through the years, and those which were bequeathed through marriage and other circumstances, this assortment being in languages ranging from High Latin, medieval to modern versions of German, Dutch, Spanish, Norse, Arabic, and, though I couldn't be sure of these, Hindi, Albanian, Greek, and what might have been Russian. I had access to maybe less than a tenth of the books, and that was just unacceptable. So, the first order of business before I set to reading the relatively meager stockpile of material I could was to learn how to read the others. So, being the good and eager daughter I was, I picked up one of the older, slimmer volumes which was in the safe section of the library, where none of the books were cursed or hexed or jinxed, and brought it to my mother. "I can't read this book, Mommy," I said plaintively, holding up the leather-bound object. "Desi's stupid," Draco determined, sneering a childish mimicry of father's expression. "Am not," I replied with great dignity. "R2," Draco responded, his small speech displaying all the tact of a master debater. "Children," Mother interjected sternly, taking the proffered object and flipping through a few pages as Draco and I stuck our tongues out at each other. "I have spent way too much time as a child. This can't be good for my mental health." "Desdemona," Narcissa said gently. "This bookie's written in another language. I'm sorry, honey, but you can't read it without knowing how." I nodded the concession, enjoying Mother's slight relief that I wasn't going to get upset and throw a fit. "Can Mommy read it?" "No, sweetie," Narcissa replied, and some of my surprise must have shown through, because she smiled. "Mommy doesn't know everything. Daddy can read it," Draco affirmed with all the wisdom of his age. "Daddy can do anything." "Gee, Draco. Thanks, you both helped me and reminded me that you're a hopeless daddy's boy. Actually, your father can't read Old English either. I'm afraid you'll have to read something else, Desdemona," Narcissa said softly, smiling at me encouragingly. I cocked my head, trying my best to look plainly curious. "Can't Mommy do magic to let me read it?" Narcissa laughed softly as she handed the book over to me. "Desi, I'm sorry, but magic can't do that. If you wanted to read a book like this, you'd have to learn to do it the hard way." I took my book back, frowning intently. This was unexpected. Neither Narcissa nor Lucius could read the books in their own library. Granted, it shouldn't really be that much of a surprise. Countless intelligent, rich people probably had libraries full of books they'd never bothered to open. Even I had been guilty of it to a certain extent. I wonder if Jim Butcher is around in this reality? Even if he is, I'm going to have to wait a good 3 decades to finish Ghost's story. Can I learn? I asked, deciding to chance it. Narcissa looked at me, surprised then wary. Desdemona, are you sure? This would be a lot of work? I nodded resolutely. Beyond the fact that I had almost 9 full years to fill, I would need an edge eventually, and I might as well start now. Besides, I wouldn't only be reading magical theory and ancient spellbooks. A great many of the tomes in the library were probably fiction or medieval cookbooks or something equally inane. Language was the gift that kept on giving in a way. Ultimately, the thing which swayed my decision the most was the moral outrage of thousands of books, sitting on shelves and lying derelict for centuries. I wondered how long it had been since a Malfoy had bothered to read them, bothered to impose any sort of order on them. I want to learn, I said seriously. I wanted to, Draco cut in, having been quietly watching Mother and I. I rolled my eyes. Draco's just whiny. You don't really want to learn. Draco made a face, crossing his arms impetuously. Well, too. Just cause you're a smarty doof doesn't mean you get to know everything. I wondered at Draco's language. Sometimes it seemed a bit advanced for a 3-year-old, but we did share a playroom and spend a necessary amount of time around each other. Maybe my older brother was picking up words from me? Should I be worried about this? On the one hand, this is probably changing things on the other. What possible actions can I take without seeming to be willfully malicious to keep Draco a stupid, ignorant, pureblood elitist? And more to the point, why should I wanna? I was so concerned with my behavior that I nearly missed the piercing look my mother was giving myself and my brother. Finally, she sighed and nodded. I can't promise anything, but I will talk to your father about it. I smiled brightly and looked over at Draco, contemplating doing something which I generally held off on, initiating physical contact. Deciding to go for broke, I lunged at my brother, hugging him. Mommy, help! Desi's hugging me. She'll get book stuff on me. Draco squealed, trying in vain to dislodge me. My mother's eyes bulged, allowing her to spend approximately 5 seconds gaping like a fish before she collapsed into laughter. I honestly couldn't care less at that point. I was going to school, or get a tutor, or something. I was going to get mental stimulation. Life couldn't get any better. In bad faith, I admirably refrained from concussing myself on the table. I reminded myself that I was only 3 years old, my skull was still undergoing development, and any violent force applied to the brain pan might have negative effects down the line. The brain was, after all, a very important organ which probably played a pivotal role in the use and/or direction of magic. It was all I could do not to fatally injure that very important organ in a fit of impotent rage. Where did it all go so wrong? And once you go beyond 9, you carry over to 10. Alexander Mackenzie, a dark-skinned adult in what looked like his mid-20s, but considering how a wizard ages, might have been significantly older, explained, helpfully pointing to a large slate board with his wand. I felt part of my soul wither and die. Now, Professor Mackenzie smiled. I want you to finish your worksheets for Thursday, and we'll move on. Toy, think we're continuing our discussion on vowels today, aren't we? I perked up, suddenly interested in anything that wasn't the most basic precepts of math. Yes, sir. We were talking about those things you said people don't use anymore. Here, I carefully obfuscated my abilities. Archie chars? Achy chairs, Draco said authoritatively. Archaic characters. Mackenzie explained carefully, with an air of patience that I recognized as part resignation, part amusement. He was a good teacher, someone who had the demeanor and attitude to wait for students to answer and gently correct them if needed. These letters are common in early Middle English, but they start disappearing as you get closer to modern English. Draco's gaze was beginning to grow vacant as the child's attention span reached its limit. The man sighed quietly and tapped his wand against the board. Immediately, a series of chalk marks appeared. Here are the most common: ash, F, yoke, thorn, and win. These will be on next week's quiz, so copy them down as I give them. Draco and I obediently picked up our quills, holding them in the imprecise and pudgy hands that childhood hadn't quite stripped from us. I had to hand it to our father. He'd found a very competent individual to begin our early lessons. I didn't think that the ministry actually had someone like him on payroll, but he not only knew his material. Hell well, I thought the entire wizarding world was ignorant of anything but magic. It was refreshing to meet someone who could explain something that wasn't tinged with the superiority of magic or the racist undertones of pure blood. It struck me that my tutor might not be merely a Hogwarts graduate. As he was leaving that day, I watched Draco flee the room to play in the yard on a training broom that father had gotten him for his last birthday. Turning a curious eye on our tutor, I decided to chance it. "Sir?" He looked up from where he was shuffling papers into his briefcase. Desdemona? How do you know so much?" I asked, trying to play the curious child. He smiled. "Oh well, I went to school, I suppose, and read a lot." I nodded, pretending to think. "Where did you go to school?" "Hogwarts," he answered easily. "Where you and your brother will go when you're old enough." "Can I take language classes at Hogwarts?" "Mommy said there's lots of languages like French and German and stuff. Can I learn those at Hogwarts?" I asked, visibly excited. "And what books did you read? Can I read them too?" The tutor chuckled. "Well, I'm afraid Hogwarts doesn't teach languages. That's why you're learning it now. I suppose if you really wanted, I could get you some books to help you learn." I affected confusion, having already guessed the answer to my next question. "If you didn't learn languages at Hogwarts, did you go to another school, sir?" There was reticence as he looked away from my inquiring gaze. He definitely didn't want to tell me something as he shuffled papers about pointlessly. I pressed him lightly for another few minutes before he caved as I walked with him towards the front door. "Okay, you little rascal, I surrender," he muttered. "I went to a school called Oxford, but it's not a magic school, so you probably wouldn't like it. Hogwarts is much better because there aren't any muggles to deal with." There was something a lie that I could see in his eyes as he avoided my gaze again, smiling at my father's appearance. I decided not to push further, but it was something to remember. "Oxford, huh? I suppose it takes a special kind of wizard to enroll at a magical university. Still, I wonder how many presumed magicals go on to university? Something to keep in mind. It wouldn't be good to underestimate wizards and witches merely because I assume they're ignorant. The ultimatum from father had dictated it was all or nothing for our schooling. Either Draco and I committed to being taught the full course of subject matter: arithmetic, writing, etiquette, dance, music, and language, or there would be no formal education until we were 6 and 7, respectively. As such, both of us were obliged to sit for most of the day with an accredited Ministry of Magic educational tutor, the office of which catered almost exclusively to pure bloods, droning on about various subjects. Then we were given homework. Then we were given quizzes, which we were expected to perform nigh flawlessly on. And I'll admit, some of it was interesting. For instance, I had never been a music person in my old life. Granted, I had adored music throughout my life, but I'd never had the skill, temperament, or desire to take up an instrument. In the high society circles my father traveled in, it was considered bad form for your child, Ren, to not be fluent in the use of at least one instrument. Any respectable member of magical society should be willing to broaden their abilities to deal with any number of unpredictable situations, Mother would say, which I didn't really understand, to tell the truth. When I translated it from pure blood into English, or at least American, it came out something like, if a situation ever needs you to be able to play an instrument to properly resolve it, well, you'll be glad you know how, won't you? Ultimately, it was easier just to agree to music lessons than fight my parents on the subject. I also learned 2 other interesting things on this occasion. I like making my parents proud of me, and there was something fundamentally different in regards to my body. I'll cover the first point since it's easier to make sense of. Up to this point in my life, I had merely been talking or walking, things that I had done nearly my entire prior life. As a result, being praised for doing those things felt odd, undeserved at the very least. I tried to ignore anything positive my mother said regarding my achievements, not as a matter of humility, but out of embarrassment and a little shame. That even though no one could possibly know, I felt like I was stealing something from Draco by merely existing. But when I started really learning musical theory and notes, scales, measures, it was for something that Desdemona Malfoy did. When father wasn't big on the whole praise thing, told me I had done well, or that I was a good student well. It made me happy and I didn't understand why, at least not at first. Then I realized that she was my mother, and it was okay to feel good when she praised me. And yes, that might sound simple, and intellectually it is relatively simple, but taking the matter to heart and really understanding it, it's profound in a way that changes how you think of life. It was, in hindsight, another important step between living with the Malfoys and living as a Malfoy. Then there was the fact that I could do any of this at all. Among other things, my prior body, I in some sense had been tone deaf, had no sense of timing, and a few other things that made me particularly unsuited to being a musician. All of these things could probably be overcome, but I'd never tried to nor needed to. Desdemona Malfoy, though, seemed to have a particular ear for music. Sounds were not sharper, necessarily, but deeper. Somehow, a C sharp was now a musical note, rather than merely another noise. It was another one of those disconcerting little realizations that brought home the fact that, no matter who I had been before, I was someone else now. Like the fact that I had a better eye for color, or the fact that I was able to taste and smell things more discerningly. I didn't know whether or not to chalk all of these differences up to my reincarnation, or alternatively, to my new physical sex. As much of a cry as there is towards equality of the sexes, man and woman have always been very different. The two different genders had different hormones, obviously, but their physical brains also worked differently, as did many of their senses. The question became, then, was my sense-brain-mind interface different merely because of my different body or because of my different sex? I deliberately avoided thoughts of puberty. In bad faith, both Draco and I are loved by our parents. But Draco has always been more my father's son, and I've always been more my mother's daughter. I don't mean that they play favorites exactly, but it's something of a natural inclination for them. Father spends more time with Draco in the study, presumably teaching him important pureblood things like politics, awareness of your peer group, and whatnot. On the other hand, Mother spends far and away more time with me, grooming me to inherit well. I'm not exactly sure, but she often lectures on the ins and outs of society in general, paying special attention to how to conduct oneself in high-profile settings. I think she was a bit disappointed that I turned out to be such a bookworm. That may have had something to do with my current situation. I'll admit to feeling a bit guilty regarding my overly bookish nature when Narcissa clearly had envisioned me as a social butterfly. "Oh, Desdemona, you look simply perfect," Mother cooed as I showed off another dress, prancing about as I'd seen some models do in both my past life and when Mother had dragged me to Madame Malkin's on a few errands. "Thank you, Mother," I said shyly, not having to fake the emotion. "This is so terribly embarrassing." "She's gorgeous," Madame Malkin smiled, anticipating another sale. And he couldn't blame her, casting a fleeting look towards one of the mirrors which had been strategically placed. I looked good, at least as adorable as any 5-year-old had any right to. The dress and robe combination I was currently wearing were custom-made garments, fit for a child of an ancient and noble house. And isn't it just hilarious to learn they actually refer to themselves that way? "What do you think, Desdemona?" Mother asked, smiling. Light gray eyes narrowed in my reflection as my gaze turned critical. Although it was slow going, I was picking up the various dos and don'ts of wizarding society. For instance, I was probably never going to be allowed to wear pants unless I sneaked out into the Muggle world. I ignored the vague feeling of wrongness, and my last thought, opting to voice my critique. "I'd only be able to wear it at informal functions," I said slowly. "The cut isn't right for a holiday celebration. The trim isn't proper for mingling with proper society members as it doesn't have the right stitching. And something about the hem?" Drawing a blank, I turned to my mother, who was wearing a decidedly pleased and proud expression, though the proprietor seemed slightly disappointed. "Very good, daughter. The hem is too short for anything but an informal setting. Do you think you would like it?" Narcissa asked curiously. "The colors are complementary, the fabrics are comfortable, and I have more than enough freedom of movement for when brother and his friends decide it is time to play with the Caros and myself." I nodded, running a hand over the doubtlessly expensive fabric. Not acromantulous silk, but equally fine. Madame Malkin suddenly perked up. "Excellent," Mother nodded, turning to the proprietor and taking out a bank draft. "I will be ordering another set of robes and dress clothes. For my son, his father will bring him by sometime next week to appraise the outfits Tuesday at 9. We have an appointment block open. I'll reserve it for Lord Malfoy. The madam nodded eagerly, signaling one of her assistants. I shook my head, used to my parents' odd insistence that my brother and I go shopping at different times on different days. Instead of object, my voice rose slightly. Dobby, the house elf appeared with a pop. Yes, Miss Desi? Dobby asked, wringing his hands. I gestured to the stack of dress boxes in the corner. Take these to my room and leave them on my bed. Do not hang them up. I'll see to ordering my closet when I come home. Yes, Miss Desi, Dobby nodded. Will that be's all? No, I replied, trying to keep any politeness out of my tone. Retrieve my red and black notebook from my writing desk and bring it to me. You're dismissed. With a final nod, the elf popped away and Mother granted me another approving gaze. Excellent, Desdemona. You're conducting yourself very well with the help. I smiled politely. Thank you, Mother. Otherwise, my expression was the chill, distanced haughtiness that my position demanded of me. Shall we be off to flourish and blots? I suppose, Mother sighed, affecting a slightly annoyed but affectionately tolerant expression. But first I must excuse myself to powder my nose. I'll just be a moment, daughter. As my mother moved away, I stepped off the side of the shop, seating myself on one of the waiting benches. A moment later, Dobby reappeared, holding a thin, bound notebook with high quality. Page. Casting a suspicious eye towards the waiting staff, I decided they were out of effective hearing range and smiled gently. Thank you, Dobby, I said quietly. You's always welcome, Miss Desi, Dobby smiled. Tell Nitsy and Itsy to have dinner ready by 5. Mother and I will return to the manor by then, I said in a louder voice, affecting my haughty expression once again. Also, I will call on you again when we are through at the bookstore. Be ready to assist us. Yes, Miss Desi, Dobby nodded and popped away. Resigning myself to a lengthy wait for Mother, I reclined slightly, but no more than my station would allow me in public. Cracking my notebook open, I perused my notes, written in the precise and almost artistic scrawl that was far superior to the blocky print I'd used in my past life. Now, each letter was beautifully shaped and rolled in a tight cursive which had been whipped into me by my tutor. The quill and inkpot was now coming as naturally to me as any ballpoint pen or muggle writing instrument I previously used. Another twinge of unease ghosted across my consciousness, usually indicative of the weird contrast between my prior life and my current one. I pushed the thought away and dismissed it with the ease of long practice, no longer caring about the oddities of my wizarding life. There was little I could do but accept them. Instead, I focused on something with more substance, like the notebook in my hands. Titles of books that I had discerned were, at least, worth looking at reading. Barbary Smith's Worldly Wizarding World Practical Runework for Practical People. Elder Wood's and Other Magical Treasures of the Magical World. The Arithmancer's Guide to Intermediate Calculation in the advanced version. There were more titles, of course, pages of them. Books that I had found references to in other books. Recent books that had gone out of print long before I was born, books that had fallen through the cracks of the few publication magnates of the wizarding world and had such short print runs that there were scant few copies still lingering about. Still, they all had something in common with each other. They were unpopular. The author, the content, the blood heritage, or political ideology it espoused, take your pick. None of them were mainstream works, all devoted to revisionist or alternative theories of history, magic, politics, the list went on and on. After 2 solid years of digging through the Malfoy library, I had noticed the obvious trend of scholarly research, either covertly or overtly supported the ideology of my family. But certain authors had the habit of deriding and disproving their ideological counterparts, which meant mentioning their work, which in turn meant I had amassed a list of titles which would give me an alternative, if not necessarily correct, viewpoint on wizarding culture. Ready to go, Desdemona? Mother asked, approaching me quickly, her steps tap-tap quick on the hardwood floor. Yes, Mother. I nodded, getting to my feet and following her out, swinging my feet faster as I struggled to keep up with her longer strides. I have business in Gringotts, child, Narcissa explained, unusually serious in tone as we ventured out into the alley. I'll be leaving you to peruse the shelves and flourish and blots. You're not to leave the store, not even to go to that plebeian little-used bookstore you are so enthralled with for some inexplicable reason. I will return within 2 hours, and if you have behaved yourself, We might have time to stop in at Fortests for a treat. If I find you've disobeyed me, this will be the last of your Diagon Alley trips for some time." She paused a moment, looking at me as we stood beside the entrance to the bookstore. "Am I understood, young lady?" Mother asked, her voice brokering no argument. Briefly, I weighed the costs and benefits of a quick trip to the smaller, more dusty bookstore down the street, but ultimately decided against it. There was the outlying chance that an hour or so spent sorting through the disorganized stacks and shelves would yield one of my long-sought treasures. But the weight of a possible punishment countered that thought. If I couldn't get to Diagon, then I probably wouldn't be able to acquire anything for the foreseeable future. "I understand, Mother," I replied carefully, locking eyes with her cheekbones. I was reasonably sure Narcissa wasn't a Leglemans, but it was a good habit to get into. "I won't leave Flourish and Blots until you come to retrieve me." Narcissa held me under scrutiny for another long moment before nodding. "Very good. I expect nothing untoward to happen in the meantime." And then I was through the doors and she was gone. Part of me thought it was a tad irresponsible to leave a 6-year-old, even one who was almost 7, alone in a store while the parent went off to a bank. Another part of me was grateful that my mother perceived the combination of the Malfoy name and my own maturity as enough insurance against possible calamity. The wizarding world could be delightfully small town in some ways, I'd learned. They lacked the paranoia, worry, and globalization that modern muggles were infused with. I couldn't think of exactly the right word, but wizards possessed a fundamentally different mentality from their counterparts. Meandering towards the used books section, I began to peruse it, every so often comparing various titles to ones I had scribbled down in my notebook. The Malfoy library already had a sizable selection of contemporary works as well as the enormous stock of older volumes, though I was planning on looking at a few of the newer books as well. Still, older books, especially used ones, had a flavor that was lacking in others. They often came with notes, scribbles, and highlights. Rarely were they so insightful as the Half-Blood Prince's notations, but they were still interesting. And sometimes their dirty limericks. New medieval monks fantasized about anal sex so much. Then my eyes alight on a certain book, The Charging Rune, Mastering the Misunderstood. I read aloud with relish, taking the slim hardback from the shelf and opening it up. It was still in good shape, very little wear and tear, and the previous owner hadn't written in it at all, merely dog-earing a few pages. Nodding, I slipped the text under my arm and made a note to scratch the book off my list after I got home. "Aren't you a little bit young to be reading something like that?" A voice asked from my right. I turned and was assaulted by the flamboyant red of a teen's shockingly bright head of hair. He looked to be a good decade older than I was, wearing slightly scruffy Hogwarts robes and probably just home for the year. He was obviously a Weasley, though the verdict was out on whether this was Bill or Charlie. I'd always gotten the two confused in my prior life, and 6 years of fading memories hadn't done me any good. Yes, I am," I said gravely, then turned back to the stacks. There was a beat of silence where I admirably refrained from grinning. I could very nearly hear the pin drop inside the Weasley's head as he stared at me. "I'm sorry, let's try this again. Are your parents here?" "No," I replied curtly, pulling out another text and flipping through it idly. There was another beat of silence. "Okay, where are your parents then?" he asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. I finally turned to look at him, my own patience wearing thin as I sighed. "Look, I realize that you're just trying to be nice, and I appreciate that. But Mother is at the bank and will be returning shortly. I also realize that this book seems advanced for me, but my reading habits aren't really any of your concern, especially when you haven't even introduced yourself." I smiled as his eyes glazed over slightly in shock. That was a bit wordy for an almost 6-year-old and a little arrogant, but I'm relatively sure that it won't get back to anyone who matters. Even if it did, I'm pretty sure my father wouldn't be too irritated with my mouthing off to a Weasley. Besides, Draco gets just about as pompous with Crabbe and Goyle if not quite as well-spoken. "Sorry," the Weasley said, shaking his head and looking as though he was trying to fight off a grin. "William Weasley, call me Bill." I sketched a quick and relatively sloppy bow that would have my mother nearly fainting, Desdemona Malfoy charmed. "Malfoy?" Bill asked, blinking in apparent disbelief. Yes," I dismissed, casually glancing at the few wizards and witches in the store and satisfied that they were far enough away to not hear a politely quiet conversation. I know, I should be crouched in an overstuffed recliner in the shadows cast by a roaring fire and wickedly plotting my next evil scheme, but it is summer and, therefore, a little warm for fires right now. I'm sure you understand. Bill bit his lip, looking like he was about to burst into laughter at the slightest provocation. I waited obligingly as he gathered his faculties. That was pretty good, he admitted somewhat warily, looking me over and assessing something. So you're one of Lucius Malfoy's brats? I'd have thought the way Dad talks about your father you'd have cloven hooves and pointed tails or something. I extinguished the brief and confusing flare of anger at the presumptuous and galling tone of the shaking myself. I raised an eyebrow and attempted to hide my unsettled demeanor. It's amazing what one can cover up with a simple glamour these days. Bill barked a laugh that had a few patrons sending odd glances their way and flushed in embarrassment. Turning another odd look my way, he shrugged. You know you're really eloquent? Is that the right word? You don't sound like Yuri. What's 7? 6, I replied, still with one eye on the shelves. Mother has been giving me elocution lessons, as befitting someone in my social position. You've got to love it when you get an excuse handed to you on a silver platter. It helps that mother and father expect me to walk, talk, and act as close to an adult as I can manage. Elocution, Bill repeated, the word looking as though it tasted sour in his mouth. Shaking his head, he looked back to the book under my arm. Anyway, are you sure something like that is what you're looking for? My sister's still reading those Harry Potter storybooks. I shivered. Those books are bad. Terrible, really, I said, my eyes back on the shelves. Oh, Bill, well, he didn't quite ask, but there was some hint of inquiry behind the monosyllabic response. They're just sound realistic, I settled on. I'm 6 years old, and I've never beaten a dragon using Merlin's wand. I don't really have anything against child exploitation, but I do hope Harry Potter is at least getting a cut of some of the money. Bill's eyes glinted with something I wasn't quite sure. Ophi's expression told me I'd just done something very good or very bad. You know, you're nothing like what I expect when someone says Malfoy. I couldn't think of anything to say to that which wouldn't incriminate me more than I already had. Instead, the book in his hands caught my eye. That's Glyphs, Guards, and Wards, isn't it? I asked, looking at the thicker tome more closely and a bit longingly. That went out of print years ago. Yep, Bill grinned. Professor Flitwick, he teaches charms at Hogwarts. Recommended it for anyone who wanted curse breaking. He paused here. I can't believe someone your age would know about a book like this. I think all my younger siblings were running around playing pranks and talking about Quidditch at your age. I tried to shrug, but my tightly reined-in posture fought against the motion. Instead, I said, I'm thinking about curse breaking too, but I find ancient runes interesting more than anything. I mean, I thought it was simple, but simple, Bill barked out, grinning as I tried to fight my bristle of irritation at being interrupted. A civilized person in polite society would never. They're way more than just pretty little pictures, Miss Malfoy. I know that. I snapped curtly before recomposing myself briefly. But it's still fascinating how runes, chants, and ligatures can create the same results as spells without any wand work. Bill nodded. I suppose you're right there at least, but you'd have to memorize all of the long-form chants, have the spell completely written out using runes, and be able to charge the entire array. Again, the team gave me a measuring glance before being interrupted by, Bill, I'm ready to go. A streak of red hair, freckles, and worn clothing shot by me and into Bill Weasley. If the feminine yet childish voice hadn't been enough to clue me in, the family resemblance was the last nail in the coffin. Ginny, you shouldn't interrupt people when they're talking, Bill chastised lightly as he picked the bundle of energy up and held her close. A tinge of longing, followed by irritation, followed by anxiety. I pushed aside the turmoil of emotions to listen as Bill introduced me. And this is Virginia Weasley, my little sister. Actually, she's your age. You might end up in Hogwarts together. Bill smiled, completely oblivious to my own concerns. Virginia Weasley? Charmed, I repeated. I'll be looking forward to it. Now, I really did have a few books I wanted to pick out. Breathe slowly, don't panic. We should get going too, Bill nodded, and as he walked off, I could hear Ginny start to blather on about the Harry Potter book in her arms. gesticulating wildly about how awesome and wicked he was and about how she was going to marry him one day, and I stepped behind an aisle, sighing deeply as I tried to gather my thoughts. Another difference granted, the most major and noticeable one I've spotted so far. Ginny's name is supposed to be, canonically, Ginevra. If her name's Virginia, which was popular with the fans, as I recall crap. There had been little things I'd been noticing up to now, things that didn't really interact with the story so much and could at least partially be due to my own impact on the world around me. Virginia's name was not one of those, or could it be? Was I born before or after the youngest Weasley? Was it possible my birth had, through some butterfly hurricane series of events, triggered a different name being selected for Harry Potter's canonical girlfriend? Still, it wasn't something I could ignore. The tiniest differences were stacking up, mounting towards a pile of evidence that I wasn't in the world of Harry Potter that had been documented by J.K. Rowling, which meant I would need to continue my cautious observation. The timeline itself, though a painstaking study of dusty history books, checked out, from what I could remember. And that was another danger I hadn't expected, though thankfully I'd caught it before it was too late. Even now, a carefully concealed book held a series of oddly worded journal entries that would hopefully give me enough reminders and names that I could reconstruct the canon events if necessary. Bugger. I groaned quietly, shaking my head and looking towards the shelves again. This mess was going pear-shaped. I just knew it. In bad faith, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath as the door to my room shut. "Dobby," I called, even as I sagged to the floor, making a visible effort to throw off the pure-blood facade I'd worn for the outing while I drummed my fingers on my notebook, resting on my lap. "Yes, Missy Desi?" the elf prompted, appearing with a quiet pop. "Could you please bring me?" I paused, thinking, what do I need? What do I want? A nice, simple life for one thing, but let's be realistic here. A butterbeer? I finished finally lamely, my thoughts still racing. And get yourself something, 2 water, or even a butterbeer if you want it. "Oh noes, Missy Desi, Dobby shouldn't be drinking those," Dobby admonished me lightly. "And Mrs. Sissy will not be liking me spoiling your appetite for dinner. No, she won't. Yous is a growing witch, Miss Desi. You should not be dash." I held up a hand, motioning for silence from my friend. "Dobby, I've had a not bad necessarily, but certainly taxing day and would very much like a butterbeer. I promise you I will eat 2 full servings of dinner. So please." Dobby bit his lip and did an anxious dance before disappearing, then quickly reappearing with a frosty butterbeer, which I gratefully accepted, taking a long swig and then resigning myself to smaller sips. I stared off into the distance, still leaning up against my door, and eyed my room as I tried to gain perspective on this new wrinkle in my plans. I don't know, do I have plans? Schemes? Plots? What exactly am I trying to accomplish here? Stay the course? Change the world for the better? Become the new Dark Lady? I eyed the reconstructed copy of the Evil Overlord's List, sitting innocuously on my bookshelf with a dozen other slim notebooks, my journals, which were filled with various things I remembered from my past life that I might, one day, find useful. They ranged from possible ideas that might, one day, form the basis for a plan to strike back against Voldemort to odd ideas that about centaurs and the need for a sizable, sustainable population in the Forbidden Forest, which meant that place was probably a lot bigger than. I slapped myself. "Not the time," I muttered aloud. "Not the ruddy time. Okay, focus. I have a fairly good outline of wizarding history, at least, what could be verified to any reliable extent. I know the rudiments of a possible future, which will occur over the next decade or so. I've seen signs that my future knowledge may or may not be reliable. I need to ascertain the veracity of certain events while maintaining my cover as a 6-year-old child. These won't be things I can necessarily look up in the family library. I'll need a backlog of daily profits from the last 50 years or so, birth and death records, as much factual information on the last war as I can get and the one before that. After all, it wouldn't do for everything in Britain to be the exact same as I remembered, save for the Dark Lord Grindelwald maintaining a wizarding kingdom somewhere in Europe. Granted, from what I knew, that was unlikely, but it was possible that he had escaped Novigrad and gone on a comeback tour. And nothing in the library would have mentioned it. I'm pretty sure that relatively new edition of The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts would have given it a footnote, at least. Let's face facts. This world is functionally identical to Harry Potter canon, but The devil is in the details, I muttered, sipping my butterbeer again, then swirling the sweet liquid thoughtfully. Raising my eyebrows, I contemplated the bottle. So how to get those details? I'm studious, detail-oriented, but I don't really have an excuse to try to retrieve this kind of information, let alone any idea where it would be. Another long silence. So, I need to ask Mom or Dad for help. I granted, not seeing any way to discreetly order that type of information, nor request it from Dobby Evan if I knew where to look. I need social history, birth, and death records. I stopped, freezing as the thought percolated. Birth and death records. I nodded. A genealogy. It made sense. I was curious, fairly independent, studious, and I'd given every indication of being a faithful daughter, adhering to pure-blood ideology word for word, even when it made me sick to my stomach. It would make sense for me to want to do this kind of project, whether for school or personal enjoyment. Standing up, I emptied my butterbeer and slammed the glass bottle on my desk with a satisfying thunk. With a grim smile, I began to pull books from the various shelves and stacks around my room and forming a new series of stacks near my workspace. This was going to better, I say it, fun. In bad faith. Dinner was, by and large, a quiet affair. That was not to say it was tense, but the Malfoy family was, as a rule, tranquil. Much like the pure-blood facade we wore outside the house, we also wore masks while at the table. Mother donned the cheerless and cool expression of a matron of an ancient and noble house, while Father was the detached, aristocratic pure-blood which society had come to expect. And then Crabbe and Goyle ran into each other on their clean sweeps. Draco still had a bit to learn. Patience, Draco. Not everyone can be as gifted a flyer as you are, Narcissa admonished. My brother directed a haughty sneer my way. Honestly, does he think we're actually competing for parental affection? Or anything else, for that matter? Harry, how did you put up with this? For 7 years? I'm at my wit's end after 6. I diligently ignored the traitorous flare of jealous that my brother's comments kicked up. If Draco is done regaling us with his adventures, I said carefully, trying to show visible effort in pronouncing the word regaling. My mother favored me with a smile, even as Draco's sneer soured. I wanted to ask. Mother and Father looked towards me even as I paused. Even Draco, who was normally disinterested in my whims, focused on me. I coughed into my hand, trying to convey being visibly nervous. It wasn't hard. Directing my request towards Father, I tried for my bravest face. Mother bought me a book on great wizarding figures in history. Today, our ancestor Armand Malfoy was in it. Lucius nodded, interest crossing his cool features. As well he should be. Armand, your many times great-grandfather, helped William the Conqueror establish his rule over Britain in 1066. I believe there are even a few biographies written by your other ancestors within the family library. I nodded, though I hadn't come across any of the aforementioned books. And while I was wondering about doing a genealogy, I admitted, blood rushing to my cheeks as my parents' attention sharpened. But I don't have many of the new books or newspapers or things that would tell me when people were born and died in the library. I was wondering, my father's elegantly trimmed eyebrow hitched upwards. If you could tell me where to look, Father? Lucius took his time answering, taking a few bites as I hung on his silence. Finally, instead of replying, he turned towards Narcissa. Wife, I am given to understand that Draco is to begin his dancing lessons in the coming week? Yes, husband, Narcissa nodded. Desdemona is already competent in a few of the simpler waltzes and two-steps. I had wanted to educate Draco to a comparable level so that they would have partners of more equitable size for the more complicated maneuvers. The words took a moment to penetrate, but when they did, my head snapped towards Draco. His did likewise a second later. Pale horror etched across his visage. It was an expression that likely mirrored my own. I have to dance ballroom dance with Draco? With my older brother? Mutually, silently, we agreed to avoid this eventuality for as long as possible. Then, in the meantime, Desdemona may accompany me to the ministry, and I will determine if she is sufficiently determined to pursue this course of study, Lucius decided, giving me an evaluating glance. Daughter, if you prove adequately resolute or obstinate as the case may be, then you may search the Ministry Records Department for what you desire. Thank you, Father. I managed, surprised, pleased, anxious, and unnerved all at the same time. Pear-shaped, I couldn't help but think, completely and utter pear-shaped. In bad faith, to be a magus is to walk with death. I wish I could remember exactly where I'd heard or read that, in my journals probably have a clue or two, but they're badly organized, and I don't always have time to ferret out one-liners that pop into my mind. Shaking my head, I turned back to my work, which had prompted the odd thought. What people don't understand is that magic is dangerous. The less structure around your magic, the more dangerous it is. That is more or less the purpose of a focus, a wand stave staff, to make magic safer. Much of magic is trappings. The wand, the words, the spell itself, the crutches. You don't actually need an incantation, a complex series of motions, or anything else. Ultimately, it comes down to will and intent. For a master of the magical arts, one need not even set eyes on a given target, merely a piercing focus to alter reality to their whim. For a master, which I am not, acknowledging that, for all the theory I might have packed into my head in a few short years, for all the wild ideas and fantastic concepts I might have developed in my past life, for all my enthusiasm to finally begin working with real, honest magic, acknowledging that despite all of this, I was a gross amateur was not easy. Regardless of all of my eagerness, though, I was not about to jump into things too quickly. In spite of the fact that I was chomping at the bit to begin my practical studies in magic, I took my time getting ready. Knowing that I wouldn't receive a wand until I was 11, I had looked into alternatives. Potions was my first thought, though I dismissed it for various reasons. The discipline of potions is extraordinarily dangerous, a fact which so many people overlook, and one which explains some of my godfather's constant irritation at his students. Looking at it objectively, it should be fairly simple, but it discounts the fact that it is very difficult to direct the whole of your attention to a cauldron for more than an hour. Then there is the precise and demanding nature of ingredient preparation, which can radically affect the outcome of a given potion. Even if one manages all of these various intricacies, random and unforeseen complications can arise. One must take into account room temperature, humidity, the age and freshness of ingredients, the purity of base solutions, air circulation, impurities such as dust, pollen, molds, spores, fungi. Then there are the contaminants which a person might drop in, like sweat, skin flakes, hair, and 1,000 other things. These facts were probably either left out of the books due to their boring nature, or they're merely another example of how things are different in this world. I'd probably need to check Snape's potions classroom to determine if he had taken precautions. I resolved to cut Severus a bit more slack, but only a bit, in the future. If I had to teach a class full of 11-year-olds how to handle large quantities of dangerous substances, I'd probably be nearly homicidal as well. After a month of research, I decided that potions would have to wait until I had a competent and preferably attentive tutor. Disregarding potions, I decided to look into ritual magic first to see if it existed, then to see if I would be able to attain anything approaching competence in it. The short answers are yes, then no. Yes, ritual magic does exist in this reality. No, I will probably not attain competence in this field anytime soon. Anytime soon, as in the next decade. Spending 3 months cross-referencing various tomes, asking a discrete question here and there, and composing a fairly impressive analysis on the subject, I learned a few things about rituals. The long answer to the earlier question is that rituals are a complex combination of potions, alchemy, arithmancy, charms, and ancient runes, requiring at least advanced proficiency in all of the above, if not outright mastery, to even contemplate performing a ritual. Consequently, the few rituals I managed to find mention of were mouth-wateringly impressive, and if I find myself adequately prepared one day in the future, might be worth looking into. What at first appeared to be my second failure in attempting to find a way to do magic without a wand lead me, ultimately, to a success. Ancient runes. Although actually using the intricate runic alphabets required a background in arithmancy, it was the safest for a given measure of the word, easiest after years of study, and fastest, taking hours to write out simple spell constructs. Method of working magic without wands. There were other possibilities which I perceived tantalizing clues of during my readings. Schools of elemental conjurations, summonings, weather magic, and even more exotic and esoteric branches of arcane knowledge. Still, information on these was speciously rare, given my current ability to read only Old, Middle, and Modern English. Thankfully, I was starting Gaelic and Welsh in a few months and would hopefully have more of the library open to me afterwards. And on a side note, my prior estimation of the library containing only some 20-odd languages? Not even close. But I digress. Ancient runes was a topic which both fascinated me and showed boundless promise in application and theoretical exercises. I started with the Elder Futhark, which seems to be the basis for European rune work, originating in Scandinavia and propagating throughout the British Isles and most of continental Europe by way of the Vikings. A full half of the total runes which can be used in magical rune work but are not exclusively magical in nature have been documented by Muggles, the other branch having purely magical uses and therefore covered by the statute of secrecy. I had started out simply with a ligature of Soilo and the charging rune, combining the two runes into one using a binding that looked like Celtic knots intertwined in a circle bordered by 4 control runes, one each onto the cardinal points. Soilo was technically the sun rune, though that was just the uppermost meaning. It was also tied into things that were associated with light, day, and health. Depending on the precise meaning of the rune which you wanted to invoke, you were supposed to use a particular and personalized, in many cases, chant. I looked over the design in front of me for the 7th time, checking that each angle of the ligature was mathematically perfect. Then I checked the border, making sure that it was a perfect circle, widely regarded as the safest and most stable of shapes. The control runes, too, were perfectly aligned to north, south, east, and west. The large sheet of parchment was secured to my writing desk, one of the heavier pieces of furniture in my room. I nodded. I was ready. Pressing my 2 pointer fingers onto the ligature in the center, I opened my mouth to begin the chant, and the door slammed open. "Desi!" A pair of voices cried out. I closed my mouth, breathing in deeply through my nose before releasing it in a long sigh. "Flora, Hestia, I thought you weren't coming for another few hours." I didn't really trust myself to look at them. So hot was the irritation burning beneath my skin. "Our mommy needed to meet with your mommy, so she brought us over early." Hestia smiled, clearly excited at getting to spend time with me. "Isn't it great? We get to play all night tonight." Flora enthused. A yes-on intercultural staple of childhood, the sleepover. "Keep calm, they're just 6 years old. They don't understand that you'd be angry at seeing them early breathe." "Excellent." I smiled, forcing my tone to match my expression, then paused. "Why are we having a sleepover again?" The other girls stared at me, surprise warring with disbelief. "Did she forget?" Flora asked, her eyes wide. "How could she, though?" Hestia replied. My eyes narrowed in thought, an imaginary calendar forming in my mind as I counted off the days. Closing my eyes briefly, I shook my head. No, I refused to believe it. It was entirely too cliché, and I was not going to be a living stereotype. "Tomorrow's my birthday, isn't it?" I asked, deadpanned. "We knew you'd remember." Both twins enthused. I face-bombed. I'm the absent-minded Professor Merlin. Save me. The Caros giggled as Flora hugged me. "You're weird, Desi, but a good weird," Hestia said quickly, sharply, glaring at her sister even as Flora nodded. "Yeah, you always know awesome games, and you're even smarter than Draco. And he's older than us." Flora grinned. "Even if you do use 2 big words and act way too much like a grown-up," Hestia added. I frowned, trying to ignore the sudden upwelling of confusing feelings within me. There was a bit of alarm that they had noticed mildness, relief that they didn't care, and warmth, affection, that they showed every intention of actually trying to be my friend. I understood that they were being pressured to befriend me by their parents, but I'd also heard them talking about other friends, children who they'd had over to their house. Those children were normal. Those children probably didn't need to be pushed and coerced into playing games. Despite that, I'd never detected any indication that they didn't want to be here with me. I swallowed a lump in my throat. And now I'm getting choked up because a pair of 6-year-olds have decided to be my friends. They probably don't even realize their parents are brainwashing them to be chummy with me. I didn't quite convince myself of that. "Thank you," I said quietly, wrapping both my arms around them, ignoring the odd looks they gave me. Desi, are you okay? Hestia asked, sounding worried. Fine, I said wetly. Desi's sick, Flora announced, though I couldn't see her face through the dust in my eyes, which were not tears, but her voice sounded panicked. Get Annie, sissy. I'm okay. I coughed, even as Hestia pulled away and went running down the hallway. Moments later, Mother had arrived with Electo Caro, who had ushered the twins out so that my mother could soothe me. All of the attention hadn't helped my disposition, and I ended up shedding a few tears in a Mother's blouse. It was the first time I'd cried since infancy, and Mother was looking understandably upset and frazzled. Honey, Desdemona, what happened? I thought you'd be happy with your friends over. Is there something wrong? Are you worried about the party tomorrow? Mother asked in rapid succession, her voice unsteady as she tried to rock me gently. Eventually, I managed to force back my emotions enough to answer her, although the words that came out of my mouth weren't what I had intended. I'm weird, I murmured. Oh, sweetie, Narcissa whispered. You're not weird. You're Dash. Yes, I am. It wasn't quite a shout, but close to it, mixed with the whining voice of child that I hated hearing use my words. Though just like that, it was like a dam was broken. I am weird. I'm too smart. I spend all my time reading, and I don't like playing dress-up or tea parties with Hestia and Flora, and am not normal. They were all true. But why am I saying these things? I know I'm not normal. I know why I'm a freak. I shouldn't care. The Malfoys aren't my real family. They're just, why do you and Father even put up with me? I asked, crying in earnest. No. Draco's better than I am. He's Dash. Oh God, I don't really say that, did I? I can't really believe that, can I? I mean, I know I'm not really their daughter, but Desdemona Malfoy. Narcissa hissed, clutching me tightly. I will not listen to you talk about yourself like that. You will conduct yourself in a manner befitting yourself, in a manner befitting a daughter of House Malfoy. Your brother is not in any way better than you. Do you understand me? You are my child, just as he is, and while it may be that you are smarter than many of your peers, that is a good thing. If anyone ever disrespects your intelligence by calling it weird, then they are not worthy of your consideration. Am I clear? I was quiet for a long moment. Then I nodded. What if the kids tomorrow are mean to me? I asked, hating myself for being so childish. Still, I couldn't stop my mouth as it moved in. I was worried, just a tiny, minuscule amount, that my peer group would reject me. Desdemona. These are other children of ancient and noble houses, not mudbloods. Their parents will have conveyed a proper sense of decorum for such an event, and they will observe it. No one coming tomorrow can afford to disrespect the Malfoy family by alienating you, Narcissa explained. It's part of the reason we haven't had too many dinner parties at the manor. Children of our society must know how to conduct themselves in a public setting, so they do not start a childish feud that might escalate into something untoward when they become adults. Appearances are important. Rule number 1 of proper pureblood society. I listened with rapt attention as Mother explained our world, trying to commit each word to memory. Children of allied families couldn't be seen to fight with each other, so children were generally kept not exactly apart, but out of easy reach of each other. Save for certain festivals like Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane, and Lughnasadh, which usually allowed for some kind of costume or disguise, there was no time pureblood children were put in close proximity with each other. This meant that they were only allowed to formally mix and mingle with their peers after a certain age so that, as Mother intimated, nothing untoward would happen. In other words, one didn't want ill-behaved children starting a blood feud that would last generations. The way this was communicated led me to thinking that it was a hard-earned lesson indeed. After a certain age, though, children were allowed to interact with the larger pureblood community, invited to parties, and expected to conduct themselves with decorum. The age of learning to behave yourself wasn't standardized, but it was almost always between 6 and 8. It was both very, very odd and made a disturbing amount of sense. Thank you, Mother, I said softly. I'm sorry for behaving like that. I don't know what came over me. Narcissa looked down at me, worry plain in her gaze. Desdemona, while your father and I are proud of your maturity, keep in mind that you can act your age occasionally, especially when something scares you. I hugged my mother. Yes, Mum. Narcissa gave me a blinding smile and set me on the floor, giving me a few deft swipes of her wand which left me completely immaculate. Doing the same to herself, She took my hand and led me out to where Electo Caro was comforting her daughters. When they saw me, their downtrodden expressions instantly brightened in a way which no 6-year-old could fake. I felt oddly, disproportionately happy. In bad faith. Salutations, le père. Thank you for allowing Justinius to attend my birthday celebration, I said politely, bowing with a stiff back and eyes that remained locked to my guest's cheekbones. What a polite young lady, Elizabeth Harper smiled, her dark face broadening even as she bowed in return, her right hand on her son's lower back, forcing the now 7-year-old to bend at the waist. Narcissa, you simply must tell me how you've engendered such good habits. I'm afraid I can accept little of the praise myself. Mother smiled, though there was something sharp beneath it. Desdemona has always been exceptionally mature for her age, simply the result of a good match in myself and Lucius. Blood will tell, I always say. The other woman's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and I got the impression that a subtle barb had been placed within the answer. After a moment, I remembered that Mother had been to the Harper's house, and most likely seen exactly how well behaved their son was. Merlin, I hate politics, but I suppose I can see the appeal of insulting people without, actually insulting them. I suppose that is true after all. I remember you and your sisters as such well-behaved children as well, and look at where such fine breeding has gotten you. Elizabeth's voice was sweet, though the words had a two-faced quality about them. 3 black daughters, one in high society, one is a psychopath in Azkaban, and one dishonoring herself by marrying a muggle-born, I forget which. Very subtle, Mrs. Harper. One should not forget her Malfoy lineage as well, Narcissa replied. Why, I would be hard-pressed to buy such an illustrious history for any sum. This one took a bit more thought as I tried to decipher exactly what my mother had meant. Eventually, I decided it was probably a shot at being an uppity minor house trying to finance their way to pureblood status. Yes, Mrs. Harper nodded, apparently pleased with herself. It would be a miscarriage of justice for gold to be used in such a way. Okay, lady, that was a low blow, hell. I could do better than that, and I'm 6 heirs even. Watch. Mother, I interjected before she could respond. I should introduce Justinius to our other guests. It would be bad form to allow such a minor matter to overly occupy the host's attention. I smiled as if butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. My mother's eyes lit up with ill-concealed pride, even as I felt a bit of shame trickle down my spine at such approval. Excellent point, Desdemona. Take Justinius to meet your other guests while I converse with the other adults. As the dark-skinned boy and I walked away from our parents, I shook my head. Adults can be such children sometimes. Justinius cocked his head. What do you mean? I decided against the futility of explaining the situation when I observed the plain confusion on his face. Nothing important. Now, Justinius, have you met Hestia and Flora Caro? He shook his head. Not here. Aren't only going to be girls here, are there? Mum said it was important to come, but I don't want to spend all day doing tea parties or something. I snorted discreetly. They might like to have a tea party sometime, but I'll make sure you don't have to. As my new acquaintance and I started making unimportant small talk, getting to know each other, and exchanging niceties, the last of which was mostly on my part, as I went about and introduced him to the various guests and played the good hostess. Yet another reason I hate parties. I was able to leave the Harper boy talking to Astoria Greengrass and Quentin Avery, who seemed to be getting along, talking about Quidditch as they were. As no one was looking, I made a face at the thought. I'd never been a big sports person in my prior life. In fact, one of my favorite jokes if someone asked if I followed football or baseball was to ask, "Oh, you mean that game with the bat and the bases? They still play that? I thought it was a fad." People make the funniest faces when you trip them up like that. In short, I didn't really get sports, even Quidditch, especially Quidditch, actually. I've actually been up on a training broom a few times when my parents insisted I was spending too much time reading, and it was nice, horrifyingly dangerous, but nice. I can't help but think wizards are socially conditioned to accept a certain insane amount of danger in their lifestyle. It comes down to the fundamental difference in Muggle and wizarding society, wherein wizards live much closer to life-threatening forces than the average modern Muggle. Therefore, it isn't crazy to want to fly a piece of wood and straw through the sky, hundreds of feet, and one mistake from plummeting to your death. So, While I might have the makings of a reasonably competent recreational flyer, after I got over a tiny, rather insignificant fear of heights, but I'd never be a competitive Quidditch star. And I could live with that. Although, if Draco keeps bragging about how much more awesome he is on a broom than me, he might not be able to live with the fact. 'Cause I'll take that broom of his and show him a good old lumberjack timber. Mother interrupted my idle fantasy of fratricide and called me over to where a pair of children my age stood near an austere man who looked much younger. Only if one looked very carefully, because wizards aged oddly compared to muggles, than my mother. He looked nervous, as though he wasn't quite sure why he was here or how it had come to this. Desdemona, I'd like you to meet my dear cousin Regulus Black and his children Virgo and Sagittarius. They've been taking an extended vacation on the continent and have just returned this past month. Narcissa enthused as I contained my shock. Okay, stay cool. Have you been expecting this? Sometime sooner or later someone who was dead was going to show up alive and kicking. Just chill and introduce yourself. Worry about the implications later. I put on what I hoped to be a beatific smile, even as my mind worked furiously. Enchanted to meet you, cousins. I'm always happy to become acquainted with family. My name is Desdemona Malfoy, and I'm very glad you could make it to my birthday party. Regulus eyed me with the distrust common to those who had grown up in a politically minded family. He seemed a bit confused that he could detect no disguised ill will in my posture. The boy, Sagittarius, and the girl, Virgo, warmed a little as I introduced myself, though I could tell they were both deeply unnerved by their surroundings. It was almost like they weren't used to being around this many people, which meant, what, exactly? I chalked it up as something to remember even as the two, maybe twins, exchanged awkward, unsure bows with me. I looked at both Virgo and Sagittarius, examining them more closely. They had their father's gray eyes, an aristocratic trait that would serve them well in pure-blood society, though their hair was brown rather than black. Rather than the paler Regulus, they had discernible tans, although that might just mean a more Mediterranean heritage rather than ours in the sun. Their clothes were of fine quality, though they looked subtly off. Maybe a foreign cut? The boy had a timid voice, still unsure despite the warm welcome. Hi, I'm Sagittarius Black, but everyone calls me Tari. This is my sister Virgo. Although they looked like twins, their faces spoke of personalities that were night and day. Virgo Black had the kind of fire in her eyes that I instantly respected. Her entire posture, as much as any 6-year-olds could, screamed, "Don't fuck with me." Desdemona, why don't you show your cousins around while I see to reintroducing Regulus to polite society? Mother prompted. Of course, Mother. I smiled politely, leading the way for my new compatriots. As we left the adults and their extravagant lawn party in the front of the manor, I turned an eye towards Virgo and Sagittarius. So our father is great-aunt Walburga's son, right? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I could legitimize that much of my knowledge by way of my genealogical research, which was moving at a snail's pace. Still, I knew Walburga was supposed to die sometime before 4th or 5th year might she have already passed. I remember seeing her a year or two ago, but come to think of it, why hadn't we seen her more recently? Grandma doesn't really get on well with Dad, Tari admitted, even as his sister shushed him. Tari, Dad said not to talk about family business. Virgo snipped, casting me a suspicious glance. I frowned. Okay, time for an explanation. Walburga Black was known, canonically, to dote on Regulus as opposed to Sirius. Regulus was the stereotypical good son. If Walburga doesn't get on well with Regulus, then there should be a reason, which means I have no idea. Shaking my head, I reversed the approach. What did I know about the Black family that might explain the reversal of good relations? Not much, at least in terms of current news or interpersonal relations. Just about everything I've got is a load of blood purity nonsense. My eyes shot wide as everything suddenly made sense. Well, if I was right at least. You know, I don't really care if you're half-bloods, I said with practiced nonchalance as we entered the thin stretch of our walk in which we would not be observed by either the adults or our peers. Which was good because the two other kids had frozen mid-walk. How did you dash? Virgo started, her hands turning into fists. Sagittarius looked on nervously, erring towards the flight side of fight or flight. Both, however, wore varying shades of shock as I smiled in a hopefully encouraging manner. How did I know? I asked, forcing myself to relax a bit as I leaned up against one of the Malfoy Manor's porticos. We didn't say anything. Virgo nearly ranted, looking more and more irritated. I knew Dad was right, and this was just a trap to make fun of us. Purebloods are just a... Wait, I cried, losing my cool a bit as I stepped around to follow them. Look, I'm not going to tell anyone honestly, I was just curious. I didn't even know you really were half-bloods until you confirmed my guess. Virgo and Tari turned wide eyes at me before exchanging the type of glance I had seen Hestia and Flora share. Virgo stepped in front of her brother, moving into my comfort zone to examine me closely. I forced myself not to step back from the aggressive move. What do you want? Virgo asked. Dad said the Malfoys are tricky and like to make deals. So what do you want for not telling everyone that our mom's a muggle-born? I hesitated. Part of me honestly wanted to say nothing, but Virgo probably wouldn't believe me. So how could I ask for that was important to me, but would be of little value to them? Do you know French? I asked suddenly. Tari nodded, stepping up to speak, no doubt emboldened by his sister's overt presence. Yeah, we know French and Spanish and Portuguese and Italian. Our mom's Italian, so we speak it really well. My mouth watered at the prospect. Teach me. Both kids blinked. Virgo looking at me askance. What? I've already finished most of my Old and Middle English lessons, and Father's let me start on Gaelic and Welsh, but he won't let me start on French or German because he doesn't think I can handle so many languages at once. But so many of the books in our library aren't in any of those languages, and I shrugged, somewhat amazed that all of that mess had poured out of my mouth so quickly. It was one of the longest stretches of words I'd ever said in this life, I realized with a jolt. I'd always been a quiet child, but I guess I just needed the right prompting. Both children stared at me strangely. I guess, Virgo said suspiciously, eyeing me oddly, as if waiting for the other foot to drop. Suddenly, I got a rather wicked idea. Look, you don't have to agree right now, but Mother will probably want to meet with your father again, and I'll try to tag along. I know you don't trust me. Booty really would like to be friends, if we could. I'll even introduce you to my other friends, Hestia and Flora Caro. They're twins like you. Okay. Tari nodded with an unsure expression. Are they nice? I nodded, smiling, as they fell into step with me. The Caros are friends with the Malfoys, so I'll make sure they won't be mean to you, even if they do find out you're half-bloods. Both blacks wore dubious looks even as Virgo frowned thoughtfully. I tried to give them a reassuring grin before turning back in the direction of my birthday party. In bad faith, the party had been tiring. Still, I'd performed favorably to my parents' expectations, and Father had dropped in to make nice with the guests, even as I coordinated a series of children's games and other inanities. It wasn't as boring as I'd expected, and even fun to a certain extent. It was interesting trying to match up some of my guests to the known families of my foreknowledge and those that I had been learning about in my research. Still, it was also one of the more mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausting experiences of either lifetime. Justinius proved to be an arrogant little Torag after he became more sure of his environment, which set the standard for my various guests. They were, to a lesser or greater degree, exceptional purebloods, proud and vain of their family legacies, boasting and sneering like they had any right to names that were less than a fraction as old as the name Malfoy. Pissants, I spat, rubbing a hand over my eyes tiredly. It had been worth it, though. Why? Because presents. The best part of being a Malfoy is probably the presence. As one of the oldest contiguous wizarding family lines in the British Isles, predated only by the Ollivanders and a few others, none of which, save possibly the Potters, are as politically powerful. The birthday of a Malfoy family member is an occasion to show off wealth by giving the most ostentatious or meaningful gift. Many of them had given me books, which was a useful gesture, if fairly unimaginative. Others had presented finely crafted instruments. Mother had spread the word that I was musically and artistically gifted as well as studious. Though the most interesting of the lot was a beautiful set of brushes and paints of incredible quality. I resolved to take a bit more time on the thank you note for the blacks. Hopefully, I could use the occasion to ask myself over and get to know the twins and Regulus. RAB is still a live that's just great. On the one hand, he didn't deserve to die merely for being taken in by Voldemort. On the other, that means I might have to fight a horde of zombies to get to a shard of a Dark Lord's soul. I sighed. I hate zombies and fairy whatever they are. I groaned. At least if they're not mine. There was that one time I played the Desert Lich thing in 3.5. I wonder why they didn't let me play a wizard for a while after that. I shook my head, banishing the random thought as I looked over my wall. It wasn't exactly a schedule so much as a to-do list which grew longer by the day it seemed. I'd already packed most of my day full of research, tutoring, reading on various esoteric subjects, practicing rune work. It just never seemed to end. Knock knock, come, I said promptly, standing to receive whoever was at my door. I expected my mother, but the second figure who appeared behind her was a surprise. My father very rarely visited me in my room. The austere figure of Lord Malfoy cast an appraising eye over my disorganized and chaotic room. The sleepover hadn't helped matters, though the space hadn't exactly been spick and span before. I tended to let things go a bit when I was working on something like a school paper or a large project. It wasn't exactly dirty. Everything was near spotlessly clean at Dobby's insistence. But between the towers of centuries-old books strewn carefully about the room, the massive scrolls of parchment upon which long family trees were beginning to form, an assortment of decades-old daily prophets, and various gifts still laying about the room. I blushed deeply and cast a discreet glance to where my first runic circle was thankfully camouflaged under an open text. I apologize for the state of my room, Mother, Father, I said, my eyes dropping even as my father completed his examination. I will expect better care to be taken of your room in the future, Lucius admonished. Draco is getting older and has been allowed the use of the children's playroom to store his Quidditch equipment. Likewise, I will be allowing you, daughter, custody of the East Wing study for your continuing efforts in educating yourself about our family history. My eyebrows shot up. Thank you, Father. Lucius's lips twitched upwards. Despite the fact that I am very proud of you, daughter, both Narcissa and myself feel that you have over-devoted yourself to your studies and would like to see you taking up more physical pursuits to balance your education. I bit my lip, but couldn't hold back from objecting. But, Father, I very much like my current arrangement of studies. If I were to take up something as you suggest, it would cut into the time I've allotted for other things. I argued, trying to ignore the way my legs locked so they wouldn't shake as my father's eyes narrowed. Such was the idea, child, Narcissa explained, not unkindly. Indeed, Lucius stated dryly. I am given to understand that you do not appreciate Quidditch like Draco. So I decided that, as a reward for your skillful maneuvering amongst your guests this past afternoon, you would be given a choice as to what pastime you could pursue. Well, Desdemona, Mother asked, eyes expectant, is there some physical exercise you would enjoy? On the one hand, I could see the necessity of exercise and even admit that I probably needed to get out a bit more. On the other hand, he really didn't want to. I had other things to do. I'd even just found a rudimentary guide to Occlumency buried behind 15th century romance novels. I have to wonder at the thought that the Middle Ages were prudish when every other book I find is pornography, scribbled in the margins, or reads like a bodice ripper. I swear if I have to stomach one more paragraph of graphic innuendo about swords and shields, I am gonna. I blinked. Now there's a thought. Mother was not amused at my request. It was, after all, not very ladylike. Father gave me another appraising glance before nodding and informing me that my first fencing lesson would take place in a week after my hour of tri-weekly Gaelic instruction. Crud. Now I'm going to have to cut something, probably my library reading, or at least cut it down to a book or two per week. After all, reading every book in the library isn't practical and it's really a means to an end. I'd still rather be reading than getting my arse kicked with a blade every other day, though. Chapter 7 to 9 Rewrite. Slayer Anderson. In Bad Faith Chapter 7 to 9, Rewrite a Harry Potter self-insert, April 11th, 2014. Chapter VIB. Sibling Rivalry. Draco played Quidditch. I fenced. Draco played Exploding Snap. I read. Draco indulged in the meaningless runaround games common to young boys. Isekied. The point I am trying to get across, of course, is that my brother and I spent little time together. I don't think our avoidance of each other was intentional. Exactly. But if either of us noticed, and I'm sure we both did on occasion, neither of us addressed it. Outside of our daily tutoring, which had diverged to the point where we were now working with separate teachers, the only time we interacted more than a few words was at meal times. That had begun to change, though. I'm not sure exactly what set it off. Perhaps it was the time I spent with Father, and he was left at home with Mother. Perhaps it was the fact that I had been edging forward in our lessons, demonstrating competence with division when he was still on multiplication. Perhaps it was the fact that I had disdained the traditional wizarding sport he so loved. Perhaps it was the dancing lessons. Personally, I believe it was the dancing lessons. Starting a few months after my 7th birthday, Mother had started giving us our dancing lessons together. Remarkably, Father also took to attending to serve as a demonstrative partner for our mother. The way they both nearly floated over the ballroom floor, gliding effortlessly as if they had used a hovering charm. I was more than a bit envious. I'd never learned to dance in my previous life. My attitude concerning the pastime had been largely the same as music. I appreciated the dedication and ability of those individuals who did so, but either I hadn't believed I had the aptitude or I always perceived something else as a more pressing issue. There was also a certain softness which crept into my parents' faces while they danced. The chill in their eyes and the grim tightness in their jaws melted slightly, leaving them looking more human than I'd seen them in a long time. During those fleeting instances where they visibly forgot they were instructing their children and lost themselves in the sweeping motions of a spin or dip, I could believe that they might actually love each other. Dancing was also one of those odd subjects that Narcissa and Lucius taught us personally. For mathematics, writing, language, both native grammar and learning foreign ones, elocution, music, art, sports, and several other basics, Draco and I had tutors. For subjects like family history, manners, dancing, politics, and etiquette, our parents took the time to instruct us personally. I got the impression that this was a traditional separation of education. What was necessary and what was important. It was taken as necessary that we would both need to learn how to manage our own finances in the future. Therefore, we were taught math. However, it was important that we be able to carry on our cultural heritage as adult wizards and witches. Therefore, our parents wanted to make sure, personally, that we learned what we needed to. It was an interesting dichotomy, though I wasn't sure if it meant our parents cared about Draco and I as their children or continuing tradition more. I would have ruminated on the subject further, but our parents parted at that moment, stepping away from each other and moving Draco and I into position, adjusting our arms and limbs before slowly pushing us into motion. Then Draco stepped on my foot. My eyes shot upwards from where they had been positioned on my feet, locking with my elder brother's eyes even as my jaw clenched to keep from crying out. A mirror image of my own silver gray orbs reflected a knowing smugness, even as he murmured an apology. Even as we moved back into formation, I felt Mother and Father's gazes on us. Draco, Father chastised, do be more careful. It would be unsightly if such actions were repeated in a formal setting. Yes, Father, Draco demurred. We made it through the first waltz without further incident. Excellent, Mother smiled. Now, try to keep up as your father, and I show you something a bit more complicated. As we stepped to the side and our parents began to demonstrate, I glanced towards Draco, who replied with a silent sneer. Stop stepping on my toes, I hissed quietly. Make me, he replied, eyes sliding back to watch our parents as my own did likewise. If you mess up, we'll have to spend more time dancing together, I reasoned, trying to appeal to my brother's common sense. If he wanted to duke it out, fine, but this wasn't the time or place. It occurred to me too late that common sense and reason had never been Draco's strong suit. Rebellion and irritation flashed in Draco's gaze. You're lying. You're just afraid of me stepping on your feet. Scaredy cat. I bit my tongue, not wanting to inflame the argument further. Instead, I focused on memorizing the steps of the new dance. It was a faster two-step, though, and was rife with Draco's missteps. Although Lucius and Narcissa took turns correcting us, by the time the lesson was over, my feet were starting to swell under repeated and painful accidents. When, by the final round, Draco moved to crush my right foot again, I had had enough. As his foot came forward, mine slid around to the inside and hooked his ankle. With a deft yank, I offset Draco's balance, sending him crashing backwards. Unfortunately, I underestimated the hold he had on me, bringing my own form down on top of him. We settled onto the hard, dark wood of the ballroom floor in a resoundingly loud noise in the quiet space. As he pushed me aside roughly, I nearly snarled in Draco's direction even as he looked ready to spit fire. My fists balled, and I took a deep breath to keep from punching the little snot in the face. There is fury, but within peace. I felt the red haze begin to recede as my Occlumency exercise began to take hold. There is weakness, but within strength. My muscles began to relax as I began to stand slowly, keeping my focus. There is wrath, but within grace. I exhaled, my face relaxing in a placid calmness before frosting over in a chilly mask. People misunderstand the point of Occlumency, a mistake I had only truly begun to understand after several weeks of study. Occlumency isn't really the art of defending your mind, although it lets one do so in the event of legitimacy being used upon you. Instead, I was beginning to realize that to master Occlumency, I needed to master my own mind, body, and emotions. Although, even that was a flawed ideology. You didn't ever really master Occlumency. You couldn't master it any more than you could master painting or the violin. It is, in a very real way, an art. You can be a master Occlumens, just like someone could call you a master painter, but there was no point at which an individual could finish Occlumency, just an ongoing and never-ending struggle to attain mastery over oneself. It was a terribly abstract discipline which demanded both long-term study and an individualized approach. Remembering Severus, demanding clear your mind, was confusing when the book recommended nothing of the sort. After my first few steps, though, I had formulated the theory that my godfather was teaching Harry Potter the only way he knew how the way he had been taught. Of course, that meant Severus' education on the subject had likely been life or death, with a steep learning curve. The realization made Severus a bit easier to handle at holidays. He still doesn't understand how to let go of a bloody schoolyard grudge, though. "I'm all right, Mother," I soothed Narcissa as she frantically looked over me. Then my brother. As Mother was occupied, Draco's eyes snapped to mine, promising revenge. I felt bitter anger rise up within me, threatening to burst forth in a crescendo of violence. There is a storm, but within stillness. I'd read stories where people used the flame and void, or whatever it was called, but I'd never read whatever series it came from and didn't really know the reasoning behind it. Instead of any real visualization tool, I kept my mind abstract. I didn't really need to picture or change my thoughts into some kind of anthropomorphic representation to keep them focused. I think my passive disregard of my brother's anger only stoked those flames. Lucius, our father, looked on him passively, something dark and calculating in his eyes. I looked away almost as quickly as I met them, not trusting myself to even be able to sense a mental probe yet, much less deflect it. "You're both probably tired," Mother consoled us, looking as though she believed her own explanation. "We'll pick your lessons back up on Thursday. Be ready." In bad faith. Since that fateful day, relations between myself and Draco had degraded rapidly from a Cold War to thinly veiled open conflict. Verbal sniping was commonplace, as was insulting each other's taste in everything from entertainment to recreation to favorite music. For those who are actually interested, I preferred blues and jazz, which was considered a cutting-edge trend on the Wizarding wireless, while Draco had taken a liking to the louder and more violent symphonies of Bach and Beethoven. It was, perhaps, one of the few arenas that I let myself be out, pure-blooded in, given that Draco's tastes were more proper than my own. Well, music and Quidditch, at least. I'm all for Moonlight Sonata or something that speed, but I can only take the surprise symphony so many times before I snap. I shudder to think what my brother and I would have done with wands. As it was, we managed to get pretty creative even without the ability to cast spells. For instance, did you know Flo Powder is also a very effective agent by which to induce sneezing? Draco does, now at least. My brother, though, was prone to fighting harder rather than smarter, and as a result, I would often be hiding a new bruise or two from our parents. Draco took care not to actually hurt me, knowing that the consequences of getting caught in our little game was a removal of privileges and pocket money. He would merely trip me from around a corner or discreetly elbow me when an opportunity presented itself. Looking back on it, I admit the trials of our covert war was a great test of my burgeoning self-control and meditation mantra. Sadly, each time my brother failed to coax a reaction out of me, it only drove him to new heights. And well, I learned that I can get really creative when pushed far enough. The conflict had escalated to the point where both Draco and I began visiting friends as much as possible merely to get a little peace, quiet, and security. The knowledge that I couldn't get back at him while he was over at Crab's or Goyle's, and that I wouldn't be assaulted by him when I was at the Caro or the Blacks gave each of us some breathing room. And time to regroup. This week, under the pretense of an ongoing game of chess with Tari, I had leveraged my way into Grimewald Place to continue my exploration in French. I had to admit, after a thorough grounding in early Middle English, which had a great many French loanwords, it was significantly easier to pick up the tongue than I had thought. The benefits of my preparation, though, were counteracted by the fact that my teachers were the same age as I, at least until Father had finally granted me permission to start formal tutelage in the tongue. Now conversing with Tari and Virgo was merely extra practice. "Ready to go, Desdemona?" Narcissa asked, looking me over. Even though it was a largely informal visit, I was still expected to maintain a certain level of propriety regarding my appearance and decorum. My head held high, I gave the older woman a barely there smile. "Of course, mother." "Very good, child." Narcissa nodded as her inspection ended. "Be sure to remind cousin Regulus that he has promised to visit for dinner next week." "Absolutely, mother," I replied, accepting the pinch of flu powder, and called out the name of my destination loudly and clearly before stepping into the green flames. An extremely disconcerting moment later, complete with motion sickness-inducing spinning, I stepped free from another fireplace, carefully holding down my gag reflex. "Roller coasters? Sure. Dead drop rides? Great. Spinny carnival things? No. Just effing no." Taking a deep breath and running through my mantra again, I opened my eyes to the not terribly surprising figure of Regulus Black standing imposingly in the center of the drawing room. "Lord Black," I intoned carefully, bowing the proper measure and lowering my eyes to the floor. "If you bow to an equal, keep your eyes on them. If you bow to someone of significantly higher station or an individual who demands respect, they'd be able to kill you anyway, so don't bother trying to watch them." It was a code of behavior left over from the Dark Ages, when family and clan meant significantly more than it did today, respect as well. The idea was that if you were already in front of someone who could kill you almost without repercussions, or someone you couldn't afford to offend for any number of reasons, then you were to throw yourself fully onto the host's mercy by showing them the nape of your neck. It was archaic, rigidly unbending tradition. It was the defining characteristic of pureblood society. "Desdemona Malfoy, welcome to my home," Regulus replied, his tone even and blank. "Virgo and Sagittarius aren't due back for another 2 hours, but sit please. I would find it relaxing to have someone to talk to other than my mother for once." The hairs on the back of my neck rose as a tendril of unease crawled up my back. There wasn't anything wrong, necessarily with Regulus' request, but something nearly instinctual objected. I shrugged it off and stepped over to the chair I had been offered. "Thank you, Lord Black," though I have to wonder what conversation I could offer that the esteemed Lady Black could not. Lady and Lord didn't exactly have the same meanings for wizards as they did for muggles. For instance, there was always the perception that applying either appellation promoted the individual to some level of nobility, which wasn't quite true, though any proper pureblood would affirm the myth. The idea behind these titles, when they were used in the wizarding world at least, was that the head of a wizarding family, male or female, was the de facto sovereign of their lands with an authority that superseded, theoretically at least, the king or queen of the country. The actual practice of occult exclusion, in that magical land holdings are legally removed from the Muggle domains, really ended centuries ago and was reinstituted after the Statute of Secrecy. The original power of wizards to consider themselves sovereign rulers of their own family lands dates back from a time before the Wizards' Councils, which was the predecessor of the Ministry of Magic. The Wizards' Council slowly subsumed this authority from the family heads, or stole, depending on your interpretation of history. And, subsequently, the family heads who retained significant political power in the late 1700s tried to retake that power. This is the root cause of an enormous amount of the friction between the wizarding governments of the world and the traditionalist pureblood communities, at least from the countries I've been able to read up on. When the Statute of Secrecy was actually signed by International Committee, the language they used to define how this secrecy would be enacted was vague. Just like the various constitutions and treaties of the Muggle world, wizards argue over the intentions of those who wrote the document. The fundamental argument goes something like this. Is it the responsibility of the national wizarding governments to uphold wizarding secrecy? Or is it the responsibility of the traditional heads of families to do so, owing to their ancient and noble rights as sovereign landholders who should, therefore, be in charge of the national governments? In the Muggle world, you don't mention religion, taxes, or politics in polite conversation. This holds true for the wizarding world as well, for different reasons. All of this amounted to the fact that it was a grave insult and terrible rudeness to refer to a head of family or adult heir or heiress by anything other than lord or lady unless you were very familiar with them. You would be surprised at how few kind words or sage advice the Lady Walburga has for me these days, Regulus said quietly, sadly, as his eyes began staring off into the distance. I could imagine. The woman was likely a harpy to anyone who got on her bad side. Lord Black, it should not be her fault. I think she is very ill. The verbal admission brought a shallow nod from the man, acknowledging what we both knew to be true. Walburga Black was not long for this world. Where are my manners? Regulus suddenly asked aloud. Mother would have my skin if I should be so rude to family. Creature. At the bark, a house elf appeared, dressed in a customary pillowcase, and bowed politely. Master Regulus wishes something. Pumpkin juice, please, creature? Regulus asked politely. I froze slightly, though I think I covered the faux pas well enough. Even as the elf disappeared, I pondered the fact that Lord Black had asked one of his house elves to do something, instead of ordering it. Him. Creature is a him. Dobby is a him. Elves deserve that much at least. Fucking pureblood brainwashing. Ugh. So, you and my children have become quite close, Regulus observed, sipping at his drink moments later. I would not wish to assume overmuch familiarity, I replied neutrally. Your lordship's children are what I would consider friends, though. Regulus peered at me steadily, his eyes sharpening as I spoke the word friend aloud. When I was a child, my father told me that to a proper member of our society, friends do not exist. You are either family, an ally, an expendable resource, or an obstacle. I would have your opinion on this, young Malfoy, Regulus ordered. I didn't let myself react, forcing my breath to remain calm and unhurried. Inside, I was nearly panicking. There were so many ways this could go badly. I began and paused to collect my thoughts, that there is wisdom in your father's words. It is sound advice from a politician as skilled as Orion Black, although Regulus was staring at me. Not quite invitingly, but challengingly, I decided to brave whatever test or whim this was. There is more to life than merely politics. Although Lord Black tried to meet my eyes, I deftly avoided the probing orbs. An oppressive silence weighed in after my completed answer. So you believe my father's advice to be merely incomplete, rather than wrong? Regulus asked, though I wasn't entirely sure the question was wholly directed at me. It seemed as though Regulus was looking for something more than just an answer to his question. I obliged him regardless of whether I was right or wrong in my assumption, starting out with surety, but quickly listening to melancholy seeping into my own voice, a tumult of unexpected emotions rising up within me. Life without someone to call a friend would be difficult. Lonely. Friends are important. They're people who shield you from harm, comfort you when you are sad, hold you up when life becomes too much. I'd lost myself, thinking of old and new faces, somewhere along the way, and cleared my throat, which had suddenly constricted. Friendship is complicated, but worth it. I let my eyes, suspiciously wet, shift back to Regulus from where they had drifted to watch the roiling fire. The look on Regulus' face was so many things I couldn't possibly begin to describe. You know, your father was a seventh year when I started Hogwarts, Regulus eventually said, his voice contemplative. I remember him, man. I can't say he's changed that much from his school days. Your mother and I knew each other quite well when we were children, too, despite the age gap. Leveling another unreadable gaze at me, he frowned thoughtfully. I cannot begin to imagine how they managed to raise a child like you. My fists balled, despite the fact that I was fairly sure it wasn't intended as an insult. And then a Gainery as proud as Lucius and Narcissa combined, when I look at you the right way. You're cunning and intelligent, just like your parents. Perceptive, shrewd, and cold. I can see them in you, but at the same time, you don't act anything like them. If Draco had learned that the mother of my children was a mudblood, I think he would have run to your father faster than a broom in flight. Why didn't you? Also, that is what all of this is about. I relaxed a bit as the reason behind the probing became clear. I'd actually been awaiting this conversation, this confrontation, for months. When Regulus failed to say anything, merely watching me like a hawk when I came over to play Virgo and Sagittarius, I relaxed my guard. And that'll show me. Point to you, Lord Black. I swallowed, knowing this was the moment of truth. Instead of making a terribly forward proclamation about pureblood and muggle-born equality, I had already decided to months ago, when Regulus could have asked me this question at any time, go with something a little more neutral, something safe, something that wouldn't actually get me punished if it got back to my parents, merely a stern conversation about dangerous ideas. If there was something wrong with muggle-borns, I emphasized the term carefully, then it would be self-evident. If there was something wrong with a muggle-born's blood, then you would be able to notice it in their children. If my parents and their guests couldn't notice anything wrong with your children, then I can hardly be blamed for misunderstanding the situation, can I? Another long silence as I drained my pumpkin juice. For someone who doesn't think much of politics, I think you'd be awfully good at it, Regulus eventually said, his gaze speculative. You're very good at answering a question without saying anything. I must politely disagree. Lord Black, I believe I said a great deal. I replied, feigning an obtuse misunderstanding. Regulus snorted. I suppose you did at that, Desdemona Malfoy. I think I've kept you long enough, though. My mother wanted to speak with you. My eyebrows rose, even as I stood to follow the older man out of the drawing room. On the cusp of exiting the doorway, though, he stopped abruptly, but did not turn to meet my gaze. I don't think I have to warn you that this conversation is not something your father or mother needs to be made aware of. Do I, Desdemona? I would have to inform my parents of anything untoward, I replied ambiguously. But a conversation concerning my interactions with Lord Black's children wouldn't be anything unusual even if they should ask. At this, Lord Black shot me a long look over his shoulder, before turning and continuing towards the stairs. I decided to brave a question for myself. Are Virgo and Sagittarius visiting their mother? Another silence stretched between my question and his answer, so much so that I occupied myself with watching the portraits as they moved about. Finally, Regulus spoke. Yes, she's staying with family in Italy. She, much like my mother, is ill, Regulus answered. I'm sorry, I replied honestly, catching the undertone that intimated it was not a temporary kind of sickness. From what they've told me of her, she sounds like a good woman. She is, Lord Black answered quietly. We didn't speak to each other further. I kept my own counsel as I pondered mine and Lord Black's exchange. In bad faith, Walburga Black was, at one point in time, a beautiful young witch. I'd seen pictures of her in the society pages of a Daily Prophet from 40 years prior, when her marriage to Orion Black was announced. It was evidently the talk of the pureblood upper crust for months, and I'd kept a copy of the front page wedding photo for my growing genealogy. Through pure coincidence, the year she and Orion had gotten married was also the year a certain Dark Lord graduated from Hogwarts, and as head boy had a small picture of his own placed in the society pages as well. As I collected information by luck, coincidence, and other covert means, I added the certain stack of papers buried under a mass of inconsequential birth certificates in my room, a slowly growing file on the life and times of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Enough of his life had lined up with what I already knew that I felt fairly certain of his identity as Lord Voldemort. Still, I was irritated that there was so little in terms of paper records regarding the mysterious child who would become the most prominent figure short of Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter in recent history. Riddle had been careful, leaving just the barest dregs of records. I had the Prophet article, which recorded his Special Services Award. I had the news clippings from the theft of supposedly valuable artifacts from Borgin and Burks. I had a few other documents scrounged up and a few outright stolen from the Ministry archives that were related to Riddle and the Gaunt family, the Prophet articles concerning the arrest of his uncle and the subsequent death record, but not much else. This was the kind of frustration Dumbledore had felt when trying to track his wayward student down. I knew. Even with my head start, it had taken me nearly an entire year to find barely anything. Then again, Dumbledore had the advantage of not needing to maintain the cover of a 7-year-old. I was terribly limited in what I could sneak and thieve without doing something or being somewhere that would arouse suspicion. After all, one could only get lost so many times without it getting back to my father, or without them calling my father to come get me, which would be bad. I banished these thoughts as we stepped up to the dark, oaken door and Regulus knocked. Grimmauld Place hadn't deteriorated quite to the extent it had under Creature's watch, and without the trauma of Voldemort's potion and Regulus' death, the elf seemed much more inclined to actually clean rather than merely sort and categorize the decay of the building. Enter, a weak voice, trying to be strong, called out. The Walburga Black of today was a wizened wretch of her former self. She had deteriorated a bit from the last time I'd seen her nearly a month before, but it had been obvious for years that the sexagenarian was living on borrowed time. She was slowly dying. I bent at the waist again, showing her the respect of a lady of the house, even as I noted Regulus closing the door behind me, leaving me alone with the older woman. Lady Black, you asked to see me. A wheezing sigh escaped her as she swept back a few locks of graying black hair. Desdemona, such a well-mannered girl. You have much of your mother in you, child. After what Regulus had said, the compliment tasted bitter, but I took it for what it was. You honor me, Lady Black. She was quiet for a moment, studying me as I righted myself. Her steel-gray eyes flickered over me, searching for imperfections, and I mentally thanked Mother for being so exactingly demanding in my preparations. Creature! The woman barked suddenly, and I barely kept myself from jumping in fright. When the elf appeared, Walburga speared him with a gold gaze and demanded, "Tea." The elf bowed and disappeared after a quick muttered, "Yes, mistress." With the instruction given, Lady Black looked back towards me, giving me a cool glance. Creature has been ordered to inform me when any guests arrive, child. It told me when you arrived, yet, even though I had informed Regulus you were to be sent to me immediately, he kept you for some time. What did my son speak to you of, Desdemona? Loaded question much? Okay, how best to answer her, of course. She probably knows exactly what we talked about if that ruddy elf was listening or the portraits were spying. Damn it, I've got to be more careful. Socializing the situation, damage control. We talked of my reasons for consorting with his children, Lady Black. I said completely honestly if entirely misleading. Lord Black. That disappointment will never be Lord Black. Walburga spat and devolved into a coughing fit. As tea arrived, I hurried myself in pouring the ill woman a cup before easing it to her mouth. Creature. Potion. Walburga ordered the elf through her hacking. After her fit had settled down and a draught of some glimmering substance had been emptied, the woman regained her stately reclining posture. Thank you, Desdemona, and please call me Aunt Walburga, child. Thank you. Aunt Walburga, and I apologize for exciting your condition so, said with honest grief. She might have been a terrible person, a bitter old soul with little left in the world but stubborn meanness, but she was also family, and an old woman in pain. The decapitated elf heads on the staircase flashed in my mind, and I pushed the thought away. Why can't life ever be simple? Not your fault, child, Anne. Let us dispense with the fiction that I am unaware of the specifics of Regulus' discussion with you. Walburga ordered imperiously, as if she had not been on the verge of collapse moments before. You are a mudblood sympathizer. Expecting the allegation, I showed no response even as my insides twisted in panic. The only sympathies I have are with House Malfoy and House Black. I answered honestly, though incompletely. Unless Harry Potter turned out to be possessed by the shard of Voldemort's soul in his scar, or some other dark magic. I was going to covertly back him against Riddle. And what of your words to my son? Walburga pressed mockingly, derision in her gaze. That a pureblood could not notice a half-blood or mudblood in their midst? That you would not be telling you parents of my son's indiscretion? I would not presume to air my family's dirty laundry to those who might allow the information to leak in more public ways. I explained, rationalizing my choice as best I could. As to your earlier observation, I believe that a pure-blood superiority is self-evident. There is little point in deriding and insulting those who are already beneath you, especially if you are tied to them by blood. There was something like a smile on Walburga's face as I finished. It wasn't what anyone sane or rational would call a smile. It had too much cunning and cruelty in it, much resentment and anger at the world. All of the reasons I had given were technically true. My mother, for all of her virtues easily apparent to me, was a terrible gossip when she held her court of lovely little pureblood wives. I was actually a bit surprised at the way they pandered to the latest bit of titillating news trickling down from the newest scandal, though I suppose I shouldn't have been. Gossip was currency in those circles, just as with muggles. Which reminds, may have to think up a new excuse to get out of this week's tete-a-tete. What Hogwarts house do you believe you will be in, Desdemona? Walburga decided on asking, tearing the conversation away with whiplash speeds to a new subject. Ravenclaw, I answered without hesitation, proud of the fact and having put a lot of thought into it. Seeing as how my strategy for life so far consisted of hiding and not drawing attention to myself. It was the perfect house. I checked all of the requisite characteristics, and it would allow me to stay in good standing with my parents while flying under the radar, so to speak. Although maybe I should have been less honest. Maybe for I don't know. That exact reason? It would be a tragedy if you were not sorted into Slytherin, Walburga commented dryly, staring at me intently. Though I suppose children do end up in unexpected places. Her voice faded as she went on, probably thinking of her oldest son, even now rotting away in Azkaban, and the surprise of his own sorting. Guilt at knowing I might be able to get him out burned in my throat, even as my imagination painted the misery of his existence. I still my tongue, though. Even though the crime he was imprisoned for looked exactly like the one depicted in the books, I couldn't be sure. I had to be sure before I got a criminal out of jail, someone who might be a raving lunatic in this world or a bloodthirsty Death Eater. I have to be sure. Suddenly interrupting the silence between us. Two people lost in guilt for different reasons. Creature popped into the room. Master, Regulus spawn have arrived, mistress. Walburga and I snapped out of our respective trances, the old woman looking at me once more before nodding, as if she had come to a decision. Do take care, dear, and tell your mother I expect her to visit soon. I trust that you will take care of my grandchildren, Desdemona. Half-breeds as they are dear to Regulus. I wondered at the request, but nodded before bowing on my way out. Of course, Aunt Walburga, I'd do anything for family. Then the door closed, and I heaved an explosively silent sigh of relief as I sagged against the opposing wall. Then, paranoia creeping in, I straightened as my eyes snapped around, glaring at the portraits and paintings. The walls have ears. The half-hysterical thought made me undeniably and deeply thankful that Malfoy Manor was somewhat less bedecked with ancestral portraits as Grimmauld Place. Even then I resolved to re-examine my usual routines and determine if I was being watched. It's only paranoia if they aren't out to get you. Constant vigilance. Breathing deeply to calm the welling panic, I pondered the conversation I'd just had. It was unlikely that Walburga or Regulus was going to allow mother or father to be privy to our conversation, given that it was an embarrassment for the Black family so much, so that Walburga was evidently set on leaving the family headship to Sirius, even though he was still in prison. That was relieving in some ways, worrisome in others. I did wonder at the fact that Narcissa and Lucius hadn't caught on to Sagittarius and Virgo's mixed heritage, but while I think they were already a little bit scandalized by the fact that Regulus had married an Italian pureblood rather than come home. Granted, I wasn't sure of the circumstances behind that extended vacation of his either, so he probably obfuscated things well enough for it not to be an issue. Merlin, damn it, I am too young to be worrying about these things. I am not going to get anywhere with this mess anyway. Besides, I'm not sure if changing the situation would be beneficial, and I can't do that without explaining why I kept my mouth shut so long anyway, and then there's the knock-on effects. Palming my face, I took a deep breath and released the tension that had been building, using my mantra to still my thoughts as the tumultuous ocean of my mind became quiet once again. Exhaling once more, I went down to meet Tari and Virgo. Hopefully, they would be better company than their grandmother. In bad faith, the ministry archives are a special kind of hell. I imagine if you took the worst parts of several different professions: librarian, theme park help desk worker, public service individual, and cubicle slave, you would have the kind of job description which most ministry archive positions held. In explanation, it was not so much that the work the archivist did was difficult, it was that the work was unbelievably tedious in nature. In a world without magic, there would be a certain level of difficulty implied in maintaining a functional library of government documentation that spans centuries. But in a world of magic, it was reduced to a simple swish and flick. Evidently, there was a whole suite of spells related to categorization and organization of books, forms, papers, etc., much like the ministry's interoffice mail used a very specific charm to fold and animate paper airplanes out of memorandums. The archive spells focused on keeping every document in line with their organizational system. It was a marvel of modern bureaucracy. It was literal acres of shelves upon shelves housed in immense, magically expanded rooms. If one had the time, patience, and willingness, it was conceivable that you could find literally anything processed by the wizarding government of the United Kingdom. As such, the majority of the archive's employees spent their time answering simple questions and solving simple problems for people who couldn't be bothered to read simple instructions. Well, that and lazily waving their wands to send various documents back to where they should have been after idiots laid them down in the wrong places. I sighed and resolved myself to the search materials before me. Close, close, close. I tooted under my breath, the sound of my own voice comforting in the noiseless void between the aisles. I've been close for a month. Theoretically speaking, I was nearly done researching the last 100 years' worth of Malfoy family members and the extraneous pureblood relations associated with our line. Really, I had already picked over the last 300 years' worth of information on my family and condensed it into a fairly comprehensive guide to everything Malfoy. At this point, my genealogy was largely a fiction to allow me continued access to the ministry archives. But something is bugging me. Something is bugging the buggering hell out of me. It was the specific point in history at which things went off the rails. What served as the hypothetical point where the canon Harry Potter timeline diverged from the one in which I lived, and, to the best of my ability, I had tracked it down to between 1930 and 1950. Sure, 20 years might seem like a long stretch of time, but compared to the millennia I'd started out with, I'd come a long way merely by working backwards. Of course, I hadn't found the point of divergence itself, but I was fairly sure it had something to do with Tom Riddle's birth or Gellert Grindelwald's rise to power, which was all kinds of not good. It was also a bit of a relief. On the one hand, it meant the Horcruxes might be completely different, and I might not be able to lend any appreciable aid to the Golden Trio, which would be bad. On the other hand, it meant that I, Desdemona Malfoy, was not the cause of a potentially disastrous departure from a safe timeline. It meant that my potential knowledge of the future might be worthless. It meant I was able to sleep soundly at night again. But what is it? I was so occupied by my thought, gazing at the general area where I thought a clue might lie, that I almost didn't hear the footsteps. They were quiet, barely there even against the numbing silence of the archives room. Restraining myself, I mimed looking at my pocket watch. Wristwatches were terribly muggle devices, according to Father, to get a glance behind me using the mirrored surface on the inside of the watch cover. My lips twitched at the upside-down figure reflected in the concave surface. You know, your brother is probably out harassing a flock of birds right now. A snide, disdaining voice drawled. I smothered a grin, knowing he wouldn't appreciate it. Okay. So Godfather has grown on me a bit, granted. He's still a foul, obnoxious, greasy bat. But, well, he's also an incredibly snarky, witty, and intelligent adult that actually listens to me on occasion. Mother and father, they re good parents, but they're still my parents. Godfather, I said, enunciating the word clearly and cleanly while maintaining an austere calmness on my face. This is a pleasant surprise. Did the closing ceremonies at Hogwarts go well? I assumed Slytherin won the House Cup again. It had been one of the many things Severus liked to subtly gloat over in my presence. It had taken a few months to piece it together, but I'd come to the conclusion that my godfather was trying to push me towards choosing his own house rather than Ravenclaw. I think he hoped that I would make up for the Ratharan intelligent sibling, who was nearly predestined for green and silver. As well as the Quidditch Cup, Severus said pointedly. Of course, the old fool attempted to sabotage the award as he does every year, but a dunderhead Gryffindor provided liberal excuses to cut the legs out from under his argument. Idly, I wondered who he was talking about since, if memory served, the Weasley twins wouldn't be at Hogwarts until the next year. Congratulations. Godfather, though, I can't help but wonder what it is that brings you to the Ministry archives. It wasn't a question, since it was rude to so directly pump my elders for information, but it was a fairly neutral prompt for an explanation. In other words, what brings you to this neck of the woods, Professor Greaseball? Your birthday is approaching, Severus said with equal neutrality. I was in the Ministry on business with your father, and he mentioned you were still plumbing the depths of the archives after I inquired as to what you desired as a gift. I've looked at some of your work on tracing the Malfoy lineage and thought that it might be perhaps worth my time to look at your research process, though I wonder what you were doing in so recent a set of documents as opposed to an older group of resources. I took a moment in composing my reply. I'd gotten significantly less nervous and anxious around Snape over the past few years, though he still tended to make my neck hairs rise with his presence. Finally, I smiled. Actually, I found a divergent line of my family, which separated in the late 1700s, but they seemed to disappear during Grindelwald's reign. Snape nodded once and likely disregarded the matter. As long as I didn't give him reason to pry, he'd respect my privacy, thankfully. It didn't hurt, of course, that I took care to always be scrupulously honest with my godfather as well as my parents, but I made sure to always give the authority figures in my life a perfectly, completely, and misleadingly honest answer whenever the situation called for it. Some people defined a lie as an untruth told with the intent to deceive. I define a lie as an untruth told to deceive with malicious or harmful intent. So, yes, I did deceive my parents, my godfather, the parents of my friends. I never shared the full truth with anyone. I imagine I even felt guilty about it from time to time when I fell into a ponderous mood over the moral difficulties present to me in this life. But, regardless of what I did, I pursued those courses of action which I believed would ultimately have my friends and family survive the next Wizarding War. So, when I told Severus that I'd found a branch of the Malfoy family living in Germany, which disappeared around Grindelwald's time, I was being perfectly honest, but not completely so, because even though I knew far too much about Severus Snape to call him a decent human being, sometime over the course of the last several years he'd become a person that I enjoyed having around and considered something of a surly and disgruntled uncle. Maybe it was because he was actually protective of myself and Draco. On the rare occasion he'd taken either of us to Diagon Alley on a day trip or been charged with babysitting duty, he took the position with deadly seriousness. He never let Draco or myself put ourselves in any position which might, in any way, become threatening or dangerous, ever. He was terribly overprotective. It was actually kind of endearing. So, of course I couldn't tell him that I was researching Voldemort, Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and the Dark Lord Grindelwald. He would be perturbed at my rather worrisome hobby. I blinked suddenly, my mind having wandered while Godfather was speaking. I'm sorry, Godfather. Could you please repeat that? I am not sure I heard you correctly. Severus frowned as his eyes cut across the row of files and archives we stood in. After a long moment, he took out his wand and made several complex movements. I shivered slightly as I felt the spicy, electrical tingle of magic trickle over and through me before settling around us in a circle. Though he cast silently, I had the odd hunch that the spells he was invoking were aimed towards secrecy and concealment. It made sense that if Godfather was going to discuss a sensitive topic, he'd take measures against being overheard, but to be so blatant about it. I dislike repeating myself, Desdemona, but on this one occasion I will accommodate you. I asked you, how much do you know of the Prince family line? Snape pressed. I pursed my lips in thought, swallowing as I contemplated my options. Admittedly little godfather. I've come across mention of a few members during my readings, but nothing detailed. I eventually stated, my tone cautious and wary. Snape pinned me with a narrowed gaze before nodding judiciously. There is a significant amount of galleons, as well as family memorabilia relating to the prince line resting in a Gringotts vault. Due to a series of difficulties in tracing the genealogy of the prince family, I find myself unable to claim my rightful inheritance. The unasked question hung heavy in the air. Godfather, aren't there more qualified individuals who could accommodate your request better than I asked with a calm tone. Had Godfather really just commissioned a documentation of his family line from an 8-year-old? Severus' face soured and his head turned away from me. More qualified? Certainly. Willing to do so without a very large bribe? None in the British Isles. Should you continue to pursue this line of research, Desdemona, you will likely find that such skills are in dire demand among the pureblood upper class. There are few individuals among our society who are willing to devote the time and energy necessary to properly document a family line, and the fees they charge are exorbitant in nature. Family lines are often called into question by individuals seeking to degrade another line's purity and, therefore, their social standing. I nodded slowly, pieces slotting into place. It was just another aspect of the complex game of one-upmanship that purebloods were fond of. But Godfather, I thought the ministry didn't have control over Gringotts? Which had been a bit of a shock, to be honest. Intellectually, I understood that having what was effectively a foreign nation control your currency had been done before in history, by empires and kingdoms of all shapes and sizes. Even Rome had had something similar in place, and Renaissance-era nations had owed tremendous sums to privatized Italian bankers. But the idea of a national currency not being controlled by a modern government was startling. Although it could be that the goblins maintained an international currency by way of... I shook myself. Something to look up later. Snape had grimaced before explaining. True enough. Though if I were to remove gold enough to use Desdemona or any of my family's belongings, then I run the risk of having them confiscated by overzealous ministry workers without an adequate proof, or at least a bluff, of my lineage. I narrowed my gaze, thinking furiously with a sudden intensity. Severus Snape was worried about ministry workers knocking down his door and confiscating anything he couldn't prove he owned. Snape was, presumably, in both Dumbledore and my father's pockets for various reasons, and he could probably go to either of them to get the items or money returned, but that would also incur debt to the person he asked to intervene for him. That was likely the real reason he was asking me. Anything I asked for was likely a lot less painless than a favor for Dumbledore or Lucius Malfoy. But there was also the fact that the ministry could just raid a house. Did they need a warrant? I scanned my hazy recollection of the books, but didn't find any indication of such. Was it truly possible that the magical ministry could conduct groundless or rumor-based, which was worse, searches and seizures if the family was not powerful enough to resist? The idea was simultaneously horrifying, and it explained so much. The implications were vast. If it was entirely possible for a ministry team to enter and search a private domicile without any real grounds for suspicion, merely to seize goods and wealth, well, it was true that I'd never heard my father mention any form of estate, income, or inheritance tax, but did that mean the ministry essentially ran on fines, estate seizures, and the like? I would need to look that up soon, even if it meant asking father. My gaze still distant, I nodded to Godfather. I'll need to me a few months, if I'm to make it a good enough forgery to pass ministry examination. His sneer twitched slightly, satisfied, as he turned to idly peruse the shelves. And your compensation? I blinked as my mind switched gears to another subject. Obviously, Godfather was equating my birthday present to whatever payment I demanded for services rendered. Options, let's see. I've always wanted a bag of holding, but I'm pretty sure I've dropped enough hints about that too. Mother, even if she doesn't understand why I could possibly want something like that. There's no way mother or father are getting me omniocular, seeing as how they're so close to carnival fare in terms of gifts, but I can buy one of those myself at a Quidditch game. Okay, this is Snape we're talking about. Here's probably something on my long list of things I'd love to have that he can get me. The hardest part of answering his question wasn't coming up with something, it was narrowing down my options. There were a great many just plain nifty toys that the magical world treated as everyday appliances, and even, or especially, the unusual and hard-to-get ones were endlessly useful. Still, there was something which I wanted, mainly for future use, and vanishing cabinets. I said shortly, very little of my ingrained politeness showing. Snape blinked, his expression turning a bit mulish as he contemplated the rather expensive nature of the gift. "I'll think on the matter," Snape finally said, even as I struggled not to break out in a grin. In bad faith, my journals had been a particularly inspired move on my part. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I was quite proud of remembering a little trick I'd learned during my last childhood. Even as an adult, but especially as a kid, I'd loved keeping secrets. The idea that I could ferret away information or treasures where no one else could find them was extremely enticing. To that end, I'd used invisible ink to write out. Well, during my last childhood, it hadn't been anything particularly important. Little doodles and a few biting remarks about an irritating teacher that I hated, but the important part of it was that I could hide them at will from my parents or my friends or siblings at will. It had all been in good fun back then. Now, it was a way to keep my mind straight. In the stack of slim notebooks my mother had given me, I devoted the fronts of pages to my everyday life, dreams, and various things that Desdemona Malfoy needed to keep track of. On the backs of the pages, using a fountain pen I'd had Dobby procure for me, I wrote down my real secrets. Vinegar is just about the best, cheapest, most common invisible ink someone can easily get their hands on. It's a little watery, but it reacts to heat and red cabbage water, both revealing agents that are easy to acquire, but unlikely to be exposed to the paper accidentally. If you really want to get a good result, though, mix the vinegar with egg whites, and not only will the result be thicker and easier to write with, but it will react under black light. No mus, no fus, no magic. Take that Purebloods. Carefully dipping the corner of a hand towel into the bowl of shredded red cabbage leaves and water, I wiped the excess fluid on the edge before sliding the slightly damp cloth over the page, my eyes drinking in the crude Old English scrawl that was my final level of encoding and protection. It was sloppy, the spellings irregular, and the letters warped to create what was very nearly my own dialect of the language. The first magic, denial of nothingness, application of true sorcery to violate laws of thermodynamics and create something from nothing. Relation to conjuration/advanced transfiguration, magic used as substance like plastic in a mold, or magic used to induce creation of stable material. I shook my head and wiped the page using another cloth, this one with a faint tingle of magic. This piece of fabric had a minor enchantment to clean spills and excess drips on parchment. After a little testing, I determined it worked well enough to remove my revealing solution while leaving my ink. Although I wasn't sure why, given that my ink wasn't really ink at all, but a homebrew concoction that should rightfully categorize as an accidentally spilled fluid and, therefore, be removed from the pages. Magic, I will never understand magic. Oh well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Shaking my head again, I selected another of my notebooks to search. I was looking for a specific section that I'd written years ago. I remembered the general idea of the few paragraphs, but I needed details if I was going to figure out my current problem. Ever since meeting Godfather in the Ministry archives a few days prior, I'd had to move a few things around to make time for his project. Add that to the fact that I was still having my normal tutoring sessions, my fencing practices, and a few final etiquette lessons from my mother, my week had been far too busy for my liking. I yawned. So sue me, I do need sleep. At least Mother is cutting my etiquette classes soon. It's good to see that some problems will actually solve themselves if you let them. Now let's see, this might be it. I focused in on the revealed passage. Look into Grindelwald-Hitler connection. How intertwined was GG's organization with the Nazi Party or German Muggle military? Goals? Overt or covert cooperation? Check in a Thule society and Nazi occult leanings. Canon events do not delineate about degree of involvement, but speculation concerning GG's preoccupation with the Hallows points to no, unless using Annenberg and Himmler to search for stone/cloak. If so, what was Nazi benefit? Imperius used on /4. I bit my lips softly, rereading the short paragraph before pulling out a front-page picture from the Daily Prophet, dated August 3rd, 1935. The photo was of a middle-aged Gellert Grindelwald standing next to someone I easily recognized as Adolf Hitler. The two were shaking hands amicably, even as the understated figure of Heinrich Himmler lurked in the background, near a group of black-robed wizards. The headline read, "German Minister of Magic lays groundwork for wizarding-muggle relations to improve." Looking closely, one could just make out the tiny badge of a sword and runic circle pinned to the wizards' cloaks. Sliding the photo into the book with a shaking hand, I wiped away the cabbage water and shoved the notebook back into its place. This was not good news. As fun as I remember it being to speculate about Grindelwald's involvement with the Nazi regime in Germany, there had been nothing to canonically prove such. In fact, given the way I remember the books being written, it was extremely doubtful that such a connection existed. The bulk of Grindelwald's character was his infatuation with Albuzet was probably his devil-may-care attitude about the use of unforgivables in his search for the Deathly Hallows which earned him the moniker of Dark Lord. Although Grindelwald as a historical figure has little enough written about him that it's difficult to draw conclusions as to his motivations. This I just grate. Why is it always Nazis? I groaned dejectedly, rubbing a hand over my eyes. Next thing you know, it's going to be aliens, demons, Atlantis, and Shangri-La. I threw myself onto the bed of my much cleaner room. Ever since Father had allowed me to use the West Wing study for my own purposes, I'd been able to store and organize a great deal of my research materials much more effectively. Now, only a few sets of books which I was currently reading adorned my shelves in addition to my journals and assorted reference tomes. My room had become less workplace and more sanctuary, though I was still cautious of what I left laying about. Really, the only things truly incriminating were my notes on the original timeline, and I was sure enough of their relative safety given my precautions. Does this mean anything, though? I asked my ceiling. As usual, it declined to respond. It looked as though I had reached the limit of what my non-invasive research could accomplish. Unless I wanted to begin pilfering aura files and breaking into the Hall of Prophecies or something like that, I was out of luck, which meant I didn't have anything to, well, do. There was no way to prepare for the storm I was sure was coming. Anxiety stirred in my gut, even as I called up my Occlumency exercise. Even though the mantra had begun to become second nature to me, the comfort it brought was brittle and chill. In many ways, I had been clinging to the hope that there was some part in the pun, but magic solution to the problems I was facing. I wanted to be able to find that one hidden solution that no one else had thought oft-hat would solve everything. Harry's imprisonment with the Dursleys, Sirius at Azkaban, prevent the second rise of the Dark Lord Voldemort, and give everyone a happy ending. I wanted to be able to prove I was special in some way, something that may be better than even the fantastic world I now lived in. I want to be a Mary Sue, I realized, unsure whether I should laugh or cry. And I called Draco arrogance not try to take down a Dark Lord all by his lonesome. He's not whining that he's not special enough, or some other tripe. I was silent as the points sank home, a phantom tune from another life lilting through my head. Is this real life? Not just fantasy, I whispered, feeling that I was probably butchering the lyrics. Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality here. Acting on a whim, I stood and snatched my violin from where it was resting, its bow freshly shining with rosin. Pressing the strings to each other, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, letting a song I hadn't heard in years flow through me. Even as the notes sang out, truer than I'd thought myself capable of, I pondered on my earlier thoughts. I'm not going to be an entitled ponce in this life. I spent my last life going with the flow. I never broke ranks and did something weird and cool with myself. I kept waiting to become special, for someone to come up to me and hand me fate's whining lottery ticket. So what if I can't magic up a solution to all of life's problems at age 8? The last note rang free and clear, and I exhaled, a half-smile on my face. I'm Desdemona Malfoy, and I'm going to be the best which I can be, on my own merit and on my own ability. I felt somehow lighter at the though, nearly serene, though the sound of subdued clapping shattered my fragile moment of bliss. Mother, Narcissa, stood with a beaming smile next to the open door of my room. Obviously, she'd come in at some point during my impromptu solo and merely observed me silently instead of interrupting. An embarrassed, self-conscious flush rose to my cheeks. I really didn't like performing in front of people, At least not with music or dancing or flying. Oddly enough, I was okay at public speaking. "Mother," I squawked, my voice a few octaves higher than usual, my eyes flickering about as instinct pushed me to fight or flight. "Oh, hush, child," Narcissa smiled, and I was astonished to see her dab at her eyes with a handkerchief. "That was an excellent performance. I dare say you've no more need of lessons if that is the extent of your ability. I shall have to see if Draco's skill is up to par. Perhaps we shall arrange a summer duet for the two of you. Yes, out in the gardens, and all of your little friends can come. With their parents, of course." I paled. A summer equinox brunch? Or maybe a dinner soiree? Yes, I should think that much better. Oh, wait until I tell Lucius. He's been trying to arrange a way to show up that stuffed shirt Jacob Bones and his wife Helen. I think they even have a girl Draco's age and a boy your age, Desdemona, if memory serves. It was like a broom wreck. I couldn't look away as the situation spiraled out of control. I had seen Mother like this on occasion, usually when she was nattering on with her friends at some afternoon brunch. Booty opened my mouth to object. "Oh, but look at me. I came to remind you of your fencing lesson, which you are now quite late for. Though I don't know why you insist on that ghastly pastime. Desdemona, you shan't be late. It is unbecoming of a Malfoy. Now, off with you." And with that last flurry of words, Mother vanished from whence she came. I blinked, staring at my empty doorway. What? Happy Placigo to the happy place. In bad faith. Thrust. Watch your footwork. Parry. Better left foot a bit more forwards, though. Riposte. Good response. Work on your follow-through. Fencing was an oddity of the wizarding world, though there were numerous strange aspects of our culture for those who cared to look. Ostensibly a Muggle sport, its popularity with the upper class before the Statute of Secrecy was invoked meant it had largely survived the purging of Muggle interests from wizarding society. There were several theories on why, as numerous other pieces of cultural exchange, such as firearm use, human hand servants, and Christianity, had died out over the generations since 1689. Personally, I subscribe to the theory that fencing reminds wizards and witches of the romantic aspects of the medieval age, wherein we, as a culture, were considerably more powerful and relevant with the world at large. For whatever the reason, though, fencing has survived in wizarding culture as a niche sport, much less popular than Quidditch, but with a somewhat considerable fan base, especially among the upper echelons of pureblood society. Its detractors considered it less of a sport, though, and more of a recreational pastime for those with the money and energy to expend on a worthless activity. Its supporters touted it as a way to improve coordination, grace, strength, and precision in wand hand and casting, and a way to measure your dedication to a taxing and exacting art. I liked it because it meant I got to play around with sharp, pointy things. Father had secured the services of a fencing grandmaster, Enrico Savell, from Spain, who had retired to Britain a few years before. The man spoke with slightly accented English, occasionally veering into a biting Spanish retort when I made an especially bad mistake or misstep. His lessons were grueling, torturous affairs with no indication that he was pampering or babying me. I appreciated the man for it. "Stop!" he barked, my body freezing in position, as I had been trained to. Pacing to the left, Master Enrico turned his burning blue gaze on my extended sword arm, then my posture, footwork, and finally, my right hand holding the small defensive dagger. "I do not know why you insist on the rapier," he spoke finally, his words coming out in a low growl which I had become accustomed to. "You would suit épée, foil, or saber much better. Body type isn't it yet right. Your arms do not quite have the strength they need for an extended bout." I breathed in through my nose, controlling the airflow and expanding my diaphragm into my abdomen. "I prefer the rapier," I said stoically, looking down the length of my straight blade. "As you say again and again," Master Enrico derided lightly, "though your body does not. Still, far be it for the master to offer advice when it will not be heeded. Switch guards." I spun the blade in my right hand, leaving the rapier to the air as I flipped the main gauche into my right hand, grabbing the longer blade in my left. Master Enrico rolled his eyes. To have a student so obsessed with theatricality, what has become of me? I refrained from smiling. Though he might look like a particularly gruff and no-nonsense instructor, and was in many respects. Much like Snape, he had a witty and sarcastic side which only someone familiar with the man could pick out. Although he derided my theatricality in the way I switched my blades, I could pick up a faint approval of the deft action in his eyes. He had proved tolerant of my quirks as long as they were performed with the same speed and surety as the more standard prescriptions of fencing. Standing with the rapier in my left hand, my offhand had been odd at first, though I'd grown used to it. The main gauche in my right was more comfortable, though, even as it reminded me of the particulars of this style. "Better," he murmured appreciatively. "Does student remember why we practice off-guard positions?" I bit back a sigh. "After I get my wand, I'll be holding it where the main gauche is now. I need to get used to maneuvering my right hand independently of my left. This will also strengthen my offhand grip so that I can strike more surely." "Good," Master Enrico nodded, adjusting my position slightly. "Every time you block with main gauche today, you lose point, yes?" My eyes widened. Points and grades weren't as important here as in my standard tutoring sessions, but a bad review would spell trouble with father. "But dash! Wand is not sword. Wand is not dagger. Wand is not main gauche. Wand is wand," Master Enrico reprimanded sternly. "If you try to block with wand snap, no more wand. Student understands?" I cringed. "Yes, sir." As the bout began, I throttled back on my instinctual block with my right-handed weapon, instead maneuvering the longer rapier in an awkward motion to deflect the blow. In the Muggle schools of fencing, the rapier was no longer considered among the accepted blades, primarily because it was less of a sport blade and more of a lethal instrument. It amused me sometimes when I considered my derision of a wizard's sense of danger on broomstick and applauded their lack of caution when it came to the conventions of swordplay. Because of the sword and wand style of fencing wizards had developed so mimicked the play of rapier and main gauche, the blade had been adopted as the blade of choice in wizarding culture. With the combination of a dulled tip and dragon hide robes, another reason the sport was considered expensive and unnecessary. The blade very seldom penetrated flesh. But that doesn't mean it can't leave a nasty bruise. I flinched from the impact of the weapon on my lowest right rib, which had probably missed breaking by a near margin, and bowed with excruciating slowness to my teacher. As I did so, I soothed my mind with my Occlumency exercise, and the pain, or at least my awareness of it, slowly ebbed away. "You missed 2 openings. Should have lunged when I gave you chance." "I am curious, why did you not?" Master Enrico asked, his eyes piercing. I took a gasping breath, sweat trickling into my eyes. I didn't want to overextend myself. The older man frowned, an odd look in his eyes. "Lunge is not overextension. Lunge is killing blow, final strike of the bout. You cannot overextend when bout is finished." "But someone else could strike, even if you finished off your opponent." I explained my rationale obviously, at least. Master Enrico eyed me through narrow slits. "Curious you approach the blade like no other student I have taught. For most, the blade is art. To some it is merely amusement. To others still, it is a chore. You approach it as matter of life and death. You show intent to kill, even though you have never needed such, to my knowledge." I would have frozen had the pain in my side been less. As it was, I was exhausted enough for my cover not to matter so much to me. Swords, gasp, are for killing. Anything less is a sweet and naive lie. Using a sword is something that, gasp, deserves to be treated with respect, to be taken seriously. The fencing grandmaster turned away from me, concealing his face either intentionally or unintentionally. "You are strange child, Desdemona Malfoy, very strange. I see problem. That you will not understand the sword as you wish to. Not until you use sword as you think it should be. At least, that will also be last day I teach you, I think." My eyes widened. "But Master Enrico dash. No interrupting." The man growled, spinning sharply to pin me with a harsh look. "I applaud your tenacity, determination, and discipline, all very good. For me, though sword is art, beauty that should not be used to kill. Still, I see much art in your skill flourishes that are unnecessary, but beautiful. You are contradiction treat. Sword is instrument of death, but use sword as something graceful and fluid. If you can't do something stylishly, why bother? I asked, my chest heaving painfully as I struggled to keep upright. Appearances are important. That was part of why I liked learning how to use a sword, after all. I knew enough about the real world to treat the discipline with respect and caution, but I also loved the noise a blade made flashing through the air and the shimmer given off by a piece of honed steel as it caught the light just right. My eyes glazed as I imagined a particularly awesome sword fight from a few different media in my past life. No matter how you cut it, swords are just cool, and that was an awful pun. Master Enrico barked out a laugh, a faint smile on his face. I think that is all for today. I will see you Thursday, yes? Yes, sir. I nodded, trying to find the least painful medium between breathing deeply to satisfy my body's need for oxygen and breathing shallowly so as not to aggravate my injury. In bad faith, my 9th birthday came and went. The party was another exercise in frustration. I suppose I kept sane by interacting with the few individuals I called friends. The Caro twins were my shadows, at once diligently catering to my every whim and holding me in a certain state of awe due to a combination of my intelligence, maturity, and insight into adult activities and motivations. The Black twins, Sagittarius and Virgo, had become the first real friends I'd made on my own impetus. Tari was a competent, if not particularly gifted chess player much like myself. We played an enormous number of games, though he was leading by a small margin. Virgo was my friendship with her. Let me put it this way. I once wondered at the meaning of getting along like a house on fire. Needless to say, I don't anymore. Virgo and I like to argue. We disagreed on everything from tea to music to art to favorite subjects in our respective tutoring. It actually amazed me that we hadn't come to blows over one thing or the other. Despite all that, though, we tended to be each other's staunchest defenders when faced with an external threat. Much like Draco and myself. So, what's this one do? Virgo asked, her eyes intent on the shape taking form before her, even as she jarred me from my reminiscing. It's a runic levitation circle. I explained, my paintbrush flowing through the elegant curves. I wasn't quite good enough to freehand the shapes yet, so my eyes and hand were tracing the thin ink sketch I'd crafted to mathematical perfection. Pretty basic stuff, really. I think you're the only person I know who would call that pretty basic, Virgo sneered lightly. Well, pretty basic for me at least, but then again we can't all be me now, can we? I smirked, keeping my gaze on the Celtic knotwork. Why do you do that anyway? Virgo questioned curiously, ignoring my seeming arrogance. I hummed lightly, replying to her query. That winding stuff? I've seen pictures in those books of yours. None of the runes or the bindings. None of what you do looks like what's in the book. Virgo explained, her eyes darting awkwardly over to Tari, Hestia, and Flora, who were playing or learning how to play in the case of the later two, Go Fish, with a set of muggle playing cards which had the various images on them enchanted to move. Tari was passing it off as a secret Italian card game they'd learned from their mother. This served the dual purpose of explaining where the game came from and pressuring the Caro twins to keep the muggle design cards and game from our parents. I finished the final section of the outer ring and relaxed, leaning back in my chair and working out the kinks in my back before I answered. Well, how the runes and the bindings look isn't really important. How did that book put it? Representations of magical anchoring sigils used to enact particular effects on the physical plane. And that means? Virgo asked, rolling her eyes at the intricate technical terminology I preferred. What it looks like doesn't matter, I repeated heedlessly. You're not supposed to copy the diagrams perfectly, at least, not if you really want to learn anything or create designs in the future. What's important is that you draw them to symbolize what you think of as strong, if that makes any sense. And this is what you think of as strong, Virgo asked, her finger hovering over the curves of black paint. I trusted her not to actually touch the design. She knew that was one of the few things which could actually get me angry. The design is Celtic knotwork or braid work. It's what I think when someone says the words strong, flexible, but powerful. A lot of people prefer solid lines, but I've always thought that made the shapes a bit too brittle. Inflexible, but moderately more powerful. I explained. Virgo shook her head. I guess it doesn't hurt that it looks really brill. I blinked, stumbling for a second on the word before I remembered the oddities of British slang. I was getting better at it, but British was still my second language, as opposed to American. What does it looking good have to do with anything? Virgo sneered again, her eyes reflecting good-natured mockery. Like you don't know who was it again that spent like 3 hours trying to get their robes to do that thing Mr. Snape's do? Billow. I corrected quietly, my face heating at the reminder. Your G. I can't believe I couldn't get it right. I still wonder if it has more to do with your height or if there's some kind of charm or something on the fabric. So, I asked, irritated that the subject was being brought up. Do you have to look good doing everything? Virgo pressed, half ridiculing and half curious. What's the point of doing something if you can't look good doing it? I replied, crossing my arms. If you want to be blinding, you've got to look bedarse. The second my mouth closed, I regretted the sentence I had just spoken. Art, British slang, is infecting me. Get out of my head. I still say you're nutters. Virgo shook her head, dropping back into her chair. I decided not to argue on the topic. My sanity, or lack thereof, was a constant source of legitimate worry for me. After all, how many people have survived dying, infancy, and the complete obliteration of everything they'd ever known without a few cracks in their brain pan? I'd eventually determined that, should I actually be insane, it was far too late to do anything about, and I should enjoy my unusual state of mind. Ouch! Flora cried from her position on the floor, drawing Virgo and my attentions towards her. A hand of discarded playing cards lay on the ground, the 7-year-old clutching her finger as a tiny cut oozed blood slowly. Tears welled in the younger girl's eyes, even as her sister tried to comfort her. I gave an imperceptible sigh as I picked up a small, white case no bigger than a shoe box from its resting place next to my nightstand. Stepping up to the injured twin, I nestled the box between us and wrapped an arm around Flora, pulling her closer to me. Shush, I whispered lowly and gently, meaningless and comforting soft noises coming from my mouth, examining the paper cut. She'd probably never handled the type of finely cut, mass-manufactured paper stock which playing cards were made of. The result was actually a fairly bad paper cut, one which went all the way down her finger. To an 8-year-old, especially one who only rarely skinned a knee or suffered from other childhood injuries, this was more than enough to cry over. Who's a brave girl? I whispered, massaging her arm as I slowly worked my way to the injury. Kids could be twitchy when they were hurt, especially if you just grabbed the part of their body that was hurt and tried to force medical attention on them. Flora whimpered, and I began to hum under my breath, some decades-old lullaby that only my subconscious remembered. Even as my right hand tried to persuade Flora to let me see the injury, my left deftly began to pull a potion, salve, and bandage from my box. In moments, the wound was cleaned with a potion, closed with a salve, and bound with bandages to heal. The whole ordeal had taken less than a minute. To top off the incident, I wiped Flora's tears away with my handkerchief and kissed her softly on the forehead. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? No, Flora whispered, her voice tiny as she and Hestia looked over my patch job, and I put away the healer's kit. So that's what your mom gave you, Virgo said quietly, realization rather than curiosity in her words. Yeah, Mother is a healer, or at least she could be if she wanted to. She takes care of Draco and I when we're sick. She noticed that I was getting a lot of bruises. I told her it was just me being clumsy and tripping over books. She gave me a healer's kit, or at least a lot of salves and potions in case I ever got hurt, and she was out. Mother's been teaching me how to use them, I explained, closing the box's lid with a snap and looking up. Virgo's eyes were curious, intrigued, confused, something like that. What? I asked. You'd make a good healer, she said solemnly. I smiled, though my expression was a bit bitter. Maybe, but I couldn't imagine doing that every day. Virgo grunted, an ambiguous noise of understanding, even as I noticed Flora standing in front of me. I raised my eyes further, concerned, and looked at the girl's finger. What's wrong, Flora? Does it still hurt? The salve should have dashed, and then I was hit with 3 stone of flying child. I stiffened initially, then forced myself to relax. I couldn't quite help the reflexive response, having never been touchy-feely in either of my lives. Still, I didn't want to offend the fragile girl, especially right now. Bending to the inevitable, I wrapped both hands around her and hugged, just as she was doing to me. Warm, something in me relaxed, like a tightly coiled spring finally releasing tension. Even as I felt Hestia silently join in the hug, I wondered at the contentment that had suddenly consumed me. There was an abstract sense that this might be related to my childhood body affecting my adult mind. Booty couldn't bring myself to care. By chance, my eyes flickered open and saw Tari and Virgo sitting on the fringes, envy plain on their faces. I sighed, in for a penny, in for a pound. If you two don't get over here right now and help, I'm giving you clothes for your next birthday, I threatened. Their eyes widened. They knew, even from our relatively short association as friends, that I was vindictive enough to remember that grudge. As they made to pull Flora and Hestia off me, I whispered something into the Caro twins' ears and shared a dark grin with them. I can't be quite sure what happened next, but the end result was the same. 5 children nearly rolling on the floor in a group hug, giggling well, childishly. It was inevitable that the tickling began. Some indeterminable amount of time later, a voice rang out even as we all took heaving breaths, flushed and still snickering with subdued laughter. "What are you all doing?" My brother, Draco, stood in the doorway. I was the first to come to my sense enough to give a coherent response. "It's called having fun, Dre. Heard of it?" Draco colored at the name. "Don't call me that. Besides, you're not acting like a Malfoy. When father hears of this dash, good sweet Merlin, this child has a stick up his arse. But father's not going to find out," I warned, sitting up on my elbows. "Because if he did, I might have to tell him who really broke the greenhouse window last week after you blamed it on a gnome. Honestly, why mother doesn't just enchant the glass to be unbreakable, I'll never know. Wizards and common sense are like oil and water." Of course, I only knew because Draco had done so on his broom and, subsequently, received a few fairly bad cuts. He had come to me amazingly enough in favor of avoiding punishment by mother or father, and I had, ironically enough, used the healer's kit mother had given me to tend to injuries primarily inflicted by my brother in our little prank war. The combination of pale fear and red anger on Draco's face wasn't appealing. "Fine, Draco Graud, Ulfing. I was just coming to see if you wanted to practice our duet pieces for tomorrow. But if you're too busy," I sighed, then nodded. "Fine, just let me get my violin. You all may stay in my room while Draco and I adjourn to the West Wing garden gazebo to dash." "Well, come along," Hestia burst in, interrupting me rather rudely. I repressed the urge to chastise her in favor of a light flush of embarrassment. "That's not necessary, Dash," I began, though I was interrupted again. "As a gracious host, of course it is," Draco overruled me snidely. "A Malfoy would never be so gauche as to leave his guests without due entertainment. Crab Goyle, and not will be my guests as well, at any rate, so it would only be fair." The Ponce had the gall to smile at me, dark amusement at my stage fright bright in his eyes. "Of course, dear brother," I replied coolly, retribution promised silently in reply. In short order, Draco and I had taken our places outside, the summer sun already setting for a cooler afternoon. I had to admit, this was one of the perks of my new life. Having been born at a much lower latitude last time, I had always tied summer to feelings of appallingly hot and humid weather. British summers, by contrast, were positively chill. As I stepped onto the gazebo and Draco positioned himself on the piano, I took a moment to appraise myself in one of the many tall mirrors inset into the supports of the gazebo. Strategically placed, they blended the inside with the outside of the structure, creating the illusion of a much larger space which seamlessly flowed into the outdoors. The girl reflected in the mirror was thin and lithe, even more so than a normal 8-year-old. Though I ate my fill at each meal, I was beginning to suspect I'd inherited a body structure which could only be described as willowy. My eyes were somewhere between steel gray and silver, depending on how the light caught them, while my hair shone either platinum blonde or white gold under different conditions. The cascade of pale hair was now down to just beyond my shoulder blades. Once it got a bit longer, I'd consider braiding it. My face was what polite society would call austere, and a low-class individual might describe as pinched. I was wearing one of my favorite sets of robes, black trimmed in white, with a long skirt which interchanged the colors. My blouse contained both white and black in equal proportions, tracing a snowflake pattern which danced over the silken fabric. I try not to think of how many old biddies would insist on praising me as cute on the marrow. In bad faith, the pieces we had picked out had taken nearly a month of compromise. Draco had wanted only classical pieces, according to his rather brass taste. I had wanted more modern music, faster paced, and flecked with jazzy beats. Narcissa had eventually come down on Draco's side of the argument, which disappointed but did not surprise me. Part of Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture, Vaknosti Meistersinger, von Supp's Light Cavalry. Although many of the pieces weren't really made for our instruments, or had supplemental instruments necessary, I think our renditions worked well enough. I did, though, manage to sneak in a copy of The Piano Man, which amused me to no end after it got a standing ovation. Music was a cultural oddity in the wizarding world. Although it tended towards the conservative, I think there were enough influential people with more progressive tastes, at least secretly, that there was always one or two stations on the Wizarding wireless playing more modern pieces. I'd yet to find anything like the Weird Sisters from the Goblet of Fire movie, but I retained hope that Wizarding rock was a recent occurrence. Still, the fact that no one really bothered repressing the various musical trends meant that it was probably the most Muggle-born friendly aspect of our culture. I still wondered if it was possible to modify a Wizarding wireless to pick Muggle radio. Though likely not, given that if it were true, Muggle radio might be able to pick up Wizarding wireless transmissions. As the last note of our last piece rang out, Draco and I exchanged not quite smiles, but neutral expressions of respect and appreciation that our ordeal was over. Somewhere between relief and respect, certainly. You were both absolutely magnificent, Narcissa gushed, while Lucius eyed us approvingly from where he was involved in a conversation with Minister Fudge and Shiver the Thing in pink. Well, can't go over there right now. I wonder what's in the opposite direction? Marvel of marvels. The opposite direction turned out to hold the very individual's mother and father had staged this affair to impress so. 3 adults and 2 children stood together as the crowds mingled around them. Without much choice, I made my way towards them and escaped once again from the horrid pink thing. Lord Bones, Lady Bones, Madam Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I am gratified that you were able to attend my parents' gathering. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I am Desdemona Malfoy, Lucius and Narcissa's youngest child. I stated with a serene and slightly vacant smile. It was the kind of placid, non-threatening expression that put people at ease. Jacob Bones pinned me with the kind of authoritative stare I'd come to expect from the adult crowd of witches and wizards, or at least proper witches and wizards. His wife Helen and sister Amelia were likewise standing proudly at his sides. The Bones family was a little bit odd, to be honest. Simultaneously staunch conservatives and apologists for anti-Muggle-born pureblood doctrine, they were counted as acquaintances by both extremes of the political pond, forming the head of a strictly neutral cornerstone of our society. As much as they were respected by both sides, though, they were also looked down upon, just a bit, for their refusal to weigh in their considerable influence on matters that didn't affect their family's personal interest. They espoused no ideology, bowed to neither the Ministry, Father, Dumbledore, nor any of the other power groups, and they could bring any raucous faction to the bargaining table for proper negotiations. In short, they were not a family one made light of annoying or irritating on general principle. Jacob Bones bowed slightly as I returned the gesture to him and his family. Well met, young Desdemona, well met, as you are astute enough to already be acquainted with the identities of both my wife and sister. I believe that leaves only my children to be introduced. This is my eldest daughter Susan Bones and her younger brother Richard. The 2 children were both approximately my age, though I remembered Susan would be a year ahead of me at Hogwarts. Richard, though, would be in my year, but I couldn't remember ever seeing mention of him. Maybe he was not particularly memorable Hogwarts student number 187? The snide thought was quickly brushed aside as I bowed to both Bones' children. Helen Bones smiled at me as she swept her arms around her spawn. You're quite the musician, Desdemona. I've been thinking of starting Richard and Susan on an instrument apiece. Though they're so busy with their studies, I wouldn't begin to guess where they'd find the time. How often do you practice? Translation. You may have some smidgen of talent, But my little darlings are intelligent dears who actually bother to crack a book rather than swoon over pointless music all day. My smile widened. That is a concern, I nodded. Though now that my mother has judged me to be competent enough in the violin, I believe she mentioned she would allow me to continue practicing under my own judgment. Given my 4 hours of daily language studies in French, German, and Italian and my 2 hours of advanced mathematics 3 times a week, as well as the independent genealogical research I do and my self-study readings in Middle English, Old English, Welsh, and Gaelic, I'm generally spread quite thin. Of course, I also have to make time for my fencing lessons, social gatherings mother wishes me to attend, and visiting with my own friends and relatives such as the Blacks and Caros. Sometimes I wish there were more hours in the day. I probably shouldn't mention the work I do on ancient runes. Given that I generally shouldn't be doing magic before Hogwarts, that means not mentioning Occlumency or legilimency either. Gah, sometimes I wonder if I actually sleep or just occasionally pass out at my desk. Helen Bones blinked oddly as her husband and sister-in-law stared at me with equal queerness. Susan and Richard looked almost queasy at the thought of my schedule. That is most impressive, Amelia Bones complimented in a slightly strangled voice. Especially for a child as young as yourself. I've known Hogwarts graduates with apprenticeships who were not so devoted to their studies. You're too kind, Madam Bones. I smiled congenially. Though my parents deserve much of the credit for arranging lessons with the necessary tutors. I am merely a product of their concern for a successful future for both myself and the Malfoy line. Talented, eloquent, mature, and humble as well, Jacob Bones complimented, though his eyes did not quite mirror the expression as I risked a quick glance to them as his gaze turned speculative while looking at his own children. I had the feeling they would probably be starting a more aggressive series of private lessons themselves. After exchanging a few more empty pleasantries with the Bones adults and children, I politely excused myself to continue moving about the guests. Several dozen shamefully pandering compliments regarding everything to my father's politics to my musical talent. I'd resorted to actively avoiding the pink thing which seemed to be hunting me for some no doubt terrible and fiendish reason. I spotted another large crowd of wizards and witches and made a beeline towards it, only belatedly understanding what the group had congregated around. An aged and withered Walburga Black, making her first social appearance in nearly a decade, evidently drew quite the crowd. Her skin was as sallow and wizened as it had been when last I saw her, almost a month prior, when I had gone over to see Tari and Virgo and been obliged to chat with the aging widow. Now, she was reclining on a chaise lounge, which had been moved underneath a large and complicated umbrella, blocking the sun from where it stood at the height of its daily journey. The old woman looked as I would imagine a Buddha did underneath a pagoda. A throng of visitors was slowly congregating now that our performance had finished, all of them looking much like supplicants waiting to bow before their aged goddess. As I waded through the crowd, allowing the compliments and greetings to flow over me, I was consumed by relief that my part in the entertainment was over. It had been hard to get up in front of so many people and play. In the end, I had closed my eyes and allowed the memorized motions of the music to take control of my hands. My fingers knew where they needed to be. My hand knew where the bow needed to be. The problem was the eyes on me. The entire affair had seemed to pass in one long blink of the eyes, finishing when I opened my eyes again at last. Walburga's dark eyes caught my own as she extended a weak hand, beckoning me forward. I bypassed the line of purebloods and one abbess, showing the proper disdain to the mass as I approached the older woman. Lady Walburga, I bowed, not quite as deeply as last time, though still quite low. You honor our house with your presence today, though I must express concern for your health. Are you sure it is best for you to be out in this hot weather? The woman gave me a cold smile. Such concern. Desdemona, I had thought I told you to call me Aunt Walburga. Nevertheless, I thought I might get out one last time before I pass. The group around us gave up a faux plead of denial and disagreement, trying to assure the woman that she had years and years yet to live. I looked her over once again, noticing that even what little sun she was getting showed her to be in more ill health than I had first thought. Rather than the healthy flush most people showed, her skin was even paler and more callow by contrast. I swallowed the lump of sadness in my throat. Walburga might not have been a great person or even a good one, Really, but she was family, and she was dying, and she knew it. I saw no reason to not acknowledge the fact if she already had as well, especially when it was plainly apparent. Did Draco and I do well enough for such an honor as the Lady Black's last social appointment? I asked thickly. Despite the fact that I had tried to swallow my sorrow, I hadn't quite succeeded. There was something in Walburga's eyes as I spoke, something impossible for me to define or explain, but I had the feeling it was important. More than enough, child, Lady Black whispered. Why? It reminded me of when Orion, my husband, and I would go to those lovely little outdoor concerts. It was such a gay old time back then, but listen to me ramble. You probably aren't interested in hearing about this. Here I hesitated, wondering best how to ask her to continue, because I was interested, but I also didn't want to look like a sycophant. I don't suppose they played anything of a more modern bent? Draco adores the classical, but I tend towards the recent occurrences in music. I'm afraid not, child, Walburga chuckled lowly. I think the most modern thing I ever heard was Moonlight Sonata, actually. That was the night Orion proposed to May a concert under the stars. It was so beautiful. Her gaze was distant, more focused on the past than on me. I picked up my violin case from where it lay by my side. Moonlight Sonata was one of the pieces I had tried to compromise with Draco on, but he'd felt it didn't have enough oomph. It wasn't loud or brass enough for his taste, but I discovered that it was quite soothing to play, a cool down, if you will, after the work out of the harder pieces. My bow slid across the strings easily, heedless of onlookers as I started in on the piece. The melody was easy, a beautiful and sweet piece that I enjoyed playing and listening to, something that was just difficult enough to require my attention. The true difficulty was, well, the French call it je ne sais quoi. It was a quality of the music that needed something more than mere skill or ability for it to sound proper. It needed heart. It needed soul. It needed pain. It was a terribly sad piece. Now that I thought about it on this occasion, I think I was able to do it justice like never before. In bad faith, winter in the Malfoy Manor was my favorite time of the year. Not Christmas or Yule, as was proper in the wizarding world. Mind you, just winter. It was a beautiful season, the entirety of the estate covered in pristine white down. Although so many people thought England and the greater part of Britain, which were not the same thing, were large cities or quaint villages, it simply wasn't true. Malfoy Manor was in the countryside, geographically fairly close to Stonehenge, and possessed large tracts of land on every side, insulating it from the various Muggle properties which surrounded it. But none of that mattered really. Snow had been a rare and infrequent fluke in my past. In the present day, though, with warming charms and other applications of magic, snow was even more wondrous than it had been before. If only I could find an excuse to go skiing. Well, can't be helped. I've said it before, and I'll probably say it again, but magic is amazing. As Yule approached, both mother and father began spending more time at home, enjoying the winding down of the holiday season. Even the ministry, notorious for drowning its employees in bureaucracy, did less and less work during the month of December. As a result, it was a time Draco and I treasured. Even our still frequent combative behavior took a backseat to the enjoyment of the winter season. The stillness of the Malfoy estate was rapturous that particularly bright winter morning. It was treacherously cold, though I only felt a bit of the nip as I walked about the grounds, a fur-lined hat pulled low to block out as much sun as possible. It was a beautiful, crystalline moment that stood, flawlessly silent, for a timeless eon. And then a snowball struck the back of my head. Toppling arse over elbow, I found myself face down in the snow before I knew it. Pushing myself out of the powder, I turned my head to see Draco standing a dozen feet away, arms crossed, and giving me the most superior smirk I'd ever seen violate his face. Standing, I affected a detached expression when, truly, it was all I could do to keep from grinning madly. You realize, of course, I intoned grimly. This means war. Draco blinked, and used to that manner of response from me, as I used the lull, to scoop up a handful of snow and compact it in one easy motion. Although I had never been practiced at making snowballs, I managed well enough and aimed for the central mass of Draco's body. Although the impact caught him off guard, it was not enough to actually topple him. What began that day as a childish bout of mock violence transcended our ages into an epic battle of wills that would resound through the eons. In truth, it was one of those pure childhood moments I'd recalled from idyllic sitcoms and Norman Rockwell paintings, and thought wholly fictional. There was nothing mean-spirited or foul-tempered about that day. None of our usual vitriol infected our actions. For all that Draco and I could be at each other's throats, it was moments like these that showed me the brighter, happier side of my sibling. Lucius and Narcissa watched us from their positions on the veranda, a large pitcher of some steaming liquid between them. They poured us each a cup as we came in from the snow, now filled with furrows and mounds created by our childish antics. The deep, rich cocoa was vastly enjoyable, as Mother's warming charms had begun to dim and the cold had started to seep into our fingers and toes. Father, always the more enigmatic of our parents, removed his wand and began to see to the melting snow and chilled extremities, his face more expressively gentle than I'd seen in a long while. As we finished our drinks, he stood, sparing our mother a pleased glance before turning to us. Draco, Desdemona, come along now. I think it's time to impart a few important lessons. Lucius intoned, a small smile playing on his lips. It said something about the rarity of the occasion that neither I nor my brother argued about the other accompanying us, and instead fell into line. Walking out into the winter scenery, Father angled towards a large field which had been left untouched by our playing and began fluid motions with his wand. My eyes, as well as Draco's I'm sure, widened as the snow shifted and formed up into pillars, climbing seemingly of its own accord. Do you know what sets us apart from the Muggles, children? Lucius asked softly as the snow continued to mount, some structure beginning to take shape. I don't think Draco nor I could have answered him. Even if we had wanted to, the spectacle had thoroughly entranced us. Magicis amazing. We, those of us from established magical families and bloodlines, stretching back centuries, have an obligation. The French had the right of it when they called it noblesse oblige. Desdemona, am I correct that you have heard of such in your readings? I found my voice at the direct address and nodded. Yes, Father, I believe. It is the obligation of nobility to conduct themselves as befits their station, both amongst peers and those of lower standing. Lucius smiled, and I ducked my head, hiding my own pleased smile and flushed cheeks. Draco have talked about this subject in depth, I believe. What are the responsibilities of those of our station? Lucius prompted, turning to my brother. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Draco stiffening to attention before he spoke. Carefully. It is the burden of the ruling class to maintain the order of society, both lawfully and culturally. We maintain the government, magic itself, and secrecy from the unwashed Muggle horde. Lucius smiled again, definitely pleased. And in return for our governance, Father spoke softly, his attention still partly on his wand work. We ensure the health, safety, and prosperity of those we govern. Never forget that even those misguided blood traders should be counted among our flock. We are the guardians of the magical world, even to those who do not see us as such. We are the foundation upon which our world stands on. As he finished, Draco and I gasped. The intricate movements of his wand had crafted a castle of ice and snow, more than 20 feet tall. I felt my jaw hang open and had to remind myself of how uncouth it was to look so unconcerned with my appearance. As the bulwark of defense for our world, we must be wary of those who come into our world from their humble and squalid origins. Lucius warned us, his eyes intent. They are simple children, unaware of how our world works, and it is our duty to educate them, show them the light, and make them productive members of wizarding society. Draco and I both nodded on cue, unable to do otherwise as we stared at the enormous structure. My eyes unfocused, a fragment of an epic poem emerged from the darkened recesses of my mind. I'd memorized it during college, though I'd come across a copy in the Malfoy libraries mere weeks ago. Nostalgia had consumed me as I flipped through the yellowed pages. My mouth opened of its own will, and the words tumbled out. "'Tis ours, the dignity they give to grace the first in valor, as the first in place. That when with wondering eyes our confidential bands behold our deeds, transcending our commands. Such, they may cry, deserve the sovereign state, whom those that envy dare not imitate. My head ducked again, the creeping tinge of embarrassment thankfully camouflaged by my childishly flushed cheeks, as Draco turned wide eyes on me. Father's eyes were alight with an impossible mixture of approval, curiosity, intrigue, and wonder. Well recited, daughter, Lucius smiled, raising an eyebrow. And from what work do you quote such a sagacious and pertinent passage? I licked my lips before swallowing and raising my voice just above a whisper. The Greek bard Homer, father, the passage is from the King of Lyrica spoken to his friend. The actual content of the copy I'd found of the Iliad had surprised me, though. It had been notated and scribbled in by someone using an older form of Middle English, speculating on the exact magics worked on the individuals in the work and the tales of divine magic used by the gods and goddess during ancient times. I dug around the same area and found another book, handwritten and more like a journal than a traditional text, full of salient points and references about Homer's works. It had ended with the conclusion that the epic poems, the Iliad and Odyssey, represented true, factual history. I'd taken the books to my personal study and still pondered over whether or not to believe them. I shook myself as Father gave us permission to play in the miniature ice castle he'd crafted, while he retired on the veranda with Mother. I, myself, moved to stand on the tower of the castle, looking out over the wooded forest to our land south. I wondered if Father's words, did I believe them? Did I want to believe them? I met my eyes in the distorted reflection of the ice castle's walls, watching as the mirror-like substance twisted and deformed in strange whirls and warped surfaces. Who am I? It wasn't the first time I'd had the thought, but it was the most poignant. I felt at war with myself, a strange sensation that threatened to tear my mind and soul apart at the seams. Because, if I was honest with myself, I want to believe Lucius' father. I want to believe that the world had an order to it and wasn't just the chaotic floundering of man against man which was so common in history. I want to believe that there is a right way for things to be. It was an insidious thought, pleasantly cloaked in sweet, enthralling words. I sighed and tried to put my mind at ease. It didn't work. Are these my father's words? Or Tom Riddle's? The war in this world was bad, terrible even, but can I say the Death Eaters were evil? If they thought they were defending their way of life against a cultural assault of degenerate Muggle values? Voldemort did so much damage. He destroyed so much of the truth. I don't think anyone even cares what the truth is anymore, just that their loved ones died and nothing will make it better again. I swallowed. This was what noblesse oblige really meant. I had grown up in the lap of luxury, clothed in silks, and given the best education. If I turned my back on the coming conflict, I would be dishonoring my heritage. If I tried to stop the fires of war, though I'd be, however indirectly or unintentionally, upholding an ideology I wasn't sure I approved of. I also had an obligation, not just as a noble, but as a person. I was so preoccupied that I almost missed Draco coming to sit next to me. He was quiet, for a change, as he watched me. The moment of silent camaraderie was quick to end, though, as my brother finally worked up the courage to ask what he'd sought me out for. What was that? Draco asked tentatively. I tried to shrug, but gave it up for lack of practice in the motion. Something I read really wordy. I don't know if you'd like it. Draco looked about to retort, to throw some angry comment back in my face, but he swallowed the impulse with visible difficulty. I was impressed. Father liked it, Draco said quietly. I nodded, hesitantly, not making eye contact, but agreeing with his assessment. It was written a long time ago. Someone wrote that they thought wizards and witches were part of royalty and nobility back then, even among the Muggles. The king who said those words was said to have divine or magical lineage. But what does it mean? Draco asked persistently. Father looked proud of you when you said it. I grimaced. It means that if you live well, are honored by those who live on your lands, and hold lofty position in society, you are obligated to be chivalrous and valorous in defense of those people. You're supposed to be so brave and good and smart that even people jealous of your station have to admit you deserve it because they can't do what you do. Oh, Draco nodded, his face setting grimly as if coming to some decision. Teach it to me. My cheek twitched, partly in amusement and partly in irritation. I turned to my brother and raised an eyebrow. The silence stretched. Please, Draco finally asked, looking pained as he spoke. I smiled and opened my mouth and paused. Noblesse obligeus, not only to those below you, it's also to those who need you. The debt you owe society for your privileged upbringing should be paid forward so that others benefit from your education and learning granted you by your station. Draco hat, right? Do I have to mold you, shape you to my whims, when even I don't understand my own aims and goals properly? I decided to start where I would make the most impact. Draco hung on my every word. Chapter 10 to 12 Rewrite. Slayer Anderson. In Bad Faith Chapter October 11th. 12 Rewrite. Harry Potter Self-Insert Fanfiction April 22nd, 2014. Chapter XB. Death and Taxes. Walburga Black died of heart failure. The funeral was the following week. It wasn't an unexpected event, but at the same time, there was no way to really prepare for what everyone knew was to happen. Walburga had been in decline for years as she became increasingly reclusive and sedentary. As much as Regulus' return had enlivened her, I think it had also been the final straw. Her younger son had, most likely, been her last great hope for the Black Line. Now, she was willing to see the family headship pass to who she thought was a murderous felon rather than allow the Black family to be sullied by impure children. Should I have said something? Should I have convinced her that there was hope? That her older son was innocent? Maybe the crusade for justice would have lit a fire back within her. Maybe I could have changed things. But no, I hadn't. I'd been silent as a woman followed through with her decision to accept death. Would it have worked? Could I have changed things? Maybe. Maybe not. I suppose it is a decision I'd have to live with. Then there was the question of whether Walburga deserved to be granted that hope. As much as she may have cared for Regulus, Tari, and Virgo somewhere deep down, she'd also done an incredible job of alienating her child and grandchildren. Grimmauld Place, whenever I'd visited, was an oppressive home that strangled what little happiness and enjoyment could spring forth. I had held a person's life in my hands and made a choice. Maybe that was self-delusion, egotism, or my own pride drowning. Rational thought maybe speaking up would have done nothing but remove my ability to pass unnoticed. I had weighed the possibility of Walburga Black's continued existence against the value of my own mission, the power I could bring to bear to potentially save the wizarding world, and I had decided my own life was more important. Even if my actions would not have affected the outcome, the fact that I'd made a decision on that basis was more important. I couldn't delude myself into thinking it wouldn't happen again. I'd make the same decision then too, I knew. It was a burden I already despised. Those thoughts spun fruitlessly in my mind as I contemplated the funeral pyre. Wizarding traditions span back centuries, millennia, back to a time when dark magic and black magic were the only magics in the lands. Even back to Rome and before wizards had burned their dead when possible, or at least the oldest lines did. Some of the newer families buried their lost ones, but the old families, lines which dated back to times of nightmares and darkness, which rose and fell throughout history, like the waxing and waning of the moonfire, was the only true resting place for wizards and witches. Many cultures, throughout time, have burned their dead for many reasons. Magic folk burned corpses to keep them from rising again. Infancy, zombies, drowned ones, bog dead, ghouls, wandering spirits, wraiths, and more. The restless dead were a constant hazard at various points in the past, and no one wanted to see a recurrence. Beyond the fears of undead, though, lay other night terrors. A body of a relative typically had enough blood, flesh, or bone to be used in some manner of harmful ritual on the family line of the deceased. Just as the Dark Lord had resurrected himself with bone of the father, pieces of the dead could form the basis for incredibly potent and dark curses and hexes on entire families. As the immediate family Regulus, Tari, and Virgo were obligated by tradition to stand vigil until the full pyre burned down to ensure the complete destruction of Walburga Black's mortal remains. Although my mother, father, and brother stayed only for the primary ceremony, I volunteered to stay as well and keep the twins company. Afterwards, I decided to go home with Virgo, Sagittarius, and Regulus. The twins and their father were shattered, in a way that nearly broke me as well. Narcissa had offered to help, but Regulus had gently rebuffed her. I'd come to keep his children company, deliberately avoiding mentioning comforting the father of the family. Regulus, although he looked a bit older and worn, was still a very young father and a young man. It wasn't pity, but I didn't want it to look like that either. Virgo and Tari were children. I think on some level, they understood that their grandmother had died, but it had yet to really sink in. They paid their respects, but I'd seen that Walburga was a distant figure in their lives. Regulus had taken it much harder. He'd lost his mother. I ushered the twins off to bed, seeing to them in lieu of their father, who had dropped into a chair in the kitchen, listlessly staring into the distance. I sighed as I pulled Tari's sheets up, tucking him in with a hug. "Is Dad going to be okay?" The boy asked, his voice small. I bit my lip. "Why me?" "Merlin, I'm not good at this. I'm not a people person. I don't like emotions. I'd rather just ignore this mess, but Regulus isn't in any state, and there isn't anyone else, is there?" No one else offered to come see to the twins. No one else cared to see if their old man was in bad enough shape to do something stupid, damn it. "I think so," I answered eventually. "Just make sure you hug him a lot. He needs it." "Okay." Tari nodded, rolling over and going to sleep. I smiled in the dark. Tari was not simple, exactly, but still very much a child. He wasn't a font of deep and complex thoughts, but rather a bastion of an uncomplicated world. I envied him sometimes. "You don't need to tuck me in," Virgo said, sliding in her own bed on the other side of the room. "I know." I nodded, deliberately not smiling. She didn't protest as I pulled her sheets up, brushing her long brown hair out of her eyes, which I saw glistening in the dim light. Pulling my handkerchief out, I dabbed at her eyes. "Sorry, you've got a little smudge." She sniffled. "I didn't really like her," Virgo whispered. I swallowed. "That's fine." Aunt Walburga there was something mean in her heart, something that didn't like love or happiness. Virgo was silent a moment, absorbing what I had said. I didn't want to venture a guess as to what was going through the other girl's mind, but neither Virgo nor Tari liked the world of pure-blood society. It was a world they didn't quite understand, because they'd spent their formative years in the Muggle world. They needed to understand that there wasn't anything wrong with that fact, but the masks they wore in Pureblood Company would always be just that, masks. To a child that grew up in a rigorously pure-blood household like myself, it wasn't a mask. At least not entirely. "Then why does it hurt?" Virgo asked plaintively, her voice uncharacteristically weak. "Because even if she was mean and never gave you a reason to love her, she was still someone important. A member of your family. You don't have to like someone to love them." I explained, the admission taking something out of me. "Thanks," Virgo said quietly. "I'm family," I said, standing to leave. Family means never having to say thank you. The day must have worn me terribly raw and tired for something that cheesy and tried to come out of my mouth. Still, the quiet loneliness of the hallway was soothing after being forced to mingle with so many relatives offering up empty smiles and hollow comfort. It had not been pleasant. Attending Aunt Walburga's funeral, I knew that it wasn't supposed to be fun, of course, but the entire affair had pulled up things that I'd rather have been left forgotten. "I'm better than this," I hissed, clenching my eyes shut. "I won't cry. I won't. It doesn't help. Crying is weakness, and I can't be weak me. Friends need me. Regulus needs me. I can't break down now." Taking a deep breath, I stilled my mind and focused. There is fury, but within peace. There is weakness, but within strength. There is wrath, but within grace. There is a storm, but within stillness. My Occlumency didn't sweep aside the emotion, but they did help me focus through them. It was like stepping out of a deep fog and into a clear, bright day. I sighed deeply, my gaze long and distant as my thoughts whirled over long-past memories. I had accepted that it was likely, almost certain, that I would never see my friends or family again. Even if I did, they wouldn't be my family. My death had been one of the most difficult realities of my new life to come to terms with, but I had had little else to do in my infantile years. Still, despite all that, whenever I go back to the world I'd once lived in, it didn't feel as though I was the one who died. It felt as though the rest of my world had. I tried to shake the ominous cloud hanging over me as I made my way down the stairs for a late cuppa, intent on using the excuse to check on Regulus, who had become something between an uncle and a cousin to me. It was difficult to pin down our exact relationship when I had technically accrued more life experience than he had, though he was older than I was supposed to be. I sighed and began to descend the stairs, deciding to at least soothe my parched and aching throat. How do you know when you've gone native? When you crave tea every few hours. Of course, what the British drank wasn't tea by American standards, which I usually judged by the hallmark of iced tea, a constant staple of the land of cotton. I hadn't even been a big tea drinker in the past, but, well, now I couldn't get enough of the stuff. Thoughts of why exactly Wizarding Britain had developed the same cliché British obsession with tea spiraled into memories of the Empire and Indian colonization, twisting into a hypothesis that I could test by looking into the treatise on. My brain stalled as I entered the kitchen. Regulus, his expression despondent, was staring at a still-sealed bottle of Ogden's finest fire whiskey and a single-shot glass. Lord Black, I began, respectfully. No matter how much I wished, I wasn't in a position of authority here. Regulus could drink himself into a stupor if he really wanted me. Friends were still children enough that they trusted my mature attitude and ability to control a situation. Among my peers, I was an intelligent, insightful, and socially powerful young witch. In front of the lord of an ancient and noble house, even if he was merely an acting one, I was nothing more than a precocious child. Don't call me that, Regulus snapped, his voice bitter. I waited for further reprimand, but none came. Against my better judgment, I decided to try again. Though your brother is the rightful claimant, I began. He is currently indisposed, leaving you as the acting lord and heir apparent of House Black, Lord Regulus. My tone was as empty as possible, but I was desperately trying to remind him that he needed to conduct himself as befit his station, not as a drunken lout. Instead, his bloodshot eyes fixed me with a stare of disbelief and incredulity. My mouth thinned as I realized how galling it probably was to listen to a child speak like this to an adult, but I continued. Further, Mother asked me to make sure you awoke in time for the reading of Lady Walburga's last will and testament tomorrow. The goblins will not take it kindly if you are late. His expression hadn't changed one iota. Then his mouth twitched. And again, slowly, but surely Regulus began a descent into maddened laughter, and I thanked whoever had been thoughtful enough to put up silencing charms on the twins' room. Likely, it had been Regulus himself, so that the myriad and, no doubt angry, conversations he had had with his mother would go unheard by his children. I doubt he had foreseen this particular eventuality, though. As the insane cackling subsided, I stood rooted to my spot, eyeing the knife drawer in case the older man had unhinged himself. Given Bellatrix's madness and the possibility that Regulus had now gone insane and Sirius might be madness may run strongly in my family. I probably needed a therapist anyway, given everything in my life. What's a few mental issues to tag on the list? They dash, Regulus gasped, breathless on the floor as he stared up at me with wide eyes. They haven't told you? Oh, sissy, that's rich. Let the girl stay here for the night, without even telling her. Oh, cor blimey. Do you really hate me this much, cousin? As he asked the last, his eyes went skyward. The silence which descended was deafening. Pardon? I asked, blinking vacuously. Regulus stared at me from where he had collapsed on the floor. You honestly don't know? I could tell some sense had come back to him. The question was clearly directed towards me. Regardless, though, I found the entire situation irritating and confusing. Narrowing my wide gaze, I crossed my arms and stared down the adult. I was genuinely angry for the first time in a long time. Desdemona, why don't you just take the guest room for the night? I have business to attend to. Regulus sighed, glancing once again at the whiskey. I swallowed, caught between the ingrained response of 2 lifetimes that compelled me to agree to a reasonable request from my elder, and the desire not to see a man drink himself into oblivion for a reason I couldn't understand. Uncle Regulus, I decided, using the more familiar term in favor of not upsetting the man. I'm sorry for thinking it my place to chastise your behavior, Uncle Regulus, but I would honestly like to help if the situation was properly explained to me. Regulus gave a dark chuckle, dropping his hands from his face to give me another tired, bloodshot stare. The silence hung heavy for a long moment before the wizard, still laying on the floor, shook his head. I suppose it says something that I'm actually considering it? Did you know that you're the closest thing I think I have to a friend? Isn't that just pathetic? That the only person I can actually talk to about anything that matters is my children's 9-year-old friend. Regulus choked bitterly. There are a dozen family heads that might lend me an ear, your father among them, who just love to ruin my life. Your mother would have the whole of Britain talking about it, just as soon as her mouth could yammer it. And all of the people I knew back in Hogwarts are either dead, in Azkaban, or vanished without a trace. My heart twisted in empathy. I knew what that position was like. To have so much that you could never tell anyone, that had to be held close and secret because there was no one who could ever understand. I opened my mouth to say what I can't be sure, but Regulus chose that moment to continue. I mean, what would you care that my mother just died? That Virgo and Sagittarius mother probably won't last the year out? That I've been disinherited because I won't turn my children OT on the street? That my entire life is circling the drain? You're 9 years old and your sissy's kid to top it all off. I don't know how she taught you to pretend to care so well. She could never pull it off. But just leave me alone. I have enough to worry about without listening to a kid less than a third of my age gloat about being the next Lady Black. I felt my head spin and reached out for the wall in vain as I toppled gently to the floor. I'm gonna what? My mouth, open ed closetipend, again an unflattering gargle of a noise ground out of my throat. My mind was spiraling out of control, a million thoughts flashing by in indistinct blurs as I tried to grapple with the inconceivable notion which had been presented to me. My occlumency failed me utterly, my carefully ordered mind collapsing into a cacophonous din. Beyond rational thought for the moment, I had a vision of the world crumbling around me. This was insane. Bad, very, very bad. Insanely bad even. A deranged giggle erupted from somewhere, a moment passing before I realized it was my own mouth. This was so fucking bad. I hadn't damaged the timeline so much yet, but this was big. The Black family represented quite a lot of political capital that had lain dormant during the years after Walburga Black had died. If I was the rightful inheritor of the station, Lucius, father, would never let that kind of power languish. Granted, I knew little enough about the Wisengamot as it currently stood and ministry politics in general, but what were the odds that Dumbledore's faction would defeat a law or bill by such a narrow margin that the Black vote or favor might make a difference? If a law or statute or whatever got passed which hadn't been passed in the original timeline. Why me? Why do you give a 9-year-old this kind of political power? My twitching gaze flowed upwards from where Regulus lay on the floor to the table and the object which rested on it. I was filled with the absurd compulsion to reach out and take a long pull from the potent alcohol. The idea lingered for a long moment before I dismissed it. A 9-year-old getting drunk wouldn't solve anything. Booty had already objected to Regulus drinking at this point, and realistically, there was nothing wrong with an adult witch or wizard having a drink. I'd not drunk much in my past, and never to excess, but I understood the impulse to drown one's sorrows on occasion. As long as this didn't become a habit, I really had no grounds to put up too much of a fuss about it. I sighed. Uncle Regulus, as hard as it may be to believe, I honestly care about both you and your children. I care for their welfare and happiness. I enjoy their company and companionship, and you are an integral part of all of the above. I understand that I am 9 years old and very much a child, but I also find myself in the unenviable position of being the only person able to determine if you need medical aid in the event you should drink yourself into a coma. Regulus heaved a heavy sigh as well, pinning me with a gaze that was half disdain and half grateful. He shook his head slowly, nodding absently. Fine, Regulus stated. Fine. We should talk anyway. Probably best if I get blind drunk while I'm at it. Begging a child for help. I bristled slightly at the derogatory blandishment implied in the word, but kept my peace as Regulus summoned a glass from the cupboard and then performed a similar charm to pull a butterbeer from the icebox. The silence stretched as Regulus stared down at the uncorked bottle of whiskey, looking as if he were a man about to leap off a cliff. His eyes cut towards me, narrowed and intent. This never happened. Are we clear, Desdemona? I'm allowing you to stay up late and converse with me to clear the air between us. But none of what occurs tonight need make it back to my children's ears, do you? Understand? Yes, sir. I nodded respectfully, risking eye contact to indicate my seriousness. I'm more than capable of keeping anything that happens tonight a secret. Mother would never let me visit if she knew the only supervising adult would be drinking. Good, Regulus nodded. I've probably already messed them up enough. They don't need to know about this. I frowned. Pardon me, uncle, but what is that supposed to mean? Regulus snorted. You wouldn't understand. Lucius and Narcissa raised you right good pureblood household. Sagittarius and Virgo. They spend too much time with their mudblood mother, even if she can't or won't take them. My frown deepened, and I forced myself into a more neutral expression. I'd made a good call on not explaining my situation to Regulus. He wouldn't understand yet, at least. There might come a time when I could share my secrets with him, but no, not yet, not now. Still, I couldn't let such a slight against my friends go. Uncle, given that you are speaking so frankly on the subject, may I afford myself the same courtesy and speak my mind? Regulus blinked as he took a large pull from his glass. I didn't have any right to deny you, really. It would be bad form for me to unwind and not allow you to do the same. Regulus sighed, shaking his head. You probably need it as much as I do anyway. You're the most adult child I've ever met too serious by half. Sometimes. I flinched slightly, but covered it up with a sip from my glass of butterbeer. As I set my glass down, I took a deep breath. Regulus and I had an understanding founded on our mutual difficulties in life. His was the fact that his children had been signed onto the Black family as legitimate heirs despite being half-bloods. Mine was the fact that I cared very little about that same blood inheritance. It wouldn't be surprising for me to be defensive of my friends, would it? Besides, here in the kitchen we were safe from the prying eyes of the portraits and the listening ears of company. Here at least, I could air a bit of my constant irritation at wizarding society. My face firmed. Tari and Virgo are respectable children, I stated, somewhat fiercely. The only ones I'd rather have my back over Tari and Virgo would be Draco and, maybe Flora and Hestia. Regulus took another sip, grimacing at the taste. Nice of you to say, but I know they aren't quite right. I've tried to talk to them before. Booty, guess I can't blame them for loving their mom, even if she is of the wrong sort. Now I scowled and took a deep draw from my butterbeer. That is extremely improper, Uncle Regulus. I admit I can't understand your behavior sometimes. She might not have the right heritage, but she gave you two brilliant, capable children. I wouldn't have a word spoken against her, were I you. Regulus' face tightened. Should have told my mother that sometime I'd have loved to see her face. You should know better. Thuff's the kind of woman that couldn't bring anything into the Black family. Mother would have been within rights to throw me out the minute I came home with Sagittarius and Virgo. I stared long and hard at the half-empty glass of powerful whiskey he'd been imbibing, weighing my next sentence against the likelihood of his memory bearing out. Eventually, after a long moment of silence, I looked Regulus in the eye again and said something I'd wanted to say for years. She would only do so because she was a wretched, loathsome human being that couldn't see past her own prejudice. Do you love you children? I asked. Regulus's face, which had been coloring with the rage of a child's insult to their mother, transitioned to the anger of an offended parent. What kind of question is that? Of course I love them. Then what your mother said or thought doesn't matter. I spat, taking a rather large gulp of my own drink and wishing it had a more alcoholic bite to it. Regulus dropped his head in his hands, chuckling darkly. And you'd like me to think that, wouldn't you? I say something like that in front of your father, and he'll have me and my kids out on the street when you turn 18. Of course, it's not like Lucius and Narcissa wouldn't do that anyway. I grimaced. Father is going to be in charge of the money until my majority? Has it been said already? Revolucite meadli. No, I'll be in charge of things. Mother and I compromised on that. She wouldn't let me inherit on the grounds that I might leave everything to Sagittarius and Virgo, but with me overseeing the money and lands, they'll at least be guaranteed a home until they reach their majority. Mother would never let Lucius Malfoy get his hands on the Black Fortune anyway. I groaned, palming my own face, suddenly overcome with tiredness. Everything today had just been too much. I was still able to cope mentally, but I was emotionally drained, and my pure blood mask was cracking, revealing a coarser side of my behavior I usually went to pains to hide. Great. I don't even want the stupid inheritance. I hate politics. Disbelief was clear on Regulus' face, somewhere between the vacancy and shock. You're serious. Of course I am, I growled, rubbing at my forehead as I felt a migraine build. I hate politics, I repeated. I don't want to deal with people who smile as they sharpen knives and practice deadly spells. I don't even like people all that much. I'd rather spend the rest of my days reading under the sun and lazing under the moon. Draco's the heir, not me. You remind me of my brother, Regulus said absently, smiling softly. Sirius always had his head in the clouds, although he didn't like books nearly as much as you. He was always different, too. He hated father, too. He never fit. I ran my thumb over the rim of my glass thoughtlessly, staring into the orange-yellow liquid. I have no idea what to do, I confessed, sighing into the pregnant silence. I couldn't plan for this. Vad do you do? My eyes were watering as I shook my head. I was just so very, very tired. Tired of being strong. Tired of living day in and day out. Tired of getting up every day and pushing myself to exhaustion, so I wouldn't have to think about anything. I was utterly exhausted beyond words. I wanted to lay down and wake up and have this entire life be a bad dream at that moment. I wanted to be able to go back to living without any obligations, without anyone depending on me, without a world that might need me to be the best and brightest I'd ever be able to be. That constant damning pressure was just too much. Never thought I'd hear a Malfoy say that. Regulus commented, as though I wasn't inches away from an emotional breakdown. Your grandfather, Abraxush, was always trying to steal the Black family headship. He thought Narcissia. I noticed the booze seeping into his speech as my mother's name slurred, would bring in the Black money. Guess he was right, even if not in the way he intended. What do family heads do even? I asked in desperation, trying to get a grip on the situation. Lucius never explained anything? Regulus asked, blinking. That was always Draco's thing, I demurred. I never really wanted part of it. Regulus stared at me for another moment, laughing quietly to himself and shaking his head. Let she mostly just take care of the family, the money, and the lanch. Though, you're too young to, how did Dad always say? Assume your proper duty-ish. Yeah, that's right. You'll need a watch Isekied. A regent. That's what I am. Damn, I groaned quietly, moving to take another sip and finding my glass empty. Resignedly, I stood and retrieved another butterbeer from the icebox. I fervently wished I was stupid enough to allow myself a shot of whiskey. Show! The older coughed, staring at me as if he'd forgotten what he was about to say. Sophia Sagittarius and Virgo's mum is dying. I winced, both from the alcoholic fumes my uncle was breathing and the new subject. My condolences, Uncle. Regulus nodded, swallowing an almost visible lump in his throat. I met her in this bar down in Italy or Sicily or something. Didn't speak Italian. She spoke English, learned it in shul or what have you. I was running from Chi Dark Lord. I was 19. I had a few drinks and we went back to my room. Sirius always said I should have more fungwesh. I showed him. Huh? Bollocks, I muttered, proving that my guy attitude from my prior life wasn't completely gone. I was about as empathic as your average rock and twice as eloquent. It was both comforting and extremely irritating. I had the emotional depth of a teaspoon, really. I was able to fake it well enough, usually, but I hated heart-to-hearts, crying girls, and all that emotional piss. Here I was, though, near tears, letting Regulus use me as some sort of cut-rate confessional. Then, she shows up a couple weeks later. I'm about to leave, and she says she's preggers and I've got to take responsibility. Next year, I've got 2 kids with me on my way to Franchi. Regulus finished. Now, their mom is going to die, and I'll have to take care of them more than I already do. I don't know what I'm doing with kids. You're doing well, I reassured him, shaking my head. Virgo and Tari are wicked good children. Yes, sure, Regulus waved me off, refilling his glass as I wondered when he'd emptied it. Even as I thought that, he spilled more into his glass. But what if I fucked him up? Mum and Dad shrewd up Shirish, and me pretty badass it is. I took another sip of the almost too sweet liquid, taking my time in answering. Finally, I nodded. My admittedly limited understanding of the subject, Uncle, is that as long as you're worried about screwing up, you won't blame your children for your own screw-ups. That is what poor parents do. They blame their kids. Regulus mulled over my answer, nodding to himself. Thanks, does that helps? I still don't know what I'm going to do when you're to kick me and the kid shout. I sighed and took another drink of my butterbeer as I resigned myself to hearing Regulus' woes and sorrows. He was evidently a sad drunk. This would be a long night. In bad faith, so we talked. Well, I talked. Regulus had slurred drunkenly, bemoaning a dozen life choices and then wallowing in self-loathing for even contemplating the pure-blood way of life could be wrong. The conversation had spiraled downwards after that, culminating in the now thoroughly drunk man attempting to give me advice on how not to end up a sad, lonely social outcast at the ripe old age of 29. You just don't understand, kid. I hope you never do. Fucked my life up, joined the Death Eaters, but chickened out on my initiation run. The Dark Lord sent us out to kill these two ginger arseholes who'd been making his life hell. Regulus paused to take a drink here. Fucking Dark Lords. He cursed eloquently. 4 of my friends, good Geistwo dead, and 2 in Azkaban. May as well be dead for all they'll ever talk to me again. Regulus stopped here, staring bleakly down at his glass as I slowly digested the facts. At least a few of the differences between the original timeline and the people in my new life made sense now. It was interesting, at least from a certain perspective, to see the knock-on effects as different decisions made greater and greater changes. And I get back to the Isles, and those 2 red-headed twitchwatchery their names? Gordon and Fudge? Something like that. It got orders of Merlin for killing a good people. People who were just trying to unfuck the country wasn't their fault the dipshit in charge was Bugnut's loony. But, yeah, those 2 to hat were their names again? Pre-wetch. That's it. Another drink. And another mystery solved. Regulus had an attack of conscience when the Dark Lord had sent him and a small group to kill Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. If Regulus hadn't run, there was a not insignificant chance they would have succeeded. But Regulus had ran. Anyway, Regulus moaned. The she-two twitch, I knew him from school. They weren't bad sorts, just stupid, a little lazy, and they liked jokes too much. Used to pull fesh pranks or something on everyone. I nodded obligingly, my eyes far away in the land of what if as Regulus continued his story. Show, I thought to myself, Reggie, do the she-two idiots need to die? I mean, they were blood traitors. Yeah, but aren't they the kind of Prashan, the kind of wizard the Death Eaters were supposed to be protecting? So you didn't want to kill them? I asked quietly, mindful of a drunk individual's quicksilver temper. Yes, Namabe, Regulus answered nonsensically. He dropped his head onto the table as I waited for his thoughts to form some level of coherency. I just after all this time, I came back and they'd killed my French or threw him in jail, and well, now those idiots have families and my French, didn't they deserve that chance too? I swallowed. I think, I said slowly, ponderously, searching for answers I didn't have. I think killing people is all bollocks set up. They shouldn't have killed your friends, but your friends shouldn't have tried to kill them either. I think you should let it go. Even though your friends don't have families, you do, and your kids need you now. I need you, Uncle. Regulus heaved a sigh as he pressed his cheek against the table. Yeah, he whispered. Maybe. Then his eyes drifted closed, and I heaved another large sigh as I readied myself to call Creature and get Regulus to bed. In bad faith, Regulus had been difficult to wake, given his hungover state. Eventually, Creature and I resorted to a bucket of cold water and a pepper-up potion before dumping him, clothes and all, into a near-scalding hot shower. Even if his temper hadn't been improved by that course of events, it had served to pull him fully into the realm of wakefulness. Of course, I'd refrained from showing so much as a grin over the course of events. I shook my head despondently and took a deep breath, closing my eyes as we stepped over the goblin-guarded threshold of the bank. As I prepared myself for the ordeal ahead, where I would assume the mantle of the heir apparent to an ancient and noble house, something which I'd never wanted or needed, something which would change my life forever. I reached for my desperately needed mental focus and took a deep breath. Find your center. There is fury, but within peace. Calm, cool, and collected. There is weakness, but within strength. I am Desdemona Malfoy. There is wrath, but within grace. And hold, there is a storm, but within stillness. I open my eyes, feeling the mask-like tension settle on my face, so familiar as to be imperceptible. Emotion seemed more distant now. My alarm and unease at last night's revelations pushed to the side as I readied myself to meet my parents. I checked myself over one last time and discreetly fixed the tiniest of misplaced fabrics before nodding to myself. Regulus blinked, turning back and eyeing me for a long second. Then shaking his head, he turned and entered into the bank a step ahead of me. It was easy to see the first group we'd have to make contact with. The three platinum blondes standing secluded near the row of flue exits likewise moved as one towards our group. With effort, I wrestled down my irritation towards my parents. Likely, hopefully, they'd had their reasons for not telling me what was to come. Nevertheless, it was not something to be brought up in public. Airing one's dirty laundry in front of a crowd was ill-advised. Mother, father, I greeted, half smiling politely. Brother. Lucius regarded me imperiously, though warmly. Narcissa had the most humanity in her gaze. Draco looked as though he'd rather be on his broom, at home, than here. Greetings were exchanged, and we ventured towards one of the tellers, the entourage in tow. Goblins, I didn't really get goblins. They weren't human, they didn't act like humans, and they didn't want anything to do with humans. There was more than enough cultural hatred and bad blood over the centuries to explain the negative feelings. Booty had the feeling it was something more. There wasn't any impoliteness in the way a goblin addressed a human, merely the kind of gruff, brusque attitude I'd seen in dozens of businessmen of my former world. I'd never, as yet, had any true personal dealings with the non-humans, but I retained an air of strict, not quite politeness, but at least non-insultingness. It was a few short minutes before we were shown into a large room off to the side of the main bank, fitted with numerous chairs and a large podium at the front. Other individuals had already arrived, a few people I somewhat recognized from cadet branches of the Blacks, and even a Malfoy or two my family didn't mention in polite society. Cough, bastard, family lines cough. I affected my absolute most disdainful and arrogant gaze towards those individuals especially, making sure to raise my nose an extra degree or two and let a superior sneer cross my face. Probably hoping one of the proper Malfoy name will drop some pocket change or something. I honestly couldn't understand why they were here. It wasn't as if Walburga Black would have seen fit to leave anything to a long line of bastard children sired on the wrong side of the sheets. In short order, we were seated before a graying wizard standing at the podium, looking as though he'd been ancient before the wheel had been invented. I suppose that made him about half as old as Dumbledore himself. I had to applaud Gringotts, though. They'd probably foreseen the disrespect pure-blood wizards would pay to a goblin spokesperson and selected a human for the honor. Either that, or they'd just rather not deal with the remaining Blacks, Malfoys, and a few other relatively distant cousins all in the same room and trying to out-pureblood each other. On second thought, that was probably it. Cutting my eyes to the side, I noticed that Tari and Virgo were seated with their father, looking every inch the black heirs they were supposed to be. My cheeks twitched, but I resisted the urge to smile once again as pride for my friends welled up. They might not have been born into it, not quite at least, but they're good actors. I suppose the same could be said of me, in a way. Ah, yes, the aged wizard coughed, bringing the room to a respectful silence. Everyone was at least willing to let the will be read before they made a scene. My name is Adrian Toombs, and we are gathered here today, lords and ladies, to read the will of the late and honorable Lady Walburga Black. Now, before we begin, I have some general instructions. Interruptions would not be tolerated. If a person or persons were disruptive, they would be asked to leave. If they would not leave, they would be made to leave. Legal affairs would be handled after the will was read, wherein individuals who were bequeathed items, land, or money would sign for their possession. No, you could not sign for something before the reading was over, and if you asked, it would count as a disruption of the proceedings. So did asking to be excused for the restrooms and sneezing, and you get the drift. I think he scowled especially hard when he got to that part, his eyes hard as flint and twice as sharp. I had to fight back a giggle. I liked this guy. He knew how to be no-nonsense. I particularly liked his droning voice and wondered momentarily if this guy was what was his name? That guy who did thy drops commercials? Maybe this was his magical cousin or something. And to my niece, Andromeda Tonks, née Black, I leave a sealed envelope to be handed over to her person after my passing. Toombs read aloud, holding up a parchment square with a wax seal on it. To my other niece, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, I leave the contents of the small oak box to be found with the will and a letter to be delivered as above mentioned. Toombs held up the items and put them to the side, where a small stack of random items and letters was arranged. To my son, Regulus Black, the old wizard read, I leave the sum of 10,000 gold galleons and the peace of mind of having finally stood up to your mother. Despite what has happened, I am proud of you. For your strength of will, you will retain the title of Regent of House Black until my heir comes of age. My lips tightened, and, out of the corner of my eyes, I saw Regulus flinch as if struck, a chink in his armor showing. Tari and Virgo looked to be honestly trying to maintain their composure, but failing ever so slightly as they looked to their father with concern. To my delinquent son and my final niece, Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black, I leave nothing as befits such failures to society and their lineage. Toombs read, and I felt myself once despite my control. They were family, you bitch. Sure, there was the possibility they were both insane and or murderously maniacal, but they were family. They are family. I felt my resolve to get Sirius out of Azkaban strengthen. If Bellatrix, if she deserved it, I would try. If she was every bit the mad dog I'd read about and watched years ago, well, I'd do my duty as the head of her family and put her down because she's family. To my grandnephew, Draco Abraxas Malfoy, I leave the sum of 1,000 gold galleons to be awarded to his parents, who may dispense it such as they see fit. I hope that this may replace the birthdays, solstices, and other holidays which I will not be present for. My eyes narrowed as I saw Draco break out into a perceivable sneer. Try harder, Walburga. You didn't make Tari and Virgo conspicuously absent enough. A woman like Walburga Black did nothing by chance. There was no such thing as an accident to her. It wasn't a very subtle slight, but from the lack of expression on the Black twins' faces, I saw that they understood. It was Walburga's way of saying that they didn't belong, that they would never be good enough. My jaw clenched in anger. And finally, to my grandniece, Desdemona Galatea Malfoy, I leave the sum total of my most precious possessions and the whole of my remaining material wealth, lands, rents, properties, and the headship of the Black family. Mother and father smiled like sharks. A vicious and dark anger bloomed within me, begging to be unleashed. I reflexively called on my mental exercises, desperate to stay in control. Getting angry and lashing out at Lucius and Narcissa, father and mother, would solve nothing, I reminded myself. As my heir is a minor, she will bear the title of heir apparent. Responsibility for the assets of House Black will pass to her regent, my son Regulus Arcturus Black, who will represent her and the Black family until her age of majority. I wish her a bright future and care for all those things important to me, which she now bears responsibility for. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to breathe deeply. Regulus had told me, but hearing it from the old wizard's mouth made it real. I felt my delicately manicured and polished nails, but not painted. Purebloods did not paint their nails. Dig into the skin of my palm, doubtless leaving tiny white crescent moons from the pressure. Would the heiress please approach? Adrian Toombs asked in his blank gray voice. I stood mechanically, not bothering to flick a glance towards Regulus, Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, Tari, or Virgo. I needed to concentrate. I needed to not lose my nerve. I'm rather proud of the way I held myself steady as I approached. Will the regent, so named, come forth to sign? Toombs said. Not asked, mind you, but Satyr ordered. It was as polite as possible, but it was in order all the same. I heard light footsteps as my friend approached. He caught my eyes with his own gray orbs. I gave him a reassuring grin that made a muscle spasm above his left eye. Regulus Arcturus Black. Toombs rasped out and placed a piece of parchment on the table. It looked to be a long and detailed contract. Are you knowledgeable regarding the duties, privileges, and responsibilities of a regent of an ancient and noble house as outlined in this document? Regulus made a show of looking over the document, but clearly knew what it entailed. It might have even been drafted by his father, once upon a time. After a moment, he looked up and nodded once, decisively. I am. So witnessed, Toombs nodded, watching as I signed, Regulus signed, and finally as he added his own signature to the document. Now, as per the requirement of her inheritance, the heir apparent Desdemona, Galatea Malfoy, will be beholden to the decisions of her regent in all matters pertaining to her inheritance and coming headship of the Black family. Nobly and with great restraint, I refrained from sighing loudly in exasperation. I hate politics so much. In bad faith, Father was nearly beaming as we stepped from the floor. The smiling, almost joyous expression on his face was something to behold, perhaps even more so because he so seldom even smiled. This particular series of stretched muscles and twisted features could not, I believe, truly be called a smile for reason of his inexperience, but it definitely conveyed a deep and exalted joie de vivre. It was, in a word, creepy. Draco was excused while our parents ushered me towards the study for a private chat. The expression on my brother's face was 1 part mulish and 2 parts thoughtful. As soon as he was out the door, Mother wasted no time in sweeping me into a crushing hug. "Oh, Desdemona," she practically purred my name. "We are so proud of you, child." "Indeed, daughter," Father nodded, stepping up to lay one hand on my shoulder. "You've done well and made your family, both your families, proud this day." That from Lucius was akin to outright jubilation, fanfare, and a Broadway song and dance number. As I said, creepy. "Thank you, Mother, Father." I ducked my head, acknowledging the praise, though I don't truly believe myself deserving of such kind words. All I did was present myself and sign a paper. It was nothing so impressive. Father nodded minutely. "The Black family represents a great deal of capital, physical, monetary, and political. We refer not to your acceptance of the offer itself, but to your ability to insinuate yourself into Walburga Black's good graces and, given your aunt's lack of any acceptable inheritors, she would choose you to take over the House of Black." I blinked as I felt my stomach roil and lightheadedness swim into being. The way Mother had phrased her words, "Which you did excellently," Mother smiled, though there was an edge to it. "We are very proud of the fact that you were able to exhibit such grace and finesse in such a situation, by the way." I swallowed dryly, pushing back the acute horror at the last few minutes' revelations, and forced myself to say something. It was better to focus on the errant details than the fact that I'd been used, unknowingly, in a power play by my own parents. "I did not know you were aware of Virgo and Sagittarius status as half-bloods." Mother sighed as she and Father exchanged glances. "Initially, we were quite unaware. Regulus has trained them well enough to pass most cursory inspections by our peers. It was Aunt Walburga who decided to explain the situation to us before she passed." My teeth clenched discreetly. Did the old crone know no limits? "Indeed." Lucius nodded, seemingly ill at ease with the fact that someone had pulled the wool over his eyes. "It was one of the compromises we came to agree on. Your inheritance depends on a few agreements made between your mother and her aunt." I waited a moment, though Father didn't seem to be forthcoming on his own. "May I inquire as to the exact nature of these agreements?" I asked as politely as possible. Lucius grimaced slightly. "Among other provisions, Grimmauld Place is to be allowed for Regulus and his spawn to reside in until you come of age. Then, it will be entirely your prerogative whether or not they shall be welcomed further." Father and I nodded in conjunction at that, sharing a predatory grin, for entirely different reasons. His grin, of course, was likely tied to the idea of seeing his daughter finally take her place as the Black family head and dismiss the only other possible rightful claimant from his own ancestral home. My grin was because I would never bar the door to my own kin, and when I was 17, there was dick all father could do about it. Further, Narcissa interjected, I will have an advisory role in matters concerning large expenses and asset management of the black properties in case the work of managing the estate becomes too much for Regulus alone to handle. Mother, if you think that line would fool an actual 9-year-old, let alone me. My eyes flickered back and forth between Narcissa's false smile and Lucius' very real scowl for a moment as I nodded slowly. Translation: Mother is there to keep Regulus honest. Father probably wanted to talk Walburga into something like a co-regent so that he could leverage the finances against Regulus. I'll give the wily old bat this. At least, she wasn't anyone's fool. There were a few other, more intricate matters my parents made me aware of before my father had to take his leave to the ministry. Farewells were made for the time being, with one last paternal clap on my shoulder and another proud smile left me alone with my mother. I swallowed, shaking the image of my father's smiling face from my mind in favor of his usual grim expression. It was just too unnerving. Desdemona, Mother probed quietly, almost nervously as her tongue nipped out to wet her lips. Yes, Mother? I asked, slightly wary of what she was about to say. Today had not been a very good day for revelations. Was Regulus dash. She cut herself off as she bit her lip, looking as though she was now on uncertain ground. Was he all right? When you went home with him last night? Was actually displaying care for someone outside her immediate family that difficult? I stared at my mother for a long moment, struck by both her unsureness and the way she shifted on her feet. I suppose it was that awkward. As I restrained my sigh of irritation, I looked away from the anxious older woman and nodded. He was understandably upset at both the death of his mother and being turned down for the position of black family head. Mother, why did you not tell me I was going to be selected for this honor? Narcissa sighed, a bit of her worry abating as she dropped into a nearby seat. We were waiting until the night before. Walburga delayed proceedings until she was absolutely certain she would be passing on. When the last healer gave his report, she finally signed the documents. Your father and I have had our hands full taking care of the paperwork with the goblins and a few unscrupulous claims. We wanted to be absolutely sure of everything, and then you asked to stay with Regulus and his children. I scowled out the window. It seemed much too early in the day for me to be this tired. Maybe I'd just take the weekend off and sleep in for a change. Lessons would be too much to take after all this. Uncle Regulus needed someone to be there, if only for Sagittarius and Virgo. I tried to keep the indictment out of my tone, but some of my feelings must have crept into the statement. At least I didn't start yelling at her for not being there. Narcissa flushed. I hoped really that at least part of it was shame, but I knew at least some of the heat rising in her cheeks was anger. Daughter Regulus would not have been receptive to any overture made by either myself or Lucius, and he has quite successfully isolated himself either through his unwillingness to reach out to others in our social circles or through the revelation that his children are half-bloods and have been legitimized. I slumped slightly. I suppose it was too much to hope that it would stay a secret, wasn't it? Narcissa nodded once, sharply, before coming up to my side and slipping her arms around me in a hug. I felt a bit of the tension within me leave. You were very discreet regarding Sagittarius and Virgo, Desdemona. It is my hope you will continue to associate with them. I blinked, looking up at her in confusion. But dash, she interrupted, a sly smile on her lips. Some will deride such a decision, I'm sure. But, well, you are a very mature child, Desdemona, and I know that you understand that there are both benefits and demerits to having a more moderate position in life. Some roads open to you, others close. I'll trust you have the ability to make a wise decision on your own. That's about as close to outright permission as I'll ever get, I imagine. Regulus obviously cares very deeply regarding his children, Narcissa continued. It was ultimately his choice as to whether he would inherit. Walburga made him choose between his birthright and making the twins legitimate members of House Black. I think it was the first time he ever denied his mother anything. I closed my eyes as I silently commended my uncle. What about father? Narcissa patted me on the head, something I would have found demeaning a lifetime ago. Your father has better things to do than concern himself intimately with the affairs of children. Desdemona's long as they do not become problematic. Understood? Father is taking a hands-off stance unless I make a scene and rock the political boat. Yes, mother. I nodded. Narcissa gave me another slight squeeze of a hug before ushering me out of Lucia's study and towards my own rooms. As soon as I was out of sight, though, I stepped into a lounge and collapsed onto a leather armchair. I pressed my hand over my eyes as I fought to contain the turbulence of my emotions, finding it easier to ignore the screaming voice in my mind that cried out against the unfairness and injustice of the situation as I focused on my mental exercises. You manipulated your own child like a piece on a board, coldly and unfeelingly, and you think it's a good thing? Another part of me knew it was the intelligent thing to do. It ensured the second child, one who had little promise of an inheritance, would have their future assured. Yes, it was cold and unfeeling. It was manipulation at its most base and inexcusable. The people I just realized that I loved as parents considered me an investment, an abstract mathematical calculation of worth and value, which needed to propagate itself over time. To be a child in the upper crust of pureblood society did not mean you were be taught. It meant you were trained. Even if I hadn't requested early lessons, the stringent line of tutors and personalized lessons would have begun within another year or two anyway. Pureblood children were raised, after all, with the expectation that they would come into and be expected to be able to manage a large sum of money and property. I had, without thinking and out of the kindness of my heart, performed exactly to their expectations. Was it kindness? Or do I understand, on some level, that this is just how the game is played? Did it mean that my parents didn't love me, or was it confirmation that my parents did, in fact, love me? That they want what's best for me? That they want me to be prepared for the real world? Yes. I blinked, shaken out of my thoughts, and taken by surprise as my brother seemingly appeared in the doorway. He looked slightly unsure of himself, shifting from foot to foot as if he wasn't entirely sure why he was there. Dre, I replied tiredly as I leaned back on the couch. There was a beat of silence. You're the black heir, he stated, his eyes searching for something in me. There was a note of surprise in his voice, as though he was still getting used to the notion. He could join the club. I am, I affirmed, trying to shrug off the awkwardness of the moment and failing miserably. Draco gave a quick nod and stepped over to where I was sitting, presenting a small brown book with a worn and blank cover. I leaped on the change of topic like a starving man upon food. My expression brightened as I looked over the tiny gem. Did you like it? I asked, motioning for him to sit. Draco frowned slightly as he sat, thinking his words over. I suppose he was interesting, at least. I'm not sure I understood everything he was talking about. Which parts did you have trouble with? I asked idly, turning pages carefully. It was a very old book, likely benefiting from the extensive enchantments on our library to keep the parchment supple and stop decay. Don't do that. I blinked, my head snapping up to see Draco scowling at me. I stared uncomprehendingly for a moment, before allowing an abashed grimace to wash over my face. My apologies, brother. I forgot myself. Draco flushed slightly and turned his head. It's all right. Just Yuri, my little sister. You shouldn't act like that, like Yuri's smarter than me. It's unseemly. It was a small thing, all considered, to simply let Draco have a bit of the spotlight I'd somewhat unfairly stolen from him, especially when it was just the two of us. I could have embarrassed or belittled him with my genius at every turn, destroyed even the semblance of a sibling relationship we'd had prior to this understanding. But as much as I was worried about timelines and futures and all that rot, I found it so very hard to extend a hand to Sagittarius and Virgo, then use that same hand to slap my brother in the face when he came to me for help. My mind drifted back to that perfect winter day, and I felt a flicker of familial warmth in my heart. Well, that wouldn't do, I thought with a mental smirk. Time for a little good-natured sibling banter. My lips twitched. You know, Father would probably say unsightly instead of unseemly. Draco's flush deepened, though his rolled eyes told me he took it as the jest it was. I had to hand it to Draco, though. He was much more pleasant to be around after he'd grown out of the over-serious child phase he'd been stuck in. I think Mother would say it's unseemly to tease your older brother, sister. Draco riposted. I hummed lightly and shook my head. No, She'd probably just give us that weird smile. The one she only gives us when we argue without coming to blows. I'm pretty sure she thinks we're cute when we bicker. Draco made a disgusted noise in the back of his throat. I seconded the notion with great dignity. We are the heirs of ancient and noble pure-blood houses, Draco announced with gravitas. We are not cute. Here, honored elder sibling, I replied. Our noses were raised ever so slightly too high, our expressions just a touch too serious, and the affected arrogance of our social stations just a bit over the top. The tableau stuck for a moment as traditions of pomp and circumstance fought with the near-universal urges of mockery and childhood. The battle was long and hard, but only a few moments later we both collapsed into laughter. After another round of giggles, I held up the small book once again. In all seriousness, Dre, I caught myself this time and smiled. Do you think you could help me with a few things? Draco smiled back, gratitude and relief clear in his features. I suppose. Draco nodded, frowning thoughtfully. To mean, did you understand what he meant by cruelty and kindness? He talks about how to use cruelty so often, but there was that passage about how one must take care not to be perceived as cruel. I asked carefully. Draco nodded. I mean, the way people talk about him when they don't think he's listening. Some of them said things. I swallowed the sudden blossom of anger at these unknowns. It was stupid and clumsy of them not to notice a child while they conspired behind our family's back. You told father? I asked despite already knowing the answer. Draco sneered cruelly. Good. I replied decisively. I could tolerate competition fairly easily. A good opponent could make or break the enjoyment of a game. I despised lackluster opponents, though. It simply wouldn't do for someone so inept to try and challenge father with such a petty tool as hearsay and rumor. We Malfoys have standards, after all. Now that I had to comport myself as the heir to the Blacks, such was doubly important. But, Draco whispered, suddenly wilting. Well, they were afraid of father and, what they say, do you think they hated him for things he did? We were both silent for a moment. As with any household, there were certain taboo, pardon the pun, subjects. In our household, and many other pure-blood houses as I'd learned, one of those subjects revolved around a certain Dark Lord. Both father and mother never talked about Lucius Time as a Death Eater. When it was mentioned at parties and gatherings, it tended to sour conversation instantly and left the individual who'd brought the topic up floundering in a tense and hostile atmosphere. I still wasn't completely sure what that meant, though, and that bothered me, honestly. If there was one glaring hole in my understanding of the Wizarding War, it was a lack of understanding the Death Eaters themselves. Perhaps they merely enjoyed violence and dark, as had been portrayed in so many books. But then why had the war ended so suddenly? Over 10 years of conflict, brought to an end inside of 2 months? After the Dark Lord had vanished, the Death Eaters had simply stopped fighting. Most at least. The Lestrange family, Barty Crouch Jr., and a few others had to be dragged to Azkaban. However, if I looked at the numbers, that meant something like approximately 90% of the Death Eaters, though I couldn't be sure how accurate my numbers were, given the secrecy of their ranks, had laid down their wands and ceased hostilities. That is the kind of historical weirdness that just doesn't make any fucking sense. If the Dark Lord's followers were truly loyal, they should have kept up the fight, or at least regrouped. They should have sent out searches for him if they didn't believe he was dead. But for an insurgency movement 100-strong built and tested over 10 long years of guerrilla war to collapse merely because the leader died. Contrary to what popular theory dictated, cutting the head off the snake did not work like that. It was one of those annoying little puzzles only a first-hand account could really illuminate. Does that mean that father is a bad lord? Draco asked quietly, bringing me back to myself. If people hate him, the things in the book they made sense, but father can't be a bad lord, can he? I mean, there are plenty of people who support him, aren't there? I sighed and decided to tread carefully. I think father is such a good lord that he can afford to have a few people hate him. But if he learned some of these lessons, I think he'd be an even better one. Draco pursed his lips. His book was really interesting. I liked it quite a bit. Good. Did you want to talk about anything else? I asked with a smile. My brother nodded. That part where he talks about judging rulers based on the people around them. He flushed slightly. It got me to thinking Vince and Greg are good friends, and they do whatever I say, but they aren't like the good advisors he talks about. Hestia and Flora aren't exactly the epitomes of wisdom. I replied wryly, though inwardly I felt the joy and gratification of a lesson well learned on behalf of a diligent pupil. Draco snorted, grinning slightly. Then grin faded slowly, and he sighed. I guess, but they listen to you. They help you think up games and ideas and pranks, Greg, and Vince just kind of off-grunt. Father said that they were children of his friends, and the Goyles and Crabs have connections in potion ingredient farm ingots, not like I can just choose friends from another family. If they turn me away, it would be a big embarrassment. I smiled. Then start making Greg and Vince into the kinds of advisors and friends you want them to be. If all they do is grunt, then ask questions and things that they can't just grunt to. Maybe they're just used to you leading them around. If they had a chance, they might surprise you. Draco's expression mirrored my inner doubts on the subject so much I had to choke back a snicker. My all the gods helped me, but I'd actually started to like the idea of Draco as my older brother. In bad faith, it was another long day. Of course, my days were generally fairly long, though the content had been slowly changing over the past week. Lessons were being dropped, tutors slowly let go. I'd fought to keep my language teachers for a bit longer, but mathematics, language, and a few other things now left holes which had been filled with more private lectures, further refining my grasp of political matters and refining the comportment I'd had ingrained in me from an early age. It wasn't as though I'd gained fluency in either subject overnight, and it meant spending more time in close proximity to my mother and father, both of whom I wasn't precisely happy with at the moment, but I suppose it would pay off eventually. At the moment, I was straining what little political muscles I'd managed to build with my regent. We'd let the tension from Regulus' drunken ramblings fade, as well as his own injured pride at being forced to cater to a child less than a third of his age. Given my own awkwardness in dispelling the anxiety between us, I thought it best to allow both of us to cool our heels a bit and grant us some breathing room. Still, my reception at number 12, Grimmauld Place, had been less than pleasant. Although Creature had answered the door, it had been Virgo who'd showed me into the parlor to her father. I'd glimpsed Sagittarius flitting about in the halls and doorways, obviously having been instructed by either his sister or father to avoid me until further notice. Father, Virgo called at the doorway. The Lady Black is here to call on us. The insincerity and spite in the title was enough to raise my hackles, though I refrained from calling my friend on it. The business of hashing things out between myself and Regulus would hopefully settle things a bit. As much of a spitfire as Virgo was sometimes, I really did enjoy her company. Regulus, sitting in a large and cushioned leather armchair, raised an eyebrow expectantly, then nodded. Thank you, Virgo. Why don't you and Tari play upstairs for a bit? The dismissal was obvious, though Virgo lingered for a moment, flashing me an uncertain and dangerous look. Well, isn't that just stupendous? I muttered sourly as I dropped into another cushy armchair. I've tried to talk to her, Regulus offered somewhat half-heartedly, running a hand through his hair. She's just... He felt quiet as he groped for an explanation. Feeling betrayed, I guessed. She's older than Tari, right? I practically stole her birthright. Regulus was silent, making no move to contradict me. I'm not apologizing. It wasn't my choice to saddle me with this honor. I responded to the unasked question. I'm a Malfoy. I do have my pride. Here, though, I sighed. Don't worry about it. She and I will work something out. My regent gave a smirk and shook his head. Speaking of Mina's station, I began awkwardly. We need to discuss a few things. I suppose, though it's unlikely you'll need to be concerned with anything for some years yet. I'm tasked with maintaining the black monies. Your mother will see to actually growing the investments further. We've talked it over a bit, which means you'll have to teach me as much as you can how the black family finances work, what areas the family's political influence is strongest in, how exactly the wizarding government works. I'm pretty sure your father, or Ian, gave you some training to take over the headship. I asked intently. Regulus started, almost doing a double take. What now? Why would I do anything of the sort? I leaned back, thinking about the situation for a long moment. Regulus was one of the few people I really wanted on my side for various reasons. To get him on my side, though, I would need to offer him incentive. Enough incentive so that he wouldn't be tempted to stab me in the back, either literally or figuratively. Lucius would undoubtedly teach me well enough, but if I was actually going to be conned into managing such a huge fortune, I want to be comprehensively knowledgeable on everything the house held. Although Mother undoubtedly knew a bit of the fortune, she'd likely never been briefed on the full extent of the Black holdings, having not been expected to inherit. Plus, it would allow Regulus and myself more time alone together, hopefully letting us resolve the differences the situation had created between us. If I ever actually worked out a plan of attack against Voldemort, whether covert or overt, an adult friendly to my aims that trusted me would be a definite asset. Even after I reached the age of majority, he'd likely be a good ally, and maybe a friend. It's in both of our best interests, I pointed out. Regulus raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is it? I'm not fool enough to not recognize that Lucius is more than willing and able to teach you. You hardly need me now, and what happens when you reach your age of majority? Am I to be reduced to complete irrelevance? I decided to interrupt before he could continue. It was a dangerous line of thought. I keep you as my regent in all but name. Regulus blinked. I explained that I don't like politics. I have no intention of becoming, effectively, a professional politician come finance manager for my entire life. I might be the head of House Black, but I have little interest in the job beyond making sure the house's assets and the house itself prospers. I explained, pinning him with a serious look. Regulus grunted thoughtfully. So if you aren't planning on controlling the house's finances or political power, why learn? Several reasons, I deflected. Firstly, I need to keep up appearances for Mother and Father, at the very least. I have no doubt Father, at least, is going to expect me to keep up with the current political climate, which would be one of the signs that I intend to take my position seriously. Should I demonstrate the fact that I'm intending to largely disregard my inheritance, there will likely be unfortunate consequences. Once I reach 17, I'll be much less beholden to Lord Malfoy. Regulus grimaced, conceding the point. Secondly, I am not fool enough, I quoted with a friendly sneer, to trust you implicitly without any oversight, even if only for my own personal assurance that you are a competent and trustworthy wizard. My regent nodded again, conceding my second point begrudgingly. In exchange, I'm willing to pressure Mother, as much as I am able to sign off on you and your children using the Black finances to support yourselves and pay for tuition at Hogwarts, should you choose to enroll them there. Further, I won't stick my nose any deeper than necessary into how you choose to run our family's assets as long as you agree I can take an advisory role so that I can, at least, appear to learn the trade. Regulus hummed, his eyes narrowing in thought as he considered my proposition. And what kind of lifestyle can I and my children expect after you turn 17? I won't have us reduced to effectively beggars, so that you may prove you have the wherewithal to cut unnecessary expenses. I mulled the question over. Right now, I'll assure you that as long as you're not fabulously extravagant, what little I know of the Black accounts is sufficient for me to say that I will allow a comfortable lifestyle with several not excessive comforts. I will, after all, be living here for days or possibly weeks at a time, and would not want to needlessly antagonize you or Tari and Virgo. Regulus opened his mouth to object, but I held up a hand. Although you might be more comfortable with a more strict financial agreement, we'll have to wait a few days until we both have a chance to look over the finances and discuss the issue. I think that should be enough for right now, don't you? Regulus looked at me searchingly for a long moment, but eventually nodded. We'll need to visit Gringotts in the next few days. Although the Regency is fairly simple in theory, there is a great deal of paperwork we'll need to file with the goblins. We could take a look at the books then. Do you think your mother and father are really going to allow you so much free rein in this situation? I sighed, rubbing at my forehead tiredly. Father eyes abstaining himself from the situation, largely. Mother is, despite your lack of regard for her at the moment, sympathetic to your plight. I'm not completely sure what to expect from either of them, truthfully. As my regent, you'll need to be watchful of them both. I shook my head, regretting the next point I was going to make, but knowing it had to be made. Then there's the fact that Walburga was rather open with her dislike of Virgo and Tari. Regulus' jaw clenched as I let the statement hang for a moment. This means that we can both expect repercussions. I grimaced. Given the fact that Walburga elected me as her heir, I think it has given certain individuals enough clues to piece together that your children, though you've legitimized them, are half-bloods born out of wedlock. Regulus slumped and pressed the heels of his palms against his eyes. Damn it, mother. He was silent for a time before finally raising a searching gaze to me. They have friends in your social circle. Those Caro girls, the Greegrass brat, that Harper boy that Virgo likes to pester at your parties. This isn't going to make life easier for them. My expression firmed. I'll take care of it. Regulus' gaze narrowed. Just like that? I snorted. Just like that? No, it's going to be a pain in the rump, but I'll deal with it. Virgo and Tari are my friends. It's my problem. You already have enough problems to worry about. Left unsaid was the fact that Regulus would owe me one for covering his children in a way which he was handicapped by his own adulthood. He probably understood also how big the favor with children in general and pureblood brats especially could be vicious little bastards. There was a certain look of admiration in my regent's eyes as he responded. You probably have more loyalty in your little pinky than your father has in his whole body, Desdemona, especially if you follow through with that promise. I rolled my eyes, the disrespectful motion oddly nostalgic as I fought a two-part flush of flattery and irritation from the compliment insult. Father's loyalty is a two-way road. I'm coming to understand. There was a beat of silence, much like the prior night, where we each settled into the idea of where we stood in regards to the other and digested out respective thoughts. If not equal then, at least we could relate to each other. If my father could hear the next head of the Black family, Regulus shook his head, then pursed his lips. I feel as though I need to ask something, though I'm unsure if it's possible to ask without offending you is some manner. I blinked, looking at Regulus oddly. I'm not sure how to respond to such a statement. Regulus scowled at the space above my head, the expression, thoughtful rather than angry. Perhaps I'd best get it over with then. His gaze retracted from that faraway stare and focused in on me. Desdemona Malfoy, I understand with painful clarity that children given our upbringing think and act far more mature than their age would imply, but you do not merely act maturely. You are so. I swallowed my nervousness and blocked it with a practiced mental push. Your diction, pose, the stillness and quietness you possess as opposed to the normal constant, unsettled motion of young children, all of these things and others have indicated to me that you are not only a genius. He paused here, as I tried to calm myself while his accusations weighed heavily on my mind. I don't understand you, I suppose is the point I'm trying to make. He wasn't done, though, as his gaze bored into mine and, with a cool casualness, carefully dissected and disassembled my now tenuous web of lies and misdirection. And I need to, if I'm to trust you as asking. Children, no matter how intelligent, no matter how insightful, should not be comfortable around an adult drinking himself to intoxication, much less be able to hold an entire conversation with them. You act like an adult, you talk like an adult, and I have no idea what to make of it. I should have been panicking by this point, and I probably wasted some level, but mostly, I slumped slightly, sighing as looked away from the older man. All the planning and preparation in the world can only ready you so much for inevitably being called out on your deceptions. The feeling of exhaustion from the week prior flowed back tenfold, and for a brief moment, I was truly tempted to tell Regulus everything, but I couldn't trust the man quite enough. Not yet. Hopefully, though, I wouldn't have to part with a few precious nuggets of truth without something in return. And there was something Regulus possessed which I dearly wanted, something which I could justify selling my pride for. I croaked, then cleared my throat of its sudden roughness. I believe I understand. I am, I suppose, different than my age group. I'll explain as best I'm able, but I'd like something in exchange. A mark of trust on your part, to me. Regulus was searching me, his eyes probing over my slumped and defeated posture and, doubtless, mulling over my attempt at negotiation which had come out as more of a plea. My pride bristled at the thought, but I forced down that spark of defiance. If Regulus need to establish some kind of petty dominance in our relationship to feel comfortable dealing with me, I'd do it. I'd swallow my pride just enough. What? Regulus asked as he leaned back in his chair, a neutral expression on his face. I swallowed and nodded to myself. There was really only one thing Regulus could tell me that held any true value, which I couldn't get from any other source. I want to know about the Death Eaters. Regulus paled and flinched as if I'd struck him, nearly leaping from his seat as he moved to pace the room. I would have thought I'd given you more than enough tales while I was. He made an ambiguous motion with his hand. It's the one thing I can't ask mother or father, I explained, a bit of a whine creeping into my voice. I want to know why they fought the war, why they didn't keep fighting after the Dark Lord vanished. If it really was a war for the good of wizards and witches as a whole. Regulus grimaced and twisted about, clenching and releasing his fists, obviously full of nervous energy. That why? The adult ground out, looking harried. I sighed. Because I want to understand, because no one ever wants to talk about it, because there's no one else I can ask. Regulus slumped slightly where he stood, looking at me with an old, haunted expression. Desdemona was not a good time in anyone's lives. There are damn good reasons no one will talk about it. Your father might well and literally kill me if he knew I was contemplating talking about this. I nodded, but kept my eyes on the floor. A long, strained silence passed slowly. Ill think about it, eventually Regulus enunciated with something like physical pain. If, and only if, your explanation is satisfactory. I contemplated the bargain before me quietly, worrying my bottom lip. Okay, I almost whispered. Regulus relaxed slightly. I suppose are there more details to discuss regarding the Regency? I asked, standing up to work the blood flow back into my legs. I think we need to cover your explanation first, Regulus noted. I eyed him from the corner of my gaze, deciding whether or not to see how far I could push things. I could truly surrender at this point and allow Regulus to dictate the terms of our relationship. But if he wasn't going to even hide the fact that he would prolong our little exchange of information until he had no other option, I had little hope of ever acquiring the information I wanted needed. I needed first-hand accounts of the Dark Lord's rise, desperately. I needed to be able to fill in the blank spaces that the books and newspapers left unfilled. More than that, though, I needed to understand why not a single one of Voldemort's followers hadn't searched for him. Was it fear? Was it cowardice? What caused people who'd followed a man through more than 10 years of hard conflict to vanish into the shadows? Honestly, I could think of a half-dozen reasons, but I needed to understand the Death Eaters of the Wizarding War and what made them so different from those same people alive today. I needed ideas, plans, contingencies that I could rely on to slow or stop Voldemort's second rise. Regulus was in a position to deny me those things, starve me for information I couldn't get anywhere else due to the stigma of even mentioning the Dark Lord in our current society. Could I really be so blunt, brusque, and rude as to throw Regulus's offer of civilized discourse back in his face? He'll think about it eventually. If, and only if, your explanation is satisfactory. Guess I am that much of a bitch would have thought. Regulus' face darkened with an irritated flush, so I decided to soften the blow to his pride. Uncle Regulus, if you'd rather I act like a spoiled brat and pitch a fit for mother to squeeze every last canute from the Black Vaults, I can. I'm attempting to meet you on even terms, as galling as that may be for you. I'm willing to open a productive discourse regarding almost anything, to treat you as an equal, to help you as needed. All I ask is that you do the same for me. Outside Grimmauld Place, treat me as the child I am, look down on me, demean me, but I won't have my future decided for me simply because it isn't convenient for you to have to treat me like an adult. Regulus' face contorted through a series of strange expressions, eventually settling on an unreadable facade. I pushed forward, needing to say something, anything, needing to make some type of confession to someone, or I felt as though I'd go insane. Desdemona Malfoy's mask began to crack for the first time since I'd last cried in my mother's arms. I'm strange, I admitted. It's why I try not to talk very much. I think my parents understand that I'm a bit queer, odd, or even slightly bizarre. I see that many adults consider there a world which children cannot understand. Truthfully, I cannot begin to comprehend how it is that I have come to live in this world. I stand with one foot in childhood and one foot in adulthood, and I cannot explain it, but I will not have that used against me. I will not allow you to make me ashamed of who I am. Feeling something strange, I reached up to touch the sudden, clear liquid spouting from the corners of my eyes. As I looked back to Regulus, the man wore an abashed expression and wouldn't meet my gaze. In need a moment, I breathed quietly, pushing past him and into the hallway, intent on reaching the restroom before I broke down for real. I didn't pay a shocked and worried-looking Virgo any mind at all as I slammed the door shut and fell to the floor weeping silently. Desdemona Malfoy's mask shattered, and I went with it, crumbling to pieces in a release of desperate emotion. In bad faith, I collapsed onto my bed, mentally and physically exhausted. The rest of my time with Regulus hadn't been very productive. We'd talked awkwardly of inconsequential things, meaningless little topics like which room was going to be made available for me during my time at the Black Home. Probably shaken by the guilt of making a child. No matter how mature or cry, he'd given me Walburga's master bedroom and private water closet. By that point, I hadn't cared enough to really argue. I still wasn't sure what Regulus would do with the revelations that confirmed my abnormality, but I'd given nothing really important away in our conversation. If push came to shove and he told my parents, I could spin it as a personal attack on me compelled by jealousy and envy, and Regulus probably understood that as well. I sighed, turning my head from where it had been face down in a pillow. "Must you play with my hair? But it's so soft and silky," Hestia whispered, brushing a hand across my scalp and down the length of the white blonde strands. I whimpered. That had felt so good. "Oh, she likes it," Flora giggled, repeating the motion. I'd honestly balked at the idea of having the Caro twins over after my extremely stressful day. A nearly scalding bath and a warm meal had helped rid me of both my emotional exhaustion and physical, though the situation with Regulus was still unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. Now that I was reasonably sure my newborn political problems wouldn't stab me in my back, though I'd also been able to truly relax for the first time in a week. Unfortunately, I'd also managed to forget that Hestia and Flora had scheduled a sleepover for the night. "She really does like it," Hestia replied quietly. I let out a soft purr as the two took to running their fingers over my scalp and down my hair. If I'd been anything more than bone-tired and nearly asleep on my feet, I'd have stopped the two little menaces, but, well, it really did feel good. "I'm tired," I whined. "Let me sleep." The Caros giggled again, an eerie noise that I enjoyed despite the fact that it made my neck hair stand on end. It was the creepy sound that I'd heard echo between trees and scary movies during my last life. Maybe my sanity had taken a hit in addition to my common sense? "She's all floppy," Flora stated, raising one of my arms and letting it flop back to the bed. She doesn't play with us as much anymore. Desi's always tired these days. She's doing too much." "Sorry," I managed quietly, feeling bad at the realization that they were right. I hadn't really seen much of these particular twins recently, due to my packed schedule. I sighed and leveraged my tired body up. My posture was horrible, but I wasn't in any right state to play the pureblood princess anyway. "What do you two want to do?" Hestia and Flora exchanged looks and broke out into identical grins and speaking as one. Magic. I recovered enough energy to fake a groan and roll my eyes. "All right, but I'm not getting up from this bed. Go get my things." The two younger girls scurried off to fulfill my orders as I struggled to make myself comfortable in my overstuffed and extra soft bed. Now sitting upright and leaning against my headboard, cushioned by a set of pillows, I accepted elegantly carved wooden lap desk Hestia set over my legs, as well as the thick text and smaller notebook which Flora placed into my hands. Finally, they each handed over newly sharpened quill, a well of ink, and a thick set of parchment sheets. Eagerly, the Caro sisters placed themselves on either side of me and quieted. If their parents knew they could behave themselves like this, I wonder if they'd pay me to babysit instead of their tutors? The girls weren't exactly the ideal pureblood children. They had a bit too much spirit. A charitable soul would call them mischievous, though victims of their specific brand of mischief might be less complimentary. I'd once been asked to wait as the two finished their lessons and had been outwardly appalled and inwardly amused when they'd come running from their tutor as they laughed like jackals. The man himself had trailed behind them, red in the face and limping badly. I had decided not to ask. "Dobby," I called sharply. "Miss Desi call?" The house elf asked, appearing with a muted pop. Yes, I nodded, giving the elf a small smile. Could you bring us a tray of biscuits and 3 cups of cocoa? Please. Dobby's head bobbed excitedly. Yes, Miss Desi, Dobby will bring them right away. Thank you, I replied sincerely. The sugar and hot liquid might be a bit of a help in keeping me awake. Moments later, my friends and I were ensconced on my bed as Dobby fidgeted nervously and waited to be dismissed. I grinned slightly and looked at the elf. Dobby, if you're not busy, you're welcome to watch as well. Hestia and Flora turned to look at me in surprise as the elf's eyes widened and turned suspiciously shiny. Oh no, miss. Dobby has chores to be doing. Yes, chores. And the elf disappeared. I sighed and shook my head. Even though Dobby was a bit more willing to treat me like an equal than the other elves of the manor, who were all devoted to my family to the point of embarrassment, I still couldn't get him to really interact with me on any real level beyond the roles of master and servant, even if we were much more polite and courteous to each other than the norm of our interspecies relationships dictated. Why are you so nice to it? Hestia asked, her tone slightly arch. Mommy says elves aren't worth politeness, Flora concurred, nodding. I sighed and bit back an angry retort, opting to dispense wisdom instead of alienate my friends. How much gold does it cost to say, please or thank you? How many galleons do you waste each time you are nice to anyone, whether they're an elf, or a goblin, or even a centaur? The twins blinked, confused at my seemingly random change of topic. It was a trick question. I tried. Courtesy costs you nothing to give, but may cost you everything to withhold. We're purebloods, the best of society, right? The wealthiest, the most powerful, the landed, we have everything, right? Now the two nodded, still silent. Then it shouldn't matter if you're nice or mean to someone, I stated, leading them to an answer, right? They nodded again. That's why we don't have to be polite, though, Flora replied. Yeah, they aren't witches and wizards like us. They can't do magic with wands. They aren't much better than muggles, Hestia affirmed. But doesn't it make you feel better? I pressed, my gaze alternating between the two. Besides, we're supposed to set the example for everyone else. If we're mean to muggle-borns and magical creatures, they might be mean to each other, and then we'd have to stop them fighting, right? Because if they're fighting each other, then the goblins can't guard our money. The muggle-borns won't be able to work for us. We should be nice to them so that they're nice to each other and can work for us instead of just being mean to each other and fighting all the time. If you can't appeal to someone's good nature, then appeal to their vices. If they don't understand generosity or charity, they will understand greed and selfishness. It was as though a light went on inside their eyes, their expressions suddenly brightening and small exclamations of ooh and ah emitting from their mouths. In that moment, I remembered why I had wanted to be a teacher so long ago. At least I wouldn't have to worry about defending Tari and Virgo from the Caros. Although they weren't as tame as Crab and Goyle, Hestia and Flora followed my lead where necessary. Regardless, I'd probably have a little chat with them sometime soon about being especially nice to the blacks. I smiled, and as they began to work through their revelation, I inked my quill and began to freehand sketch the rune Soilo and surround it with a Celtic knot binding, flanked by a set of 2 power runes and 2 control runes from the Elder Futhark's magical side of the alphabet. Is that the light one? Hestia asked quietly, her eyes wide and her voice thrilled. I hummed, nodding. This is Soilo, the rune for the sun. I'm using it to mean light in this circle, and I'm going to add circles with Ansuz and Rado, which refer to the ancient Celtic gods and the concept of journey, respectively. I'm using them to mean the heavens or above us and movement, instead of their classic definitions. I paused, giving the designs time to dry. The original circle was now spread out into 3 different circles, blending together with an intertwined binding. Looking at Hestia and Flora, I narrowed my gaze. Now, what are my rules? The twins sighed simultaneously. Don't try to do any runes without your help, Flora repeated dully. If we do, you won't teach us anymore, and we could get really hurt. Don't tell Mommy or Daddy, Hestia added, because they'd think it's too dangerous and wouldn't let us learn. Then you'd get in trouble for teaching us and couldn't study anymore. Good. I nodded, re-inking my quill and getting back to work. You've seen me use this circle before. What does it do? It lights things up. Flora squeaked excitedly, her eyes locked on the design. It makes lights and colors and things above us. It's wicked. I smiled. Wicked was as good a description as any, I suppose. This was a little more complicated than my first circle, the one the Caro twins had interrupted me activating years ago. It was, in the grand scheme of things, still relatively simple and would only be worth anything as a particularly interesting nightlight, even if I added an array which would let it charge and run without my personal attention and control. In a pinch, I might be able to leverage it as a flash grenade with proper time and planning. It was about the most complicated thing I could put together at this stage. Granted, I could usually pull of the equivalent of a runic levitation charm and something that had a similar result to a cleaning charm, but those had to be mapped out in advance and carefully drawn to mathematical precision before I'd even chance working with them. Those requirements translated to hours of work for each array, and each array could, in turn, only be used once before burning out the paper and ink's abilities to channel the magical effects. But this? I felt confident I'd mastered this, at least. Now, I started settling in for a small lecture as I added another circle around the entire design, fusing it together into a single array. This is a kind of runic construction known as clustering. Other people like to use lines or script, but I prefer this way. It gives you more freedom, but it also makes the array a lot more reliant on you to control it. Do you understand? Hestia and Flora hesitated, then nodded. That means you control the array. You control all of the runes. You control whether it does or doesn't work. If you lose concentration, it won't work, okay? I explained pointedly. Another set of nods after that same hesitation. It's nice to know that they're thinking about it, at least. Now, to activate a circle like this, you need a chant, but you also need to think about what you want to happen. In this type of rune work, you make the magic happen. I said sternly, grimly serious as I tried to intimate the gravity of the situation. They nodded again, apparently understanding. I raised my voice slightly and said, "Nox." The word extinguished the candles around my room, leaving myself and my friends in complete darkness. I smiled slightly as they moved closer to me. Taking a deep breath, I focused, reaching out to my magic. It wasn't a core, as so many had explained it in my last world. Magic flowed like blood through the body of a witch or wizard, constantly moving and changing. To use magic was to channel that energy, usually through a focus. I saw the sun at night. I beheld the glow of the heavens with my own eyes. Light curled and danced. Nimbus, corona, shooting star. At my will, I beheld night turned into day. The words didn't really mean anything. It was a chant that I'd been conditioned to believe had magical power, though it was really just a tool to focus with, just as the runic array was. I pushed the thought into the back of my mind and focused on what I wanted to happen. A spiral of blue light whispered up into the air above my bed, moving as if it were alive. Hestia and Flora breathed in deeply as they watched, their eyes widening as I observed them from the edge of my vision. Suddenly, the blue light curled up, brightening to a dim white before shattering into 100 miniature stars spread about my ceiling and walls. If I hadn't been directing the display, the most I would have gotten would have been a small white flame of light. Butaz, I told the twins. I was in control, and my control was finer than most, I'd wager. My Occlumency helped me stay clear-headed and focused as I directed the designs. The tiny particles of light and magic began to spin, twisting and spiraling to become intricate patterns. Animals emerged, both real and imagined, highly abstract and only distantly related to their physical counterparts. The designs were stylized, an expression of my will rather than reality. As I watched them dance across the air, I concentrated further, and the light constructs began to collapse, shattering back into the formless darkness. Sparks of every color bloomed like some impossible field of wildflowers, moving and swaying with an invisible wind. Finally, after continuing the spectacle for several minutes, I allowed it to fade and dissipate one last time, relaxing as I did so. The sense of tiredness I'd tried to fight off came back with a vengeance, leaving me struggling to keep my eyes closed. "Okay, that's all I've got for tonight," I whispered, my head drooping on a Flora's shoulder. Or was it Hestia's? Giving up my half-hearted struggle, I allowed the lap desk to be pulled away and slid down into the two soft cushions of my bed. I let myself finally fall into slumber as I felt soft fingers slide over my scalp, a vague and happy sound in my chest, much like a cat purring. Chapter 13, Slayer Anderson. In Bad Faith Chapter 13 Rewrite. A Harry Potter self-insert fanfiction, May 19th, 2014. Chapter 13, A Matter of Faith Interlude 1. Lucius' eyes cut to and fro down the hall, wary of any watchers. It was not a common thing for him to be so paranoid in his own home, but there was a time when the better part of valor is discretion. He smiled inwardly at the truism. Shakespeare did have such a way with words. Pushing aside the errant thought, Lord Malfoy continued at his circumspect pace, his ears primed for any disturbance in the quiet emptiness of his manner, but none was forthcoming. He was not overly surprised at his solitude either. It had taken some time for him to ensure Draco would be away at a Quidditch game with Vincent and Gregory while his wife was simultaneously busy with some of her acquaintances. Then there was Desdemona. His youngest child was a mix of predictability and spontaneity, which complicated matters far more than he would have liked to admit. Given that much of her schedule revolved around lessons and study, this meant that she stayed in the manor for the majority of the day, only coming and going for the few occasions which necessitated a personal appearance. For all that Desdemona Malfoy was the talk of the Pureblood community for her precocious genius, she was actually quite the homebody. It was an amusing thought, but one which gave him no end of trouble in keeping an eye on his daughter. He was intimately acquainted with the dangers common to the unique combination of magical study and precocious genius. He had, after all, been seduced into servitude by an individual for whom both descriptions were very apt. Not that he would compare Desdemona to the Dark Lord. No, the very thought was ridiculous. Desdemona, if anything, would be far more competent should she fall to power lust. It was, admittedly, a thought which occupied his mind more and more these days. Narcissa called his worries foolish, and perhaps she was right, but it was a parent's prerogative to worry over their children, wasn't it? And worry he did, so very often, though he might not show it. Narcissa alone might know the depth of concern for his children and their futures. As Lucius stepped into his daughter's private study, he eyed the various stacks of carefully categorized and sorted notes, books, and stray parchment sheets throughout the room, as if each and every one contained a valuable clue which would reveal the truth of the room's primary occupant. The adult wizard's eyes grew distant as he absently scanned over what few tomes on the bookshelf possessed titles, though Lucius himself could not read but half of those selfsame titles. Would that his father had purchased language lessons. Most were ancient beyond recall, such that they would have been caked in inch-thick dust save for the diligent house elves of the Malfoy family. Even now, the pages would have likely crumbled under the weight of time, without the enchantments which he knew lined the very shelves they rested upon. The large oaken furniture piece laden with magic had been a gift for his daughter's 6th Christmas, after she had complained of having to lug the thick books to and from the library. Draco had asked for a training broom. A slight twitch of his lips was all that betrayed his internal amusement. The pointer finger of his outstretched arm touched a book to pull it free, his selection having been made from a row which would be of height approximate to his daughter's own stature, when a shrill whistle resounded in the room, filling the space with noise, shooting Lucius' blood pressure through the roof as long-honed instincts left a deadly curse half-formed on his lips, his wand directed at the offending object. At the last moment, he regained his senses and snapped off a silencing charm. In the aftermath of that awful din, the room seemed almost alarmingly quiet. Into that silence, Lucius directed his distemper and irritated scowl. "Don't be so alarmist, Lucius," the wizard mocked quietly, narrowing his eyes. "A sneakoscope is a perfectly innocent gift. Desdemona probably wants it to defend from Draco's little pranks." He sighed tiredly, shaking his head. "Even if I agreed with the sentiment a year ago," Lucius whispered, "I still don't understand why my dearest wife had to select the model usually ordered by professional aurors. Perhaps because I felt the need to spoil our daughter somewhat, dearest husband. Merlin knows you are free enough with the gold when called upon for new Quidditch gear for our son. a sharp voice retorted from the doorway. Lucius stiffened as his hand tightened around his wand, but he restrained the impulse to snap the magical focus towards the speaker. Slowly, his countenance serene and guiltless, Lucius turned to face his wife, a raised eyebrow delicately perched higher than its fellow. Narcissa rehome early. A slightly ironic smile graced her features. Indeed, Lucius, with the children away at their respective engagements today, I felt I would surprise you. We do so seldom get to spend a day alone together. Lucius swallowed dryly at the smoldering gaze his significant other threw his way. A long moment passed as they regarded each other. Alas, Narcissa bemoaned with an overdone cry. I arrive home to find you entangled in the affairs of another woman. Wherever shall such a scorned woman turn? Lucius, if questioned later, would have denied the entire ensuing conversation took place, but he would have especially denied that he rolled his eyes. Narcissa, sweetling, I'm just concerned about our daughter's reading habits. I don't think the theatricality is really necessary, do you? Theatricality? Narcissa asked shortly as Lucius winced. If you'd like theatricality, I'd refer you shortly to your own misstep, Lucius. You are spying on a 9-year-old. You've invaded your daughter's privacy without her consent and are set to rifle through her belongings. Such inanities belong in a bad stage drama rather than our household. How is that for theatricality? Lucius sighed. Narcissa, even you must admit that there are dangerous books in the library, books that Desdemona-Lucius began, is very careful not to touch. She contents herself with the moldering histories and dramas stacked away for Circe in knows how many centuries. The only magical tomes she cracks are the standard issue Hogwarts texts, a specific few she has purchased under either of our own watch, or the selected sections of the library which you, yourself, have approved, Narcissa explained painstakingly. It is in any child's nature to test their boundaries, Lucius rallied valiantly. Which she does, Narcissa sighed, but not in this specific arena. You know this, Lucius. I am still waiting for an explanation of your true motives. Lucius shook his head, looking around the room as he tried desperately to find validation of his own gut feelings. Truthfully, he had no motive other than some nebulous and unfocused urge that something was odd regarding his daughter. Sighing again, Lucius approached the primary work desk of the room, leaving his wife standing in the doorway without an answer. The witch in question growled an inarticulate, aggravated noise in the back of her throat and, with resignation, followed her husband into the room. Idly, she looked over the carefully ordered chaos of her daughter's workplace. Although books dominated the landscape, various other trinkets and personal belongings lined the room. Along with 6 bookshelves and a set of large and comfortable chairs, 3 different desks were arrayed around the room as well, each of a different model. The desk Lucius stood before was flat and wide, a writer's desk. The other 2 were a cartographer's desk and an artisan's stationery desk. The last of these was a beautiful maple construction with an adjustable tabletop, able to change the degree of elevation the individual could work at as well as the angle of the incline. There were clasps in place to hold the parchment flat against the desk surface, as well as a large hollow on either side to hold a variety of inks, quills, and other associated art implements. Currently, a large sheet of extremely fine parchment sat pinned to the top of the desk, covered with extensive designs, lettering, and bold colors. The calligraphy was masterfully straight on the unlined parchment, all of the letters equally spaced and perfectly defined with nary a splotch or smudge on the entire sheet. The page bore a decorative border done in green and black with accents in silver, bronze, and purple. Further decorations containing winding snakes, winged dragons, and the occasional raven perched on great thorny branches that overlaid the entire design. The centerpiece of the page was an enormous vivid green and black coat of arms bearing a signature in the brightest silver ink sheet ever seen. The space immediately beneath was likewise a bright silver, with careful black lettering spelling out, Sanctimonia Vincit Semper, the Malfoy family creed. Further below, the first sentence of the first paragraph also bore an elaborate letter, enlarged far beyond the standard font of the remainder of the page. It was done in the same style as those terribly old books Desdemona liked to read, the ones she called illuminated manuscripts. Ensconced within the enlarged O was a robed figure holding a simple crown in one hand, a poised wand in the other, standing before an empty golden throne while smaller figures knelt before the vacant seat of power. In comparatively simple, though still elegant, calligraphy, the passage read thus: "Of a family with so rich a history, there is much that can be said." It is the aim of this text to, if not to provide a complete accounting of this family, then at least to give a comprehensive description of its nobility in bearing, the pride of its history, and place within the world in which we live. Beyond these standards, though, is the essence of what it is to be a Malfoy, to stand tall and proud in such difficult times as have felled lesser individuals. It is the hope of she who pens this work that, in putting this history to a less ephemeral medium than transient human memory, that not only shall it be preserved, but also serve to provide an accounting for later generations of the weight their decisions must bear when they take up the mantle of a member of this family. To be a Malfoy is to cast aside all doubt, weakness, and hesitance. To be a Malfoy is to be possessed of purity of mind, body, and action, for in that, purity will always conquer. Lucius, Narcissa breathed, a finger trailing in the air above the page, entranced by the minute detail of the imagery and vivid colors. Even as she stared, she felt the silent presence of her husband's step into the space next to her. Desdemona, is this her work? If I recall correctly, Lucius commented in a slightly stunned voice. It was you who took her to Diagon Alley last month. Didn't Desdemona insist on a stop at Scribulous Ever-Changing Inks? It's beautiful, Narcissa crooned. To think she spent an entire month on this, I had wondered why her fingers were so stained recently. Honestly, trying to attend Justinius Harper's birthday with green stains all over her hands. Indeed, Lucius agreed. I was wondering what form the compilation of her research was going to take, though I hadn't known she was so talented in the visual arts as well as the musical. She did enjoy painting so when she was younger. Narcissa smiled fondly, her eyes distant. I suppose she's kept up a steady hand at least, with all those runes. Lucius made a noise resembling a low grunt. Only resembling, mind you, because Malfoys did not debase themselves so much as to grunt. I will repeat my protest that she is far too young to be learning magic of any sort. Lucius, Narcissa sighed, let your daughter have her fun. Half the enjoyment she derives from her studies is their furtive nature. Children enjoy being secretive, you know that. If you take her rune studies away from her for no apparent reason, you'll be in danger of causing the very thing you fear. How long do you think until she'll— what was it you said? Test her boundaries? As long as she doesn't injure herself, I think it's far more beneficial to allow her these little secrets. Lucius sighed, understanding that this was yet another iteration of the same argument which he always lost. Of course, Narcissa didn't win many of the arguments centered around Draco, either. The boy was always asking for new and faster brooms, or the latest set of gobstones, or even the newest deck of exploding snap cards. More seldom, Draco sought him out for Quidditch game tickets, a visit to Diagon Alley, or an interesting new book. Perhaps they were too indulgent as parents? Lucius would sneer at those lower-class twits who criticized their parenting. It was almost pointless to deny a child of their society anything when they would grow to inherit the money to acquire that which they'd been disallowed in their youth. It was more sensible, in his opinion, to let them have all but the truly insane requests and allow them to learn how to deal with the temptations of wealth while they were still young. Maybe that was why he didn't argue overmuch with Narcissa when she bought their daughter some new book or enchanted toy. Lucius shook his head and turned back to the large writing desk he'd been pondering over before Narcissa had drawn him away to look at Desdemona's most conclusive proof of her genius yet. If anything, though, the beautifully intricate page resting on the artisan's desk made him more anxious about his daughter. She seemed to be everything he'd ever wanted as a child, everything he'd ever wished for in a legacy. It scared him, honestly, to consider that Desdemona was every inch the wonder child he bragged she was. Did she have no faults? No weaknesses? She was mature, well-behaved, intelligent, cunning, politically savvy. It just all seemed too good to be true. Even the fact she was studying magic ahead of her years, a dangerous undertaking by any means, was proof that she was taking all proper precautions given none of her endeavors had exploded yet. Perhaps that was why he had invaded her privacy today? To look for proof, she had something of a normal child in her rather than the seeming perfection that glossed over nearly every aspect of her identity. Lucius sighed and pulled free the last drawer of the writer's desk, carefully extracting a bound sheaf of notes before blinking. The quiet shuffling of parchment filled the next few moments, the Lord of Malfoy Manor's eyes flickering through a long list of names and dates tied to genealogical information. Lowly, he began to chuckle. "Lucius," Narcissa prompted from where she had pulled a hardbound book free from a shelf and was studying it. "Severus, Narcissa." Lucius laughed. "I have to hand it to him. I'd heard the ministry was attempting to seize some family's assets, though I wasn't aware his were in danger. I imagine the ministry's Office of Inheritance has tied him up in months of paperwork and a few truly ghastly fees, all so that they can remove legal recourse for legitimizing his right to the Prince family holdings. They've also cracked down on the usual third-rate hacks a fellow can get to forge a passable family tree for them." Narcissa stared at him for a long moment before realization flared in her eyes. "No," she smiled. "Surely Severus isn't so desperate as to ask a child for help in something like this?" "He is somewhat overdrawn on favors at the moment," Lucius sneered. "I imagine Desdemona was something of a last hope before coming to Dumbledore or myself. I dare say, if she does half as well on his as the Malfoy family history she is preparing, it would pass any sort of ministry examination easily." Narcissa snorted daintily as she looked over her husband's shoulder. Unlike the exquisite detail and decoration in the earlier page, the document Lucius held in his hands was comparatively plain. Yes, the print was neat and fastidiously perfect, but it lacked any true ornamentation beyond the most basic borders and pictures. Still, the pages held a definite note of professionalism to them, obviously the work of a steady hand and focused intellect. "Who do you think Severus will contact to officiate it?" Narcissa asked curiously. "If memory serves," Lucius hummed, "Rosier owes our dear potions professor a certain debt from years ago. I believe Rosier, in turn, has a cousin who works in the department as a clerk." Lucius sighed and shook his head. His daughter had taken a commission from someone outside their family, without consulting either himself or Narcissa. No doubt Severus had offered a hefty bribe for her services. Perhaps he would look into it, perhaps not. As Lucius placed the sheaf of papers back into their drawer and made sure to remove any trace of his presence, he grinned slightly. So many parents would be angry or betrayed by their child, so obviously flouting their authority and not informing them of such a deal. Lucius did not rank himself among those other parents. If anything, it was relieving to find that Desdemona had done something so childish and disobedient. Well, no, it wasn't quite a childish act of rebellion. But for a girl with Desdemona's abilities and intelligence, it was probably the closest he would ever get. "Oh my," Narcissa said suddenly, looking down at her feet where a folded piece of parchment had dropped from the book she was holding. "What's this?" "Is that one of Desdemona's journals, dear wife?" Lucius asked, a platinum blonde eyebrow raised in curiosity. Narcissa had the grace to flush. "It isn't as though I can read much of it, Lucius. The better part of it is Old English with fragments in what I think are French and Gaelic." "I don't think dash." Narcissa's jaw dropped as she stared at the parchment in silence, her mouth working as her eyes grew terribly wide. "Narcissa?" Lucius pressed, almost instantly alarmed. "Narcissa. What in Merlin's name dash?" Jerking the unfolded sheet from her hand, Lucius scrolled over the first line and stopped dead. The first item which registered was the note's readable contents, it being in the proper modern English of the current day. The second thought that came to mind was the comparatively lazy scrawl of the calligraphy. Where the previous examples he had seen of his daughter's script were precise and clean beyond her years, this was obviously written in an absent-minded manner and been, perhaps even accidentally, folded and slid into a journal by near accident. Considerations on becoming a dark/light lady. Recruitment and indoctrination of subordinates, followers, and foot soldiers. Magical United Kingdom provides large groups of disenfranchised beings willing to serve a charismatic leader with promise of eventual awards when regime change is accomplished. Many individuals likely to be wary of certain dark or non-human groups recruited. Werewolves, vampires, centaurs, goblins, etc. Utilization of both non-human and wizarding groups on an equal basis problematic and impractical. Restriction of possible recruits to human wizards/witches disallows for sizable numerical advantage, but limits possible complications in establishment of new regime. Establishment of political power base. As noted, disenfranchised groups looking for leadership in many sectors of society. Groups most likely to accept offers of delayed reimbursement for loyalty are those which see themselves as persecuted. Purebloods. Rising support for Muggle-born agendas sees removal of traditional pureblood seats of power and ministry positions. Exploitation possible. Muggle-borns. Lack of upward mobility and glass ceiling for individuals in both ministry and private businesses alienates societal outliers. Exploitation possible. Non-human sources of political power. Extensive trust issues with potential human ruler due to historical tensions with human witches/wizards. Additionally, betrayal likely during establishment of new regime and creation of a government based largely or wholly on non-human magical beings problematic in foreign recognition. Exploitation implausible. Logistical, strategic, and tactical notations. Magical United Kingdom infrastructure, citizenry, and militarily important locations extensively decentralized due to statute of secrecy. Hit-and-run tactics in previous wizarding war grounded in feasibility. Use of covert collaborators to hold financial, geographical, and population centers remains a sound doctrine. Standing army of witches/wizards in violation of 1689 Vatican Treaty and difficulties arise in complying with secrecy. Likely foreign involvement in case of secrecy breach creates unnecessary complications. Military campaigns in current political climate likely to create rapid response in form of war or action. In combination with the previously noted decentralized structure, means a military campaign to assume control of British Ministry of Magic would be extremely problematic and unfeasible. Inability to seize and hold territory would likely lead to prolonged campaign to assure political dominance through shows of magical ability/terror/or extended small-scale conflicts. See prior Wizarding War. Decapitation of Ministry of Magic personnel possible. Though new regime faces questions of legitimacy, uprisings, and passive rebellion against authority. Reactionary movements, government response, and resistance fighters. Military action to assume control of region implies substantial casualties. Larger casualty counts in extended campaigns correlates with increasing resentment towards newly established ruling class. Recent Wizarding War establishes plausibility for speedy response of government forces. Attacks on followers and positions of strength allow for disruption of military structure and loss of faith in ruling ability if sufficient allied casualties mount. Early establishment of political movement to recruit forces may incite political countermovement. Opposition structure likely to be backbone of support for established government. Assuming victory, the government faces difficulties in controlling populace and stamping out resistance movements. Terror campaign or totalitarian regime possibly effective at maintaining control, though new complications arise. Long-term establishment of educational controls, political indoctrination from young ages, and seizure of public assets high priority. Political and ideological enemies. Opposition movements to both political and combative movements provides opportunity to consolidate aims, goals, and commitment to cause. Utilize tactics aimed at alienating enemies, creating perceptions of subhuman status among non-believers of group doctrine. Loss of life, particularly valuable, intelligent, productive, and creative individuals disruptive to social, magical, and artistic advancement. Other desirable individuals may emigrate to countries not experiencing internal hostilities. Important drawback: media control and public relations. Domination of the masses. Ability to influence public of high priority to legitimization of both movement and regime. Use of news media to dictate perceptions of both friendly and hostile groups of paramount importance. Seizure of daily profit or elevation of alternative business to a competitive bracket should precede military engagements. Caution towards government interference of media control. Implications for long-term plans and goals. Shortest possible successful campaign estimated at 8 years. Earliest possible commencement of such a campaign estimated at age of majority. Likelihood of success using these factors and assuming a best-case scenario below 70th percentile. Complete occupation of resources for duration of conflict demands a near-complete cessation of all research for a minimum time period, equal to hostilities but probably exceeding a decade. Personal desires, lifestyle, and obligations for a ruling monarch. Occupation of personal time and resources a likely result of extended hostilities. If victorious, administrative duties and marshalling of political forces against terrorist/freedom fighter movements promises to consume near total sum of free time. Personal objectives/plans/goals do not necessarily benefit from. Martial activities and may, in fact, complicate matters considerably. Prolonged conflict implies exposure to extreme mental/physical/emotional stress for long periods, which may be problematic to continued good health. As the initiator of conflict, burden or moral and ethical proof of conflict's necessity rests on my shoulders. Total cost of hostilities measured in lives lost, financial ruin, destruction of personal credibility in many areas ultimately lead to the fact that a military campaign of any sort in the magical world is to be avoided at all costs, let alone a prolonged civil conflict. Pursuit of social, legal, judicial, educational, governmental, and ideological reform should be carried out in as peaceable a manner as possible, given the final considerations on the difficulties of instituting a totalitarian regime as a dark/light lady. Lucius closed his eyes for a long moment, took a deep breath, and opened them once again. The extraordinarily detailed list remained in his hand, the careful script unchanged. Lord Malfoy's breath began to waver as he took shuddering breaths in and out. Narcissa's eyes slowly shifted to her husband as Lucius, gasping, quickened. In moments, the normally reserved and stoic man was desperately laughing loudly, his eyes tearing up. The swirling cloud of emotions within him was too confused to give name to anyone. Even as he dropped the sheet to the ground and swept Narcissa into a searing kiss. Lucius' wife made an awkward and muffled squawk before succumbing to the frenzied affection. In bad faith. Hours later, both Malfoy adults lay in bed, covered only by the thinnest of silken sheets as Narcissa's flushed face rested on Lucius' sweat-bedecked chest. All was quiet in the aftermath of a reenactment of a particularly risque scene of Narcissa's favorite Harlequin romance novels. Into the silence, she had to restrain a giggle. "I suppose I should apologize for being so sudden," Lucius suddenly voiced, averting his gaze in embarrassment. Narcissa snorted coquettishly and playfully slapped her husband. "Lucius, don't be a ninny. That was the most fun we've had in ages." Lucius coughed slightly and nodded, acceding to the summation of their recent activities. "You know," Narcissa started, "Desdemona has been dropping hints that Regulus and his children are traveling to Italy again. It seems as though the mother of my dear cousin's dalliances has been very ill. They are worried she might pass on. Desdemona would like to be there to support her friends, I imagine." Lucius made a considering sound. "I'm not sure it is wise," Narcissa sighed, "given the missive we discovered today, to allow her such liberties. We may also need to see about restricting her reading and dash." "Narcissa," Lucius sighed, interrupting her. "Do you know why I kissed you?" His wife blinked, taken aback by the tangent. "It's because I was and am happy," Lucius answered himself. "It's because Desdemona has put to rest a great worry I had. There has been a gleam of intelligence in her eyes from such a young age. I was afraid for her, Narcissa. I was afraid she would repeat my mistakes. But, as in all things, our daughter has risen above expectations. She understands that our world cannot face another Dark Lord lest it be destroyed. Draco, he still sees the glory of pure blood dominance, the fragile ideals we held to in our early days, and the youthful fire that compels him to act on them. But he does not have the raw intelligence or the nascent charisma to act on them. Desdemona, I envy her. Would that I had been half as wise when I was twice her age. Lucius, Narcissa replied, her tone unsure. It is not normal for a child to consider things of this nature. Perhaps not, Lucius consented. But would you rather see her follow in my footsteps or worse? In his, there was silence for a time, though Narcissa felt a cold chill sweep over her in that quiet. The Dark Lord's rise, the ensuing war, they had not been pleasant times. To know that your child had even thought about returning to such a terrible era was horrifying. To understand that she had coolly and clinically looked such terrors and temptations in the eye and turned away. There weren't words for it. I suppose a trip to Italy would at least get her nose out of those moldering old books. Narcissa sighed at last. Chapter 14, Slayer Anderson, In Bad Faith. Chapter 15, a Harry Potter self-insert fanfiction, June 1st, 2014. Chapter 15, Interlude 2, Faithful and Faithless. For Sagittarius and Virgo Black, British wizarding culture was strange. The twins had grown up in a bizarre mixture of the European, continental wizarding world and the Muggle world, which occupied the same geographical location. Their father had never explained the matter to them fully, but each of his children had understood he was running from someone or something. Their earliest memories were of the Mediterranean coasts of Spain and France, where their father had put down roots for a few years before they were old enough to travel. Even then, though, the world they had lived in was not the gilded society of the upper-crust wizards and witches. "Oh, look, it's the two little half-blood failures," a loud voice announced, obviously drawing attention to herself. The Black twins looked up from their inspection of a wizarding chess set. Virgo's eyes narrowed to slits and Tari's wide with the helpless naivete of an introverted and painfully shy child. Elsbeth Folly, a girl their age from a nominally pureblood house, though one which ranked far below the Blacks in prestige, political power, and financial wealth. Elsbeth, though, was a pureblood. That was the important part. Tari's eyes flickered to Virgo's as she fanned the fingers of her left hand and laid them flat against the table they'd taken for themselves. It was an example of what they'd taken to calling twin speak. The gestures and motions that the two had crafted over the years to give them their own secret code to communicate with. In this specific instance, Virgo had said that he should stay put and wait for help. The boy didn't ask what his sister meant by help. Instead, Tari swallowed and curled the fingers of his right hand around his thumb, making an awkward fist. It was a sign that Virgo's message had been received, and he agreed to do as she said. It was a sign he used a lot. All this passed without Elsbeth's notice, her dark hair swinging in the short fashion she'd taken to wearing it after the last incident. The pureblood girl's blue eyes narrowed in frustration as she failed to get the rise she'd expected. What's wrong? Have the two stains on the Black heritage finally learned not to talk back to their betters? Virgo scowled. We were only wondering when a little yappy dog was going to finally shut itself up. What do you think, Tari? Is she still upset about her haircut? The few cronies who had followed Elsbeth into the confrontation winced at Virgo's words. Ozymandias Burke and Westerly Rowell in particular flinched back, their eyes widening as Elsbeth's face darkened in an angry flush. "Yo, you mongrels," Elsbeth growled. "Why don't you do the world, and your father, a favor and curl up and die?" Tari winced as his sister stood. There were a few things that could get Virgo truly angry. Talking about their births had damaged their father's political standing, and his ability to inherit the Black estates was a surefire way to get his sister's dander up. Resigning himself, he stood up to back his sister because, well, that was one thing he agreed with the purebloods on. His sister was family, and whatever came their way, he'd have her back. Be careful what kind of insults you throw around, Elsbeth. You never know who might be listening. I'd hate for a real pureblood to hear how uncouth your tongue is, Virgo spat. Like Malfoy, Elsbeth parried, rolling her eyes as her temper cooled. Grow up and fight your own battles, half-breed. The demon won't always be around when you need her. Tari bit back a scowl. The demon. He didn't know if Desdemona knew what some people called her behind her back, but on the off chance she didn't, he wasn't going to be the first to broach the subject. Big words for someone who only graces us with her company when our dearest cousin is not present, Virgo sneered. Tari gave it at least a 6 on the scale of 1 to Malfoy. Desdemona herself, he noticed, could only rate an 8 on that metric. Her father, though, had cornered the market on the superior pureblood sneer. At least I can speak, Elsbeth spat haughtily. Unlike your idiot of a brother over there, Dash. Tari's eyes widened as Virgo's hand clenched so hard the knuckles turned white. At least Sagittarius can restrain himself from base insults. Elsbeth, dear. The so-named girl's mouth seemed to freeze from in its open position, her next words dropping like lead from her tongue. Tari sighed silently, torn between relief and exasperation. Des just had to make the dramatic entrance. Desdemona, Elsbeth swallowed, turning to face Tari and Virgo's cousin even as her 2 primary lackeys began to back away. Virgo scowled and crossed her arms in silent irritation. The easy air by which the blonde assumed control of their social group rankled, if for no other reason than Virgo herself was envious of it. Then again, Virgo realized she envied Desdemona the demon Malfoy quite a bit. Elsbeth, the black heiress, greeted nonchalantly, stepping around her with barely even a nod to acknowledge her presence. Tari winced. He just knew that kind of snub wouldn't end well. I suppose you're here to consort with these failures once again, Elsbeth sniped, her tone more confident. You could do so much better, you know. Tari nearly sighed. He might not be able to play at his cousin's level, but he knew enough to see a baited trap when he came across it. Desdemona had intentionally dropped courtesy and forgotten to bow at the folly girl, almost inviting her to attack. Desdemona turned a sneer towards her opponent, the expression devoid of friendliness. Elsbeth, I don't know if you've noticed, but I am better. You keep trying to tear down people like it will win you some prize. Do you truly care that much about a game you can't possibly win? Maybe you think people will actually like you if you can convince them you're popular? Perhaps even Blaze? Virgo's lip twitched in approval as the quick repetition of verbal blows struck home. A fiery crimson blush rose over Elsbeth's face at the mention of her not-so-secret crush. I don't know, Dash, the young folly attempted to rally. No, you really don't, Desdemona practically purred. Though perhaps I'll take pity on you and explain. After all, the young heir Zabini and I just had another bout the other day. You came up in conversation during a break, you know? I did. Elsbeth squeaked, her eyes large. Tari shook his head, wishing for all the world he could warn the girl, but knowing it was too late. You did, Desdemona nodded, now taking slow and ponderous steps towards her prey. In fact, I believe I recall what Blaze said. The Malfoy girl leaned in more closely, her lips almost brushing Elsbeth's ear as she whispered something short and painful. Tari knew instantly that it was painful, of course, because he could see Elsbeth's eyes well up with tears, hurt and heartache plain on her face as she retreated from a bemused and smiling Desdemona Malfoy. As her opponent fled, the youngest Malfoy turned a challenging glare on the remainder of the crowd, cowing each in turn, before returning her attention to the black twins. The hairs on the back of Virgo's neck rose as she glimpsed something mean and venomous behind her friend's eyes before it vanished flicker quick. She hated the part of herself that flinched away from Desdemona, the part that was scared of her, not only because she had every right to be afraid of the other girl. Desdemona held her family's welfare in the palm of her hand and could reduce them to paupers in less than a decade. Her brother, her father, and her own fate hung in the balance of her cousin's good favor. Even as she tried to swallow that bitter pill again, the youngest Malfoy sat down and served herself a few morsels from the central tray. Soyu and Zabini tried to stab each other again, Virgo commented blithely, as if the blonde girl hadn't just sent someone fleeing with tears in their eyes. This makes it wealth time, right? How badly did he beat you? Desdemona sent a truly foul glare towards Virgo, even as Tari bit back a grin. Demon she might be to everyone else, but Desdemona had never taken any of her anger out on either of them, or the Caros for that matter, even when she had every reason to. And what makes you think he won? Desdemona asked primly as she selected a mixture of vegetables to complement her steak. The slight blush rising on her cheeks belied the question, though. You're right, Virgo smiled gamely. I shouldn't assume. It's just that Blaise has won nine? Nine of your fights? The question hung as Desdemona took her time chewing and swallowing. Fine. The youngest Malfoy breathed out through her nose harshly. I lost, Happy. I got my rich little arse kicked 6 ways to Sunday, all right? Can we drop the subject now? Her eyes narrowed as she dared either twin to contradict her. It's not a bad thing to lose every now and then. Tari spoke up quietly, shifting uneasily. That's what you've always said, right? Losing is a learning experience. Desdemona sagged slightly in her chair at having her own words thrown back at her. Virgo fought down a smirk at the sight. Leave her alone, Tari, Virgo said, her lips twitching. Little Miss Perfect Malfoy just isn't happy she's a normal witch and not some super Merlin. I bet she's just waiting to go out and take down a giant or something like in that latest Harry Potter. She's already sore at her parents finding that painting thing she did, that illuminated whatchamacallit that she copied out of those old books. It's not copying, Desdemona nearly spat bitterly. They're in the public domain, but Mother doesn't care about that, does she? It doesn't matter that it took me weeks to piece together that single page after tracing dozens of different designs from 100 manuscripts. All that matters is that she gets to brag. Virgo rolled her eyes. Yes, it's just so hard having such a great reputation, isn't it? When no one realizes you're just spectacular instead of awesome. That's not true, Tari countered. Des is awesome, way better than Harry Potter. She's smarter than anyone else our age, and she can play the violin way better than you can, and she can speak almost as many languages as we can. All those books are just made up anyway. Desdemona smiled openly at her defender, even as Virgo fixed her brother with a harsh stare, sticking her tongue out rebelliously. Thank you, Terry, the youngest Malfoy nodded, then looked back to Virgo, but Virgo's right. I need to remember I'm not perfect. Even if I should be able to stomp Blaise into the ground, here she frowned. Even if I should be able to do better. Desdemona's stare gained that faraway quality that the girl so often had when lost in self-recrimination and criticism. Virgo sighed and crossed her arms disagreeably. It's really hard to tease you when you get like that, you know. Why can't you ever get mad at me for making fun of you? The blonde girl gave her a wistful smile. I try not to get angry, Virgo. You know that. Getting angry barely ever solves anything. Then what would you call that? Virgo snorted, gesturing towards where the folly girl had run off. Good entertainment? Desdemona asked calmly with a raised brow. She shrugged. If a brat comes over to start a fight, I'll oblige her, especially if she's attempting to pick on my friends. You don't have to be angry to tell someone like her off. I'm just tired of people thinking you're easy pickings when I'm not around. Tari gave his best impersonation of one of Desdemona's superior looks. Well, at least we won't have to put up with those purebloods on our trip, Tari sighed irritably. Desdemona's lips twitched. Virgo glared at her brother. Tari blinked, her eyes slowly widening. I didn't mean it like that. You're not, I mean dash. Desdemona snickered, shaking her head and standing. I know what you mean, Tari. It's okay. I'm not mad. We should get ready to leave anyway. Doesn't your father have a port key in the next hour or so? Right, Virgo nodded, eager to get out of the upper crust company around them. Shouldn't you say goodbye to Flora and Hestia, though? Were they anyway? I thought they were looking forward to Lugnasad. St. Mungo's, Desdemona replied, a sly grin on her face. They turned themselves and their tutor blue. Blue? Tari asked, his eyes shining with laughter. Blue, Desdemona nodded. Draco thought it was such a pedestrian feat of accidental magic. I think he's forgotten the time he turned our eagle owl green. No silver? Virgo asked, her own smile wide, knowing how much Desdemona's older brother anticipated being sorted into Slytherin. Sadly, no, Desdemona grinned, before her expression mellowed. Has your father had any luck in contacting Uncle Pollux or Uncle Arcturus? Both black twins exchanged awkward and uncertain stares. Dad didn't want us to hear, Tari said awkwardly. He got really angry last week when someone from the French Ministry of Magic came by. I think they found Uncle Pollux's body a few years back after he'd gone into hiding. Desdemona said something quiet and angry that would have earned her shocked gasps from her parents. There was a long moment of silence as the trio made their way back in a Malfoy manner. in which Desdemona's expression slowly cleared, though Virgo had little idea what had upset her in the first place. Pollux and Arcturus Black, her and Tari's great-grandfathers on paternal grandmother and grandfather sides respectively, were the only people who could have, with any legitimacy, challenged Desdemona's inheritance of the black money, lands, and headship. Both had disappeared during the war, likely a result of being as apolitical as possible. To hear the twins' father tell it, for all that the blacks had possessed a rather large amount of political power, it had been largely the work of Orion Black. So that means the Dark Lord got him? Virgo asked finally, braving the silence of her cousin's contemplation. Desdemona sighed, frowning as she led them through the halls of Malfoy Manor. Probably. He was probably angry he couldn't find your father shite. Both twins stared at their cousin as she palmed her face, briefly shooting the hallways around them a suspicious look. Desdemona sighed. Luke, if I explain this, you have to promise not to tell your dad I told you, okay? He'd be roaring mad if he knew I'd slipped up this much. Virgo and Sagittarius exchanged a quick look and a few gestures before nodding resolutely. Desdemona sighed, looking tired and more adult-like than she usually did, which said something of the seriousness of the conversation to the twins. The Dark Lord wanted your father to join the Death Eaters. Oh, Tari squeaked, his head of dark brown hair ducking as the thought penetrated fully. Virgo was silent, her gray eyes staring at the floor, but her brother could tell she'd gone a few shades paler than normal. Your dad decided not to throw in with him, Desdemona explained haltingly. There was a long silence before she continued. I think it made the Dark Lord angry when he couldn't find your father. Even though your great-grandparents went into hiding, I don't think they were as lucky as your father was. That's probably why, well, you know. So he killed them? Virgo asked quietly. Just like that? Even though it was our dad who didn't agree with him. He killed them? Desdemona sighed again, her face pinching in worry. Regulus, your father was the future of the Black family. When your grandparents, Orion and Walburga, got married, the Black family had been split for 2 generations, and a lot of the money was divided up, so their parents Arcturus and Pollux decided that they would consolidate all of the Black family assets in their union. I think it helped that your great-grandparents were businessmen at heart, by all accounts. Mother told me how dreadfully boring they found Wisengamot meetings. Here the blonde smiled sadly, wistfully. So, Virgo pressed, doesn't that mean he should have gone after that big grandmother Walburga? Didn't she have everything he wanted? After a moment of silence, Desdemona nodded. Yeah, Walburga and Orion had pretty much everything to the family name. I think Pollux and Arcturus liked to manage some of the businesses, but they'd mostly retired by that point. Your father, though, he was the future of the Black family and stood to inherit pretty much everything. I think the Dark Lord wanted him very, very badly. That means he killed them to try and find Dad, Tari whispered. Probably, Desdemona nodded, looking very weary indeed. He might have thought Pollux and Arcturus would have known where your father was. After what he did to Cassiopeia, they were probably right to try and hide. And no one did anything? Virgo asked, her voice quivering. No one tried to stop him? Tari watched as Desdemona's shoulders sagged and something like intense pain crossed her face as she swallowed. Not enough. There weren't enough people who stood up for it to matter, really, I guess. Virgo, I'm sorry I shouldn't have told you this. Are you okay? Can I get you something? Why do you do this? Tari blinked, his eyes widening as he saw small damp spots forming on the floor in front of his sister. Opening his mouth to comfort her, Tari stopped as his sister continued. You do this every time. Every time Tari or I are feeling sad or hurt or something and no one else bothers with you, so you treat us like family. You promise Dad he can keep a lot of the money. You actually care what we think. Virgo listed as Desdemona began to look increasingly uncomfortable. You read us bedtime stories. Dad won't even do that anymore. I don't understand. You're even coming with us to see Mom for the last dash. Virgo shook her head, cutting off a sob, then pressed onward, her eyes glistening with tears. Why do you care? Desdemona sighed and, with all the caution of someone approaching a wounded animal, stepped towards Virgo. Finally, with tenderness either twin only rarely saw, the demon wrapped her arms around the quietly crying black girl, reaching out at the last instant to grab her brother as well. "It would be better off if we were never born," Virgo whispered, Terry wincing as she voiced a thought that both he and his sister had had more than once. Everyone says so. We're a burden to Dad and the family. If Dad hadn't had to look after us, maybe he could have saved one of his grandparents or something and he would get all the black money, be a lot better off." "Listen," Desdemona said with an unusual severity, her steel-gray eyes flickering back and forth between them. "Listen to me right now. Neither of you are ever to think or say anything like that ever again, or I'll take you straight to your father. You're not a burden. You're two wonderful children who deserve better than those little pissant pureblood brats to hang around with them. You're worth 100 of them, easily, and you should never forget it." She stepped back from the twins, a hand on Virgo's right side and Tari's left. "Now we're going to head over to Grimmauld Place and take a portkey to visit your mother. She'll want you to be strong, right? No tears." Desdemona's voice was soft as she reached into the omnipresent pouch at her side and pulled a handkerchief out. Wiping their faces down, she attempted to give them her best smile. "Besides, you were going to show me the Italian beaches, right? If you're thinking thoughts like those, it'll rain and we won't be able to go out." Virgo gave a startled laugh. "That's a load of lies, and you know it." Tari gave his sister a wary look. "I don't know, last time you got mad, there was a big thunderstorm. It might rain if we're sad. Like accidental magic. Right, Virgo?" "That's just Dash," Virgo shook her head. "Magic can't change the weather. Stupid." "It's not stupid," Sagittarius Black cried, even as they were pushed along by a much relieved-looking Desdemona Malfoy. "Tell her." "Desdemona!" The youngest Malfoy grinned. "Well, according to Heliographus, a 6th century Byzantine author Dash. This is why you can't speak proper French, Italian, or German. You know," Virgo groaned. "I swear if your accent goes all weird in front of Mom, I'll bury you in sand. All those old books are terrible for trying to talk to actual people." Desdemona only smiled in reply, her mouth ready with a rejoinder that put the uncomfortable conversation even further from their minds. "In bad faith, bag of holding, how did I ever live without you?" It was an errant, though, Regulus was sure, the kind that one only absently skittered across one's mind, but occasionally found its way out of an individual's mouth. Regulus remembered the accidental slips of the tongue well from his school days. Still, these sudden non-sequiturs could provide valuable insight into a person's character and thought processes. As the young girl he'd taken to thinking of as his niece hugged her moleskin pouch to her chest with obvious and almost heartbreaking affection directed towards the inanimate enchanted object, he was sure of only one thing. Desdemona Malfoy was either the greatest genius he'd ever known, or she was completely and irrecoverably mad. Regulus frowned, idly considering the possibility that she might be both. Running a hand through his hair, he pondered the girl before him again. Experience, if nothing else, had taught him that wizards and witches did not fit easily into Muggle society. His children were rare exceptions, being half-bloods. A pureblood magical attempting to mingle with Muggles was about as obvious as their lack of fashion sense. That fact had saved him more than once in the early years running from the Dark Lord. But here again, Desdemona Malfoy deviated from the norm. As had become her wont, the short shopping trip he'd taken her on without her parents' knowledge had been more than slightly surreal. The end result was a small selection of outfits that wouldn't have looked out of place on any child native to the Muggle world. Currently, her small frame was clothed in a deep purple button-up blouse, a black pair of trousers, and wouldn't Narcissa be scandalized by that, and gray hooded jacket. The only oddities which marked her as being even slightly unusual was the complex braid she customarily wore her hair in and a pair of orange-red tinted vanity glasses she'd picked up in a small shop next to the Muggle clothing store. The circular frames were simple, but obviously from a different era, combined with display, which had looked like something he remembered nearly a decade prior. It was the only trace of the usual eccentricities common to magicals in a Muggle environment. Regulus shook his head, freeing his mind from the distracting thoughts. He had more pertinent business to attend to anyway. "Towels," he finally managed in rough Italian, rubbing at his face tiredly. "Why would you possibly think to carry around towels in that pouch?" Desdemona looked up from where she had handed the black twins a pair of long beach towels. The rain outside attested to the fact that they were needed at the moment, especially since Regulus couldn't simply wave his wand and dry them all. As the young Malfoy's eyebrows rose in disbelief, Regulus wondered why exactly he had the feeling he'd just said something rather stupid. "Uncle Regulus," Desdemona sighed before responding in her own oddly accented Italian, which bore traces of medieval German, French, and Old English. The overall effect gave her a way of pronouncing words that was utterly unique in all his travels. "Can you honestly think of a situation in which a good towel would not be useful?" Regulus opened his mouth, ready to refute the apparently silly question, then paused. His mouth closed, seemingly of its own accord, as a rebuttal failed to find its way to his lips. "Towels cannot possibly be that useful," Regulus replied plainly. Desdemona's infuriating smile intuited that she knew she'd proved her point well enough. "Maybe not on their own, no, but these are enchanted." "Enchanted?" Regulus stated blankly in the kind of tone that obviously implied the question of, who in their right mind would bother to enchant something so ordinary as a towel? Desdemona smiled wider. "They're self-cleaning, self-drying, self-repairing, as well as having durability, flame-freezing, air-purifying magic on them. And they have anti-muggle enchantments on them, so they're not likely to be stolen. In addition, the towels themselves are made of 2 high-count sheets of acromantula spider silk with a layer of dragon belly hide between the silks. I have 6 of them. 3 with warming enchantments on top of all of that, 3 with cooling enchantments." Regulus stared. As Desdemona began to dry herself off with the ridiculously enchanted magical towels, she shook her head. "Mother refused to purchase ordinary towels for my birthday. She said something about such a gift embarrassing me and my party. We had a bit of an argument over what constituted an appropriate gift, and well, here we are." Regulus visibly shook himself, running a hand over his face before calmly accepting the monogrammed towel and beginning to dry himself off. Handing the large cloth back to its owner, he resolved very firmly to act as the preceding conversation had never happened. Some corner of his mind noticed that he did such often in conjunction with his young cousin-niece. "As I was saying," Regulus continued, watching the young Malfoy slip her towel around her neck like some oddly shaped scarf instead of placing it back in her moleskin bag. "We need to be exceptionally careful regarding magic here in Italy. They have a much harsher view on exposure of our kind to muggles. The Spanish Valentines, especially, don't look kindly on having to obligate muggles." "The Spanish?" Desdemona asked, blinking. Regulus stared at her for a long moment. "I suppose those books of yours don't take everything into account, then. Let's get seated, and I'll explain as much as I know. Anyway." In short order, the adult had ushered the 3 children into a small corner booth, ensconced between 2 raucous parties of slightly drunk muggles. Ordering swiftly, Regulus frowned, then slid his wand out and, using the table for cover, worked a particularly nice variant of the silencing charm, and slid his wand back immediately. The magic would allow sound out, though it would be some innocuous conversation instead of their actual words, and block enough incoming sound to make the dinner manageable. "Uncle Regulus," Desdemona spoke up as they began to eat. "You said something about the Spanish?" Regulus nodded. "I suppose let's see if I can explain this properly. I'm going to guess that you've read a generous amount of history on the various European wizarding nations." "Up to the Statute of Secrecy," Desdemona nodded, then blushed slightly. "I'm afraid I'm a little out of sorts on current events." Regulus' lips twitched. "I suppose current events would be one way to put it, though you should look into the last 2 centuries of wizarding history at some point. You might find it enlightening. I probably won't be as erudite as many of your books, but the best place to start would be what you know of wizarding Italy." Both Sagittarius and Virgo smiled conspiratorially as they watched Desdemona's eyebrows furrow in thought. "I know that a portion of the country was under the rule of the Catholic Church, the Holy See, and ultimately the Pope during the signing of the Statute of Secrecy. In fact, part of the statute directly relates to relations between wizard kind and the ecclesiastic authority of the Pope, in which representatives of various magical governments signed an agreement with the papacy whereby the wizarding governments of Europe would disband any forms of magical armed forces save that which was necessary to police themselves. In return, Not only would the Catholic Church officially sanction the statute of secrecy, but they would begin the phasing out of witchcraft and wizardry persecution. Desdemona's eyes had gone distant as she trailed on, obviously either repeating a passage verbatim from one of her books or paraphrasing the document carefully. Regulus blinked. That may well be, but it's somewhat outside the point I was trying to make. He took a bite from the rather well-made pasta affair he'd ordered and gave himself a moment to order his thoughts. You're conflating the Papal States with Italy, dear niece. Italy, as the Muggles conceive the country, does not exist. The Papal States still govern half of the Italian peninsula, while Spain controls the southern half. It's still illegal to teach, learn, or otherwise practice any of the magical arts in areas controlled by the Pope. What? Why are you looking at me like that? The expression on Desdemona's face was something complex and confused. With an obvious effort of will, the young girl forced a question out. Uncle Regulus, you mean to tell me that the Papal States are still an extant governmental authority in the wizarding world? Regulus snorted. I don't see what's so hard to believe about that. The Pope is still in charge of everything north of Ascoli and Latina. Anyway, the area we are currently in, Sicily, is under the authority of the Wizard Kings and Witch Queens of Spain. I actually had to go before the throne and ask for sanctuary from Emperor Philip Prospero II after I was almost found out in Muggle France. Something about the conversation was inducing a worrying thoughtfulness in the young Desdemona Malfoy, Regulus noted. At some point during the discussion, she'd removed one of her notebooks and was surreptitiously scribbling onto it. Regulus honestly could not guess at the content of the intricate multilingual code. Not that he wanted to, mind. He was far happier in ignorance of the girl's thoughts than he believed enlightenment could possibly grant him. Philip Prospero, Desdemona muttered idly. He was one of King Philip IV's children, wasn't he? Right, Regulus nodded, taking another long sip of his drink. Back before the statute of secrecy, when Muggle monarch had children capable of magic, it was looked on as a bad omen, especially since so many reigning kings and queens had to be on good terms with the Catholics. If memory serves, royal children who performed accidental magic often died in infancy and were whisked away to grow up properly with their own kind if they were lucky. I got into a discussion regarding the topic with the chap who was in charge of making sure I didn't make a fool out of myself in His Highness' presence. Regulus dearly hoped he was imagining the slight twitch above his niece's left eye. I suppose those children were adopted by pureblood families then? Desdemona asked, her eyes burning with some unnatural insight that Regulus was loath to consider. Regardless, he answered the question. For the most part, when the statute of secrecy came around in 1689, though some of the children of royal lineage who had been adopted by the ancient and noble houses of their respective countries often leveraged their political power into establishing themselves as royalty on the wizarding side of things. Philip Prospero I would have been. Regulus squinted and thought. History had never been his strong suit, but he'd had to pick up enough extraneous knowledge over the course of his travels that he knew a bit of everything. Probably in his 30s or 40s, Desdemona interjected, rubbing at her forehead, the beginnings of what was obviously a headache. I think he was born sometime in the 1650s? Right, Regulus nodded, not really caring about the specifics of the issue. Anyway, they called it dividing the crown or something like that. That kind of thing flew about, as well as a lead quaffle in Britain. Desdemona shook her head. No, I can't imagine William of Orange would have liked the idea one bit. Regulus blind? No, no. I just meant that sensible British witches and wizards rightly didn't want some magical royal mucking about in their business. One king or queen, even if they're a muggle, has always been enough for us. I'll say this much for the French, the frogs have at least that bit going for them. No monarchy and a nice, sane ministry to keep things running. Desdemona was breathing deeply, now muttering unintelligibly about very odd things. Regulus was able to catch the words. Louis excavate to be insane to ask him that, but England and Scotland no. Same King James VI? Personal union possible basis for formation of unified British wizarding ministerial government? Wizards' Council cedes power to Ministry of Magic in 1610, but Ministry establishes governance over whole of Great Britain? Wizards make no sense. After another long second wherein both Regulus and his children were beginning to grow concerned, Desdemona's head bobbed back up, a frightfully irritated glare on her face. Uncle Regulus, we will be stopping by a Muggle bookstore once we are settled here in Italy. I find I am in desperate need of reference material, and the books I brought with me are not nearly enough. Desdemona's scowl erased any doubt in Regulus' mind that he could maneuver his way out of making such a trip. He still had to try, though. Desdemona, Muggle books won't help you understand wizard politics. Both Tari and Virgo were snickering quietly in their corner, obviously overjoyed at watching their father have to fend off their cousin's bibliophile tendencies. I don't care, Desdemona nearly growled. I need some nice, sane books to get through this madness, or I'm going to strangle someone with my bare hands. I'll take you to a wizarding bookstore, Regulus offered. I know a good one hereabouts, and Sophia's father has a few men he can probably spare to escort you. Pondavicolo has plenty of shops you can enjoy yourself in while the twins and I visit with their mother. I don't want you going out into the Muggle world alone. Young lady, Narcissa would have a fit. Desdemona took a deep breath and exhaled loudly, seeming to come back to herself. Oh, we could talk about this later, Uncle. I'm sorry about that outburst. It was unseemly of me. Regulus sighed in relief. Thank you, Desdemona. Although I would like you not to be so excitable in front of Sophia. According to her father's letters, she's very tired these days and doesn't need the stress. Desdemona wilted slightly, her eyes flickering to Tari and Virgo, who had gone silent. You understand, Uncle. I apologize again, the young girl replied, then paused. Uncle Regulus, by the way, you've never mentioned exactly what it was that was afflicting her. Regulus blinked at the apparent non sequitur before licking his lips. How to broach this? It's a disease the Muggle call cancer. Healers sometimes see it in Muggleborns, but haven't quite been able to figure out a cure for it. It doesn't seem to respond well to any of the standard potions, and well, they haven't been having a lot of luck with it. I brought in a healer from the French ministry who's supposed to be close to a breakthrough, but he couldn't manage anything. Desdemona nodded slowly. Have read a little about it in Mother's Healer's journals. I think they recently published a bit about the topic. What kind does she have? Regulus frowned, then reached inside his jacket to retrieve a small set of letters. Taking care to not get food or drink on them, he sorted through the papers before handing one over to the blonde girl. It's in there. I think it's a weird word starting with an L. Muggle healers have been trying something with her, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Desdemona spent nearly 10 minutes on the letter, finally resorting to having Virgo translate a few of the more Muggle expressions and words. Finally, the blonde folded the letter back carefully and handed it to him. There was a puzzling, thoughtful expression on her face. Uncle Regulus, I think I will take you up on that offer of a shopping trip. I believe I need to acquire a few things.